Hey everyone, today we've got part 5 of Frederick and his sisters. The timeline will be in the description, so let's jump into the story. Imagine you were raised in a clan of wise masters, but you were the only boy among 7 older sisters. They grew up and went off to live their own lives in the city, but each one of them is hiding a secret, and when you come of age, your masters expel you from the village. All of this just so you can track down each of your sisters and help them solve a hidden mystery. Let me make it clear right now, this is not your average cultivation story. If you're looking for a wild and unique plot, you're gonna love this one. So go ahead and drop a like, leave a comment, and if you're on mobile, hype the video. It takes a lot of work to bring these summaries to you all. No more wasting time, let's jump into the video. Our hero was raised in the mountains and was now heading to the city. This was because he found out he had 7 older sisters waiting for him. And since the boy was in the prime of his youth, he got very excited. His eyes sparkled at the thought of this idea. In his imagination, he pictured all his sisters as beautiful. This happened because he was an orphan and was raised by masters in a sect in the mountains. And when he found out about his other sisters from the sect, he immediately fell in love with the idea. That's why he rushed to the city in search of them. You'll see how awesome this protagonist is. And to get to the moment where he meets his waifus, we need to learn more about his journey. The story begins with the old masters sending him away. Frederico, which is the name of our hero, didn't want to leave the mountain because he was worried about the masters. However, they all hid to pretend they no longer cared for him. And our hero knew the masters were doing this. We see those who had taken in little Frederico, and they comment that the boy was very well trained. Now he would have to embark on this new journey and live on his own. Fred knew his masters were hiding because they didn't want to say goodbye to him, and the sect members even slammed the door, putting on a show so Fred wouldn't suffer from leaving them. He gives an awkward laugh, saying he knows their plan. Then our hero kneels and thanks them for all these years, as he was an orphan and was taken in by the sect. Later he arrives at the city station, having never left that mountain before. He couldn't imagine what the people in the big city would be like. At that moment, he notices a very beautiful girl, and I can't stop staring at her. You already know very well where he's looking, and this ends up making the girl uncomfortable, asking if he's never seen large melons before. He says her meridians are blocked due to an excessive weight, and this will cause complications. The girl wonders how he knew she had problems. We already see here that our hero's training was impressive, and Frederico wasn't just any man, and so he continues his journey. Since the trip was a bit long, he ended up staying in a room on the train. He remembers that his master had given him some tips on how to meet his martial sisters. When he arrived in the city, he would meet the 7th sister. Upon receiving an amulet, he should show it to the girl, and before leaving, the master warns him about the adult book they found under his bed. Of course, he wouldn't want anyone to see that and makes an excuse, saying it was classic literature. However, his master says the martial sisters are much more beautiful than the girls in that book. And of course, Frederico isn't foolish and starts imagining things. It was thanks to his fertile imagination that he became super motivated to find them. For a moment he thought it was all a lie, but now he was starting to believe. It would be amazing to have martial sisters, and he even comments about the money he received. All that money was to be spent until we found the 7th oldest sister. Very curious, he opens the envelope to check how much was inside. There was about 500, and he gets excited, saying he only spent 20 per month in the mountains. At that moment, he hears a voice from the other side of the door, and a very beautiful girl appears, saying they will be travel companions. The smelly Frederico immediately falls in love, thinking all the women in the city are this beautiful. If he came to my city, he'd be disappointed, and return to the mountains in less than 30 minutes. Don't ask where I live because you will regret it. He even starts imagining in his head that this could be a romantic encounter. But to ruin everything, the girl's grandfather was with her, and he makes this sour onion face. The old man greets the boy, and he immediately notices that the elder is having trouble breathing. Frederico makes a comment about the old man's heart problems. That sounded a bit rude, and Rosina starts getting angry with our hero. However, the old man knew this boy was different, so our hero covers it up, saying he was just imagining things. A few minutes pass and the girl says she's going to lie down on the top bunk, and since Fred isn't foolish, he immediately starts observing the scene, but at that moment, the old man feels a sharp pain in his chest. He starts coughing as if it's something very serious. The one with pink hair comes down the stairs and asks if her grandfather wants some water. After laying him down on the bed, she says she'll go get help. Desperate, the girl calls a staff member and asks her to fetch a doctor. That girl was from the Yu family, a very important family. That's why the staff member runs off to get help, as the old man was very rich. Even in these stories, the life of a rich man is worth more than us mere mortals. The girl runs to her grandfather, trying to comfort him, very worried. Our hero, having ancient training, knew what needed to be done. However, he was warned by his masters not to get too involved with the women in the city. The old man continues coughing heavily. However, Frederico also learned that he should help people. But at that moment, an arrogant doctor enters the room. Rosina becomes very hopeful, expecting treatment for her grandfather. This useless doctor asks about the patient's condition. Since the girl isn't a doctor or anything, she says she doesn't know much, but her grandfather fainted. In reality, this guy should be checking the patient's condition, not asking others what's wrong with the old man. After looking around, the doctor says he can't make a diagnosis just with words. The girl gets worried and starts asking what needs to be done to save her grandfather's life. The girl asks how she's supposed to get a test when he just got sick less than 3 minutes ago. But this slimy doctor keeps saying nothing can be done without a detailed analysis. He even says that he's the director of the district hospital to show that he has credibility. At that moment, the old man starts coughing even more, and his face turns purple. Fred knows the old man's symptoms are worsening and that he won't last long, and the girl insists that the doctor save her grandfather. So this jerk of a doctor leaves, saying he can't do anything. When he steps outside, the staff member explains who the old man is. She says that's Mr. Yu. This leaves the four-eyed doctor completely shocked. He asks if the woman is sure, and she says yes, and that they are very rich. So the shameless guy goes back inside the room, saying he'll make a good impression. What he really wanted was to pretend he'd save the old man and says he'll perform first aid. He climbs under the bed and starts doing chest compressions. Since our hero is skilled in Chinese medicine, he knew that would make things worse. So he asks the doctor not to do that, otherwise the old man would lose his life. The blockhead asks who this boy is to challenge his methods. He even asks which hospital the boy works at, trying to humiliate him. Very humbly, Fred says he's just a student of Chinese medicine. But since this is somewhat taboo in China, and people don't take it seriously, the doctor starts mocking him. Trying to belittle the boy, he says that he has over 10 years of experience as a doctor. However, Fred says if he continues with those chest compressions, the old man will die. At that moment, the doctor realizes the boy is right, but he can't just stand there doing nothing, as he wants to make a good impression on the Yu family. So he goes to the pink-haired girl and tells her not to worry, as he'll save her grandfather. What he really wanted was to pretend he was doing something so that, in the end, the Yu family would owe him. When he mentions saving Mr. Yu, the girl wonders how the doctor knew her surname. And since she isn't foolish, she starts connecting the dots and imagines the staff member told the doctor that boy didn't know who they were, and yet he still wanted to help. She also remembers that about 15 minutes ago he had said her grandfather had heart problems. That's why she goes to the doctor and tells him to wait. Then she turns to our protagonist to ask for his help. The girl asks if what he said earlier about her grandfather's illness was true. Frederico is startled and says he could help with traditional Chinese medicine, and now he's the one mocking the doctor, saying traditional methods are better than modern medicine. And for those who watch Karate Kid, you know very well that Chinese medicine is powerful. With tears in her eyes, she asks if the boy could save her grandfather. He tells her not to worry, as it's just a heart function issue, and he can save him. Full of hope, she asks if he can do it. However, the doctor doesn't want to lose credit and starts saying Chinese medicine is dangerous. She calls out this shameless guy, saying he's being arrogant, but after the staff member explained who they were, the doctor came running back with his tail between his legs. The girl turns back to our hero. And since she's very beautiful, there's no way our protagonist could refuse her request to save the old man. If a girl like this asked you for something, I'm sure you'd do anything. The boy wanted to help and was just waiting for her to ask. He found out she was someone important and probably very rich, but he wasn't interested in that. The only thing he wanted was to help a beautiful girl. Cracking his knuckles, he says he'll do his best. So that worm keeps annoying everyone, saying Chinese medicine doesn't work. But neither Frederico nor the pink-haired girl paid him any attention. That way, he takes out the needles he used in the mountains from his backpack. He explains that these needles will help, and that he practiced on some wild boars. Of course, this seemed a bit scary, and the doctor starts losing faith. What he really wanted was for the boy to fail so he could step in and help. After tearing the old man's shirt, he prepares to place the needles. After finding the pressure points, he starts placing them in the correct spots. And within moments, he places all the needles and finally finishes with the last one. This generates a very bright light, and soon after, the old man wakes up coughing. That cough causes some red liquid to come out. Everyone is shocked because it worked and the old man regained consciousness. However, the doctor thinks it went wrong because a lot of red liquid came out, but that was necessary, and our hero turns around giving a wink as a taunt. The doctor realizes that this boy is actually impressive and is shocked. When he looks at the old man, he's even more surprised. The old man had really woken up and was conscious. The boy explains that the old man had vomited a clot and is now fine. The old man thanks Frederico, calling him Little Master. Then he asks who these people are. The woman introduces herself as the ticket collector who called the doctor, and this onion-faced guy says he's the one who helped the old man recover. The old man is surprised, asking if it was really this doctor who cured him. But since he isn't foolish either, he asks why it was that boy who placed the needles. This puts the doctor in a tough spot, and he starts stuttering, trying to come up with an excuse. The doctor even says the old man needs to be hospitalized, and he asks the boy if that's true. This makes the shameless guy angry because the old man was trusting the boy without information more than him, a hospital director. Frederico says the old man doesn't need to be hospitalized, and he ends up telling the doctor that he appreciates the invitation but won't go to the hospital. The ticket collector tells the four-eyed guy to leave, and he gets all worked up, throwing a tantrum since this was the opportunity of a lifetime to become a millionaire. Fred tells the old man he'll place one more needle to finish the treatment, and the old man says it's okay. However, our hero is so fast that the old man didn't even feel it, and the old man asks if it's already done. This leaves the old man very impressed, and he even starts wondering where this boy came from. He turns to his granddaughter and asks her to give the boy a card and invite him to dinner. In a cute way, she thanks her little brother by handing him a card. He even thinks she might be one of his martial sisters, but if she were, he would have recognized her. So Fred thanks them for the dinner invitation, as food's never too much. The girl starts laughing because his accent is a bit different since he lived in the mountains. To ruin the moment of relaxation, that doctor arrives saying he's going to call the police. He says it's a crime to practice medicine without a license. Confidently, our hero says the police will arrest the doctor because he's a criminal, and they start insulting each other, and the doctor calls the police. Coincidentally, at that moment, the train starts braking. The loudspeaker tells passengers not to worry, as it's a temporary stop. A police officer appears saying it's a routine inspection. That shameless doctor says this punk was practicing medicine without a license. When looking at this doctor, one of the officers recognizes him. The authority says justice is being served for non-bailable crimes, and they immediately handcuff him. They were doing this because the hospital he had directed was selling illegal drugs, and that way he's taken away, and our protagonist says he was lucky to guess the doctor was a criminal. The pink-haired girl asks how Federico did that, figuring out the doctor would be arrested. He says you just guessed. Of course, the boy wouldn't say he was trained by masters with special abilities, and that's why he could sense people's energy. So the girl becomes very interested in getting to know our hero better, and asks if he could give her some future advice. The old man realizes the boy is mysterious, but polite and humble. Fred's heart starts beating faster because the girl is beautiful and smells nice. He even thanks the masters, saying the girls in the city are much better than the ones in the books. Fred tells her to stay away from people dressed in green. But the girl isn't satisfied with that, and keeps asking him for more advice. If I were him, I'd already advise her to give me a kiss. But the boy just says he can't give any more tips, and only now do we discover Rosina's name. She's called Alice, and the old man tells her not to bother the young master. The old man asks if he needs to take medicine, and our hero says he'll write him a prescription. This leaves the old man even more shocked, as our protagonist had an answer for everything. So he starts rummaging through his backpack to get something. He pulls out a feather pen, and this leaves Alice shocked because someone still uses brushes in the 21st century. The brushes weren't enough, and he also pulls out 2 ancient Egyptian papyri to write the medicine prescription. After writing, he says he keeps the tradition of using a brush, because that's how he learned. And he even says if everyone used pens or pencils, traditions would be lost. Seeing that he's a unique boy, her little heart starts beating faster. Soon after, he hands the prescription to the old man, telling him to take the medicine for 3 months. And he even says this illness is hereditary, leaving the old man even more surprised. To avoid explaining that he had martial training, he says he just deduced it based on the type of illness. Imagine him having to explain that at the top of the mountain there's a martial arts sect with superpowers. Of course, he didn't want to go through all that trouble. The old man asks if there's really someone with such knowledge. All these years he's had chest pains like his father and a grandfather, and that's why he strongly believes in this young master's words. So he thanks him, saying his family will be in debt to him. But Fred tells the old man not to worry and wishes him a speedy recovery. Soon after, he asks the girl to retrieve the card she had given to Fred. That way, with flushed cheeks, she asks him to return the card. This leaves our protagonist a bit confused, but without complaining, he ends up returning it. She goes to her grandfather and hands him the card. Then the old man says that card had his contact, but the boy should have his granddaughter's contact. You already know what's happening, right? The old man is playing Cupid. The girl takes her phone out of her pocket to add him on WhatsApp. She asks him to scan her QR code. But since he's from the mountains, he doesn't know what WhatsApp is, much less this so-called code. She tries to explain with all the patience in the world. Then he pulls out a flip phone from his pocket. For sure, 90% of you didn't even know phones like this existed, and the girl is confused. He says that even though his phone is old, he can still use the internet and access news. She isn't sure if WhatsApp works on that thing and feels a bit awkward. Then he remembers when he received this phone as a gift from his master, and it was a really fun day. Until then, he could only use calculators, and when he tells these stories, the two of them don't understand anything. The old man tells Alice not to confuse the boy, and just exchange phone numbers. That way they save each other's contacts. She feels a little embarrassed and says she now has his number saved on her phone, and the girl even says she'll invite him to dinner when they arrive in the city. She wants him to try the fried chicken from her favorite restaurant. With his eyes shining, Fred says he really wants to try it too. The old man is already excited, seeing his granddaughter flirting with a boy with superpowers. He even mentions that the Wang family has their eyes on his daughter for marriage to strengthen the clans, but the old man doesn't really want his granddaughter to marry into that family. When he looks at the old man, Fred notices he's worried. The boy asks the old man what's troubling him so much, but the old man says it's just a silly matter and that it was great to meet the young man today. Federico is very good with words and says the old man looks healthy and radiant, and this already makes the old man very happy. Soon after, he thanks the little young master, and before leaving he warns Alice to be careful with people wearing green clothes, as a disaster could happen. She isn't really believing it, and asks if he's sure about this prediction. Moments later, they arrive in the city and stop right at the station. He asks if she's carrying cement in that suitcase, but the girl says it's just some basic things, typical of a woman. People are shocked that he can carry such a big suitcase and start commenting. Alice says her friend will be arriving to pick them up, and her name is Ayara. At that moment, the girl arrives, drifting with her car. From inside comes a beautiful redhead, but with a green dress. This was Ayara, Alice's best friend. And when she notices that the woman was wearing a green dress, she becomes a bit discouraged. She asks Federico if there was any way to resolve this. He asks if, as Alice's friend, she would be willing to change out of the dress, and this leaves them embarrassed. Alice even asks if it was really necessary to make her take off that dress, and our hero said yes, to avoid a catastrophe. So Alice asks if it was just a matter of putting on another outfit, and he says yes. This makes Ayara a bit jealous, and she even wonders why her friend is so close to a boy. Then you come running, saying you have something important to tell Ayara. What the redhead wanted to say was for Alice doesn't not to trust men, but Alice speaks first, saying that Ayara needs to change her clothes. This leaves her a bit embarrassed, not understanding the reason. Alice mentions that she knows her friend has several nice outfits in the car, and just needs to change. It was true, but it was very strange for someone to say that. Since she trusted her friend very much, she said it was okay to change, and Alice starts celebrating because everything would be resolved smoothly. And so they get in the car. The redhead asks Alice about her relationship with that boy. She says they just met. But Ayara doesn't believe it much because they seem very close. When they look outside to gossip about the boy, he's no longer there. The redhead even wonders what happened to him. Alice mentions that they met on the train and her grandfather spoke highly of him. Then Ayara tells her friend not to trust men because they seem nice but are all bad. Alice is already missing him and starts wondering why he left without saying goodbye. In fact, Federico didn't want to bother them, and it was inappropriate to see a girl change clothes. So he immediately turns on the GPS, looking for the apartment his master had rented. A taxi driver appears, asking if he is new to the city and if he needs his service. Fred says his destination is only 14 kilometers away. He even tells the boy to get in the car because 14 kilometers is too far. But Fred says he doesn't need a taxi to go to a place so close. The taxi driver asks if he's going to run there, and that's exactly what our protagonist was going to do. He says that in the mountains he would run 20 kilometers and not even sweat, and as he stretches he starts running like crazy. The crazy one was very tough and leaves the dust behind, and the taxi driver wonders if the boy is a mutant. In this way, he runs through the whole city, causing strong winds. It looked like the Flash from Dandadan. And so, he arrives in the residential area. Even though he had never been around the city, he knew how to get around very well, and quickly finds the apartment. That was the Redwood residence, and an elderly couple confirms the name of the place. The old man still says these apartments are very old, but the boy doesn't care, he just wants to meet his Marshall sisters. And the elderly couple keeps saying that young people these days are leaving home too early to work, and they mention that this neighborhood is far from the industries. But our protagonist didn't come to work at all. He came to try to get a girl. He remembers what his master said when he mentioned that the rent included Wi-Fi, and he gets excited because the internet in the mountains was very slow. His master had said the Wi-Fi internet was 2 megabytes, and that was a lot. Little does he know how 5 megabyte internet is here in my city, and it's top notch. I doubt you have faster internet than mine. Here it doesn't even take 12 hours to upload a video to YouTube. If you want to know the name of my internet provider to get one just like it, ask in the comments and I'll respond. And so he goes up all happy, imagining he'll be in paradise. After confirming the room number, he prepares to knock. At that moment, a very beautiful woman named Diana emerges. This woman is incredibly gorgeous, and our protagonist can't stop admiring the scenery. With flushed cheeks, he asks if this is the house he rented, and introduces himself. She confirms it is and says she is the landlady, Diana. The seductive woman invites him in. She explains he can use the clothesline on Monday, Wednesday, and a Friday. Blushing, he stares at those clothes, feeling embarrassed. He has never seen such diversity, and she asks why he's drooling. Awkwardly, Fred says it's nothing. As he opens the bedroom door to store his backpack, he smells lavender, a scent so pleasant he could enjoy it forever. The scent comes from Diana's clothes. He feels lucky, and he hasn't even met the Marshall sisters yet. She mentions this is her room. He rushes to the other side of the apartment, trying to act casual. After entering, he locks the door. Diana is excited. She mentions she likes rustic, introverted men and finds him handsome. But then he opens the door and she's curious. He actually wanted the Wi-Fi password. She spells it out, blushing because she finds him cute. A spark ignites between them. After a few seconds of staring, he becomes even more embarrassed. He returns to his room and locks the door. Diana says it will be great sharing the apartment with him. She hadn't imagined her guest would be so handsome. At night, he lies down to rest after a long day. On the first day alone, he met 3 goddesses more interesting than those in books. Taking the amulet from his pocket, He wonders what the seventh sister will be like. He extends his hand, trying to use his future's seeing power. After charging some energy, he concentrates. Despite his efforts, he can't envision the sister's appearance. All he knows is that she is a wealthy businesswoman. Just imagining her body excites him, but his masters blocked his energy to prevent him from knowing their looks. He tries hard but fails. Discovering she's a businesswoman, he searches online. Unfortunately, most businesswomen are much older. He gives up searching for the seventh sister. His stomach growls with hunger. He decides to grab a bite in the kitchen. He checks if Diana's around, feeling shy. In the kitchen, he encounters an electric stove he has never seen before. Watching some online videos, he learns how to turn it on. The flame appears like magic. He celebrates as if it were a magic trick. He boils water, cooks pasta, and adds some seasoning. Quickly, his meal is ready. His eyes gleam with hunger. After tasting it, he declares himself a great cook. As he eats, he notices the unusual silence. In the mountains, things were never this quiet. He was always surrounded by his masters and now misses that. He hears a noise at the door. It's the voices of two women. There stands Diana with a friend, who seems more like a wildcat. Diana's friend asks who that boy is and looks scared. He tries to explain, but the woman runs away, leaving Diana on the floor. Federico is confused as he didn't say anything and the girl fled. Seeing Diana on the floor, he wonders what happened. Using his spiritual vision, he senses something wrong. He tries to sit her up, but she's unconscious. There's an energy block in her neck, and he realizes someone has poisoned her. This seemed like something quite dangerous, and he becomes worried. Diana is gasping for breath, her heart pounding. She has a very high fever, her body shaking. After pressing some energy points on her back, she vomits. Some pills fall out. He realizes it wasn't poisoning, but an illegal drug. It was a very high dose, and the other pills had likely already been digested. With tears in her eyes, Diana, in pain, asks him to call a doctor. He says a doctor won't be able to save her, as the substance is already in her blood. She has at most 10 minutes to live. The girl is already accepting her end, but the pain is intense, and she can't hold back her screams. This happened a few hours ago when a mobster came to her bar. She didn't want to drink that wine, but he forced her. This girl had suffered a lot since birth, abandoned by her mother. Her mother was a gold digger who chased after men. Just by looking at the woman's face, our protagonist knows she's had a tough life. He decides to help her, as it's his duty to save lives. He feels her pulse and tells her not to worry, as he can help. Diana doesn't fully believe him, but has no other choice. The boy says her pulse is still clear so he can eliminate the toxin. To perform the procedure, he starts to remove her blouse. At that moment, Diana thinks all men are the same. But our protagonist means no harm. He just needs to see the energy points to place the needles. Since the toxin's advanced, needles alone won't suffice, so he grabs a scalpel. He tells her to hold on as he'll perform a small surgery. After a few seconds, he managed to eliminate the toxin and close the incision with stitches. He tells her she needs to rest it to regain her strength. With the toxin removed, she stops feeling pain. Like a true gentleman, he carries her in his arms, saying he performed a small surgery on her. The girl is smitten, thinking he is truly a man of dignity and respect. He carries her to the sofa to lie down. As he lays her down, he tells her to stay calm while he fixes some things. Her cheeks flush with relief, feeling safe now. Suddenly, someone starts banging on the door angrily. It's the voice of that friend, saying, "There's a man with Diana in the apartment." Diana says these people are the ones who poisoned her. Federico asks if she wants him to open the door. It seems her friend has brought a man with her. Diana tells him not to open it, as they are bad people. She's scared because they are very dangerous criminals. The girl had managed to open a bar near her apartment. A few hours earlier, she was there preparing to open her business, but her friend arrived with some thuggish mobsters. The man threw several bills onto the counter. Diana was already worried as these guys had a terrible reputation. He ordered the strongest drinks she had, and what they wanted from Diana I can't tell you, but they were demanding something very invasive that would ruin her reputation. Her friend, who got her into this mess, whispers in her ear. She says if Diana agrees to go out with the mobster and do whatever he wants, she'll make a lot of money. But Diana is an upright woman and won't sell her body. This makes her friend angry, calling Diana a goody two-shoes. They start fighting, and the mobster watches it all. He has some pills, saying he'll put them in her drink to make Diana want him. He drops them into the glass and offers it to her, telling her to drink. Diana isn't foolish and knows something is in the drink, but she's afraid to refuse. Everyone starts pressuring her, saying if she doesn't drink, they'll destroy the bar. What she wants at this moment is to beat up her friend. Pushed to the extreme, she ends up taking the glass and drinking. Just a few minutes later, she starts feeling unwell. This is the story she tells our protagonist, who, when he notices, is devouring a watermelon. Hungry, he asks if she wants him to call the police. She says the police won't solve anything. The mobsters are too influential. The girl is still weak, her legs numb. At that moment, he appears to support her. He's the last romantic on Earth and says he's by her side to help her with whatever she needs. Just then, the shameless ones manage to open the door and to become nervous. Poor Diana asks how they dared to come to her house. Her friend says she thought there was a criminal and called for help. He asks who this girl thinks she is to call him a criminal. She says she was just worried about her best friend. She even pretends to be innocent, calling Diana to come with her, saying this blue-haired boy isn't trustworthy. Without hesitation, Diana hugs our hero and says he is her boyfriend and that she told him what happened at the bar. Her friend says nothing happened and that they didn't poison her. The shameless mobster can't understand how Diana's still alive. Diana insists it was them who poisoned her. Our hero asks if she's sure, which she confirms. In response, Fred says he believes her and will deal with these bullies. He confronts the mobster, claiming to be Diana's boyfriend. Actually, he just wants to show confidence, and Diana wonders how this boy has such strength. He grabs the mobster's hand, who says our hero is a lucky guy. He says he'll find out who poisoned his girlfriend and make them pay. The mobster wonders what the hell this kid is talking about. Then he turns to that friend, thanking her for all the help they gave his girlfriend. The girl and the mobster start to realize this guy is faking it. But then they begin to think he's actually a weakling and scared. Fred delivers a checkmate, saying he'll go to the bar to see the camera footage. Once he finds out who poisoned his girlfriend, he'll make them pay. This makes the shameless ones nervous, as they had forgotten about the cameras. The nervous guy turns, saying he forgot he had something important to do. Actually, he's scared of our hero calling him out. The guy turns, very nervous, telling Fred to spill it. The boy tells the mobster that real men shouldn't think only with what's below the belt. After all, they might end up in trouble. This makes the mobster angry, telling our hero to shut up. Then he leaves, very angry, planning to pay for the footage at the bar. He threatens the protagonist in his mind, saying he'll be the one to pay. He asks Diana if he should go save those recordings, but Diana says it's no use, as these mobsters have too much influence with the police. In a very calm manner, he tells Diana they should enjoy dinner. The girl says it will be great to eat someone else's cooking. A stronger bond starts to form between them as she feels safe. That shameless one really managed to access and destroy the footage. He even says there's no chance he'll be incriminated. The grumpy one tells the mobster to forget about Diana and focus on her. The guy says that's exactly what he'll do. So, the two of them leave to relieve some stress. Minutes later, he is frustrated. Now, another question. What happened and why wasn't it working? Actually, he couldn't perform and says this has never happened to him before. Then the mobster remembers what our hero said about not thinking with what's below the belt. He starts to realize it must be something that kid did. Punching the wall, he says he'll make that brat regret it. Back at Diana's apartment, they are having dinner. She says the smell is delicious. As the moment she tastes it, she feels a delicious flavor. The boy asks if it's good. She says she's never had such delicious pasta. Fred asks if her parents didn't make pasta for her. At that moment, she freezes, saying nothing. This makes him apprehensive. Diana reveals she has no family. Her father passed away long ago, and her mother abandoned her at an orphanage. He was also an orphan and asks more about her mother. She explains her mother was a gold digger, marrying men for inheritance. After her father died, her mother started dating other rich men. Fred realizes that even though his life was tough, hers was worse. But the girl tells him not to pity her, as she worked hard and opened a bar. She's independent, having fought for everything she has. Gradually, Diana becomes drowsy from the surgery. Before falling asleep, she says she's very afraid of the mobsters. He knows he must do something to protect her, as she'll never have peace. He carries her to bed, promising to protect her. Her face begins to glow. He notices this only happens in people with special energies. This golden hue with a white aura symbolizes a healing ability. He lays her down and watches her, confirming she has an exceptional body. His master said these special people were great for cultivation. But his third master warned that these women would be the most complicated. His heart races at the thought of cultivating with her, but he slaps himself, remembering he is an honorable man. He leaves, thinking about finding the seventh sister. Diana wakes up seconds later. She was only pretending to sleep. She realizes Fred is a good man, as he didn't do anything inappropriate. She falls even more in love, seeing him as a man of dignity. She indeed has a special body, already healed. However, her self-esteem is low, and she thinks she's not good enough for him. The next morning, he wakes up to the smell of coffee. Diana says that since he made dinner the night before, she wanted to surprise him. There's a table set with tea, bread, and pastries. She's eager to see him eat and asks if he likes it. Fred, always honest, says the taste is average. Diana smiles, blushing, and admits she bought it from the bakery. He is surprised she's already recovered, confirming her special body. He asks what other surprise she has prepared. She says she noticed he isn't an ordinary man. Without a doubt, he'll make a name for himself in this city and become famous. So before that happens, she wants to be his friend and offers 6 months of free rent. He is thrilled, as half a year of free rent is fantastic. He starts calculating how much money he'll save. She didn't expect him to be so happy. Once again, the shameless mobster appears, ruining the mood. He is at the door causing trouble, and Fred stands up. Diana tells him not to bother and to ignore him, but Fred knows it's because of the handshake he gave the mobster the night before. The woman asks if he poisoned the man, but it was something much worse. He admits he took away the mobster's abilities. The girl falls even more in love, realizing he did it to protect her. The shameless mobster appears, asking what Fred did to him. Our hero feigns ignorance, saying he did nothing. The mobster grabs him by the collar and starts threatening him. Fred slaps his hand away and asks if the mobster has any proof. Besides, falsely accusing someone is a crime. Seeing Fred isn't backing down, the mobster gets angrier. His henchmen ask permission to beat up our hero. With a malicious look, he agrees, saying it's the right thing to do. They all attack the protagonist. However, Fred is tough. He gets into a fighting stance, ready to use his mountain techniques. Diana says she'll call the police, worried about her love. Everyone freezes. He wonders if this is really necessary, but she steps in front of him to protect him, telling the mobster to forget everything. The thug wants trouble and won't let it go. As he is about to hit the girl, our protagonist intervenes with an extremely powerful blow to the shameless man's face. The creep is thrown back, tumbling over his henchmen. He lands hard on the ground. The henchmen charge at our hero, saying they will finish him, but he has many combat techniques, like the side strike, the rock punch, and the tiger fist. He easily defeats all the enemies. Diana is scared and says they are dangerous, but our protagonist says he doesn't care and will do anything to defend a friend. He walks toward the gang leader, who is trembling. He kicks him in the stomach. To humiliate him, he steps on his chest, calling him a spoiled brat. With 2 needles in hand, he says he will make him regret it. He strikes vital points. The guy starts laughing uncontrollably because of the needles. This was a punishment technique he learned from his 6th master. But then he hears Diana scream. One of the thugs has taken her hostage. He says if Fred doesn't remove the needles from his boss, he will shoot. Our protagonist tenses but removes the needles. The leader stops laughing. He doesn't know what Fred did, but it was strange. He asks what the hell our hero did to him. In response, Fred says it was just a traditional technique. The leader proposes a partnership, offering Fred a job. This is strange, as he just got beaten up and now wants to hire him. The villain explains his father runs many businesses, offering Fred money and women. But Fred says he already has a girlfriend and isn't interested. The villain says Diana's boring and he can have prettier, more fun girls. He offers different women every day. Fred slaps him, telling them to leave. The leader asks if he prefers to suffer the consequences rather than work together. They still haven't let Diana go and just start threatening her. The guys say they will take him somewhere else. Since he didn't accept the deal, he'll face the consequences. Our protagonist realizes they are leaving the apartment. These guys think they're smart but are complete idiots. The greasy bald guy keeps threatening Diana. As they descend to the building's lobby, a boy locks the door. They say now that they're in a more spacious area, it'll be easy to beat Fred. They start preparing to do something bad to Diana. The leader says Fred can't escape or hide, and will have to watch everything. But he notices our protagonist is very serious. Fred says dodging a bullet in a closed space is hard, but in an open area, it's easy. He runs like a flash of light at a high speed. His movements are so fast the bald guy can't even see him. When he finally spots the protagonist, he threatens to shoot. But his reflexes are slow, and Fred pushes his hand up, saving the girl. With fists clenched, he prepares to punch. The blow is so powerful it knocks the bald guy to the ground. It happens so fast he can't react. Diana shouts for Frederico to be careful as they are coming from behind. In a confident pose, he tells the girl not to worry. He's used to fighting tigers and lions. Holding these weaklings, he says defeating them is nothing. Finally, he lands a precise blow to their chins, sending them flying. The remaining henchman is terrified. The leader prepares to flee, as he's only brave with backup. Trying to open the door, he realizes it's locked. There stands Fred, key in hand, always one step ahead. The guy starts apologizing, scared to death. In a pathetic scene, he even kneels, saying his family has money and can compensate him. To make it worse, he begs for forgiveness. Like any ordinary person, our protagonist is tempted to extort money from the villain, but won't do it because he learned to be honest. This scene is interrupted by someone knocking at the door. He kicks the shameless guy out of the way. Opening the door, he sees powerful people. A man in an elegant suit with several bodyguards asks if he is Frederico from the mountains. Stammering a bit, curious, he confirms it's him. After removing his gloves, the man introduces himself, thanking him for saving his father on the train. Our protagonist doesn't recognize him, making the man a bit awkward. The mafia villain in the back is confused about why the young heir of the Yu family is talking to Fred. He knows he's facing the second heir of the Yu family. The rich man asks if our heir hero is busy. The villain thinks he's doomed. Our hero remembers this young man, is from Grandpa Yu's family. He extends his hand to greet him and asks if the elder is better. They greet each other. The young man compliments our hero, saying his father is doing well. Security guards call the second young master. They present our hero with a briefcase full of money as a token of gratitude. There is also an extremely expensive phone, which piques Diana's curiosity. She realizes Fred is important, but she doesn't understand why he was so happy about getting 6 months of free rent. She thinks he did it to please her, and that he's actually rich. She starts to believe he's in love with her. This makes the girl a bit shy. However, our hero can't accept such an expensive gift. He remembers his training with one of his mentors, who taught him not to accept easy money or touch a woman without her consent. Easy money is something everyone wants. His mentor starts hitting him to make him understand he shouldn't give in to temptation. He complains that she's being aggressive. The poor mentor asks if she went too hard, but it's all for his own good, and he shouldn't give in under any circumstances. He learned his lesson, and back in the present, he refuses the money. The second son knew the young man would refuse the gift, as his niece Alice had warned him. We go back a few hours to the Yu family mansion. Alice says the boy has no interest in their family. Her uncle suggests it's because the boy might not know who they are. He wants to return the favor and give the boy a gift. Alice wants her uncle to also give the boy a gift from her. A bit embarrassed, she hands him a small box, saying if he won't accept the money, maybe he'll accept her gift. Back in the present, the man says he won't force the boy to accept. He asks the security guards to take the briefcase away. After clapping his hands, another guard brings Alice's gift. Our hero says he doesn't need any gifts, but the man says it's a gift from Alice. Our shameless hero blushes at the thought of that girl. Diana's radar goes off because she heard a woman's name. It's a small box, and our hero wonders what's inside. He says if it's not too expensive, he can keep it. When he opens it, he gasps in surprise. Everyone is curious, as he wasn't even surprised by the money. The gift is a coupon for 3 free burgers. There's also another item in the box. It's a note with a phone. Alice handwrote the note saying the phone is old but has internet, and if he doesn't want it, he can throw it away. Alice's uncle doesn't understand why the boy would accept an old phone when he refused a new one earlier. With a smile, Federico says he'll accept these 2 gifts. The second son is confused. Our hero gives a thumbs up and asks to thank Alice, saying he liked the gifts. The man is bewildered and thinks our hero values friendships over material goods. He asks Mr. Fred if he wants him to deal with this trash. Our hero looks at the idiot and sees him trembling with fear. The guy starts thinking he's doomed. His henchmen pretend to be dead to avoid consequences. Angrily, the guy kneels, begging for forgiveness. It's very embarrassing, and everyone is speechless. Our hero says he doesn't need this man's help. After thanking them, they say it was great meeting him. As he leaves, the young man realizes Federico isn't just an ordinary doctor. This guy has various martial skills, defeating the mobsters alone. While drying his hand, he mentions his father said this guy was incredible. He needs to recruit Fred before his older brother, Alice's father, does. There's probably a family feud going on. The mobsters kneel before Fred, thanking him for everything. Diana is captivated by our hero, finding it unbelievable. Our protagonist asks if the man who just left is really that powerful. The mobster says he's only the second son of the Yu family. In the underworld, he's known as the Elegant Demon. He does all the family's dirty work, and if handed over to him, the mobster wouldn't be alive. Our hero is surprised by his power. Now that he saved the mobsters' lives, Federico has a request. The mobster says he'll grant any wish our hero has. The first request is to leave Diana and her bar alone. The guy swears not to interfere with the girl's life or let anything bad happen to her. Secondly, our protagonist wants information about famous women in the city. The guy is surprised, because Fred said it in front of his girlfriend. Fred wants to meet famous young women between 21 and 25, and they must be beautiful. Nervously, the guys say they'll carry out this mission. Federico tells them to leave. The guys sneak out, grateful for another day of life. Once outside, they start sweating, realizing they almost got beaten up. One of the henchmen helps the boss up and asks if they'll really obey. The guy gets angry, saying even the second son of the Yu family treats Fred with humility and respect. He says this kid will become powerful and they'll reap the benefits. His family will no longer be just fish market bosses, but will rule the entire district. The scene shifts back to Fred, who's cleaning up the mess. Diana's worried because our hero doesn't seem interested in older women and she's already 26. Meanwhile, he's thinking about finding the seventh sister. He has information from the Grand Master that the seventh sister is only slightly older. She should be around 25, as he is 20. Diana thinks he's out of her league, being influential and powerful. She wishes he were her boyfriend, but feels it's a distant dream. If she could date him, she wouldn't have to fear others anymore. She doesn't want to remain a helpless victim. Later, he comes out of the shower and tells Diana it's her turn. The girl is excited and says she's going. He wonders if the mobster got any information. There's a text message from the guy, and our hero struggles with the phone. When Diana closes the door, he gets a bit tense. He hasn't fully realized he's living with a girl. His cheeks flush, and he starts thinking other thoughts. But he's an upright man and can't lead a debauched life. 10 minutes pass, and he hears Diana calling his name. He wonders if he should respond, knowing she's trying to seduce him. She shouts from inside, telling him to open the door. He can't stop thinking about her, as she's very beautiful. With trembling hands, he says he'll check what's happening. Opening the door, there she stands. The girl holds a bottle, her cheeks flushed. This leaves him deeply smitten, and he even gasps. She asks if she's too old for him. He says no, and besides, she's very pretty. Diana had a few drinks and was worried about what our hero said earlier, mentioning she'll be 26 next year. He didn't realize that this hurt her, and this explains there's a reason he's looking for these girls. At that moment, she starts feeling dizzy. The bottle falls to the floor. Like a true hero, he catches her to keep her from falling, facing each other. The scene is incredibly romantic, leaving Diana blushing. She asks if he really thinks she's pretty. He says she's beautiful and apologizes if his comment hurt her. He keeps saying he should act respectfully and not be smitten, but she smells so good. Then the girl asks if he could be her boyfriend. At that moment, she drops the towel, creating an awkward scene for Fred. His face turns red and he gasps. Quickly, he rushes to grab the towel. The girl holds his hands. She says he can relax because she did it on purpose. He knows she drank wine and says he can't do anything. But Diana takes a deep breath and says she's fully conscious. The boy is very tempted to continue, but his training prevents him. He's in the prime of his youth, making it hard to control his instincts. He remembers a training session with his master where he found an injured piglet. The master asked if Fred wanted to save it. The boy says yes and will use his medical skills. The master encourages him to proceed. Fred responds that he must always act with compassion, and as that's a doctor's duty. The old man with a wise look says he should go ahead since it's his choice. Moments later, we see the boy couldn't save the piglet's life, which was traumatic. The piglet died before his eyes. The master says he must face the consequences since he made a choice. The boy cried a lot for not saving the animal. His master pats his head, saying he did the right thing and tried his best. He also said that in the future he'll face many tough choices but must confront the consequences. The boy remembered these lessons. When about to do something he might regret, he meditates on them. He steps back because Diana had some wine, and it wouldn't be right to continue. He holds the towel, while Diana waits for his next move. He dresses her again, leaving her surprised. He says he must always respect women and won't do something he'd regret. Besides, she was very kind to him, giving him 6 months of free rent. This surprises her, as she didn't expect him to be so pure-hearted. Her eyes fill with tears. She hugs our hero, crying loudly. Her cry is so loud it can be heard outside the apartment. As she sleeps, our hero stays by her side, feeling their friendship has grown stronger. His phone rings and he's surprised by the notification. It's a late-night call from Alice. He answers while closing Diana's bedroom door. Fred doesn't know how she got his number, but is glad she did. Alice asks why he didn't message her, as she was anxiously waiting. He says modern phones confuse him, and he doesn't know how to use them. She laughs, saying that he'll learn soon, and sets up lunch with him. Talking about food gets him excited, and he agrees. The girl, smitten, lies in bed and says she'll pick him up the right time tomorrow, and so he hangs up the phone. The girl starts thinking about her grandfather's plans to bring her second uncle closer to the boy. She even thinks her grandfather, now healthy, wants to regain family power from her father. The Yu family is very complicated, and the girl wonders what's really happening. Late at night, our hero is on his phone. He comments that he didn't expect the guy to get so many contacts. However, none of them seem to be the 7th Martial sister. He then wonders why Alice wants to get closer to him. Though he grew up in the mountains, he's not naive, and knows people are interested in his skills. He thinks his life has become complicated since leaving the mountains. He sees a photo of an attractive blue-haired woman, but when he swipes he's surprised by another photo. She seems to be the 7th Martial sister. We see her entering a luxury car, resembling the vision he had. Plus, she wears a pendant that matches the amulet from his masters. He celebrates having found the 7th sister. However, he couldn't see her face clearly, making it difficult. He says he'll check the photo to see who the red-haired woman is. One of his companions asks what he's doing. While he yells at the woman, our hero is bored on the other end. He checks all the photos and says he doesn't know where that photo was taken. Fred asks if he's lying. The guy, embarrassed, says it's not a lie. He genuinely doesn't know. Before hanging up, he says he'll find out more about the woman. Now that he knows more about the 7th sister, he's anxious. He tosses the phone on the bed, feeling like he's back to square one. He lies down, eager to find the 7th sister. He remembers he has a date with Alice tomorrow, and she might recognize the place in the photo. With her influence, she can help find the 7th sister. The next day, he wakes up and prepares breakfast. Alice wakes up to a delicious smell. She gets up to check and sees our hero cooking. He says he made a nutritious broth to aid her recovery. Diana mentions he's a great cook, and whoever marries him will be lucky. He says he's not a good cook and only knows the basics. Someone honks outside, and Diana gets curious. Our hero looks out the window and sees it's Alice. She's in a luxury car, which startles him as it's quite early. Diana asks who it is, and he hesitates to answer. Downstairs, Alice shouts for our hero, saying they have a date. He quickly gulps down the soup, not wanting to make Diana jealous. He rushes out, telling Diana he'll be back soon. Poor Diana feels sad for not getting to spend time with him. Looking at the soup, she says they are not from the same world. Downstairs, Alice says she'll give him a city tour before lunch. She says the city is huge, and he'll enjoy seeing some places. They speed off through the city. So this is normal for her, but for Fred, who grew up in the mountains? It's exhilarating. She says he lives too far away. He responds that his masters chose the location and it is comfortable. She offers him to stay with her, as her house is big and she won't charge rent. He declines, feeling it could be another problem. He doesn't like the feeling, as she's intelligent and seems to have a plan for him. He even says free things are often the most expensive, and he doesn't trust her proposal much. However, she seems pure-hearted and just wants to enjoy the day and have fun with him. They speed off. They stop at a shopping mall. She elegantly exits the car and hands the keys to the valet. Meanwhile, our hero is stuck inside, unable to open the door. She shows him how to open it. She mentions many people struggle with their car doors. He feels a bit embarrassed and thanks her, saying he had almost jumped over the car. She says the day will be fun, and she'll buy him new clothes. She grabs his arm and drags him along. She asks what brands he likes, leaving him clueless. He doesn't know any brands. To him, clothes are all the same. Fred doesn't care much for clothes and tries to tell her, but she insists he try some on. Looking at our hero's face, she wonders what style suits him best. She grabs his hand and drags him again, determined to find him a nice outfit. He's struck by how beautiful she is, his heart racing. They pass by several stores. None seem to catch his eye. She starts thinking about what style would suit him. Then she has a brilliant idea. He tries on a casual outfit and looks like a model. Finally, after trying many outfits, he likes this one. The saleswoman seems friendly, but finds this irritating, thinking he can't afford it. She comments that if it were that girl, she'd be more eager to help. Fred asks about the price. The saleswoman says it's $7,700 with a 12% discount for members. She's annoyed, thinking he won't buy it because it's expensive. He feels a bit embarrassed. $7,000 is a lot. He mentions that in the mountains they wouldn't spend that much on food in the year, but Alice quickly pulls out her phone ready to pay. The saleswoman feels slighted, as Alice treats the amount casually. She pays in full, revealing she's a millionaire. She asks the saleswoman to wrap up the clothes. Our hero is curious as she just scanned and paid. She explains that's how things work and she'll teach him later. Plus, she added money to his phone account. He tries to find his balance. When he sees $10,000, he's shocked. He exclaims, asking if it's really $10,000, drawing curious looks. She confirms, and he insists he doesn't need that much. Alice paid for the clothes with her own money and added more for him to use during the day. He says he can't accept that amount and tries to return it. She responds that it's her way of showing gratitude. She explains that on that day, he warned her to stay away from people in green, saving her life. She witnessed an accident. She didn't expect that just changing Ayara's clothes would be enough to save her life. She thought he wasn't serious, but what happened made her believe. A few days earlier, when she was with her friend Ayara, they'd witnessed an accident. She didn't fully understand what happened, but only had minor scratches. A man with sunglasses appeared. He pointed a gun at the girls. She thought it was the end. They screamed in fear. On a phone call, someone asked if the woman was wearing black. Someone on the call mentioned a woman in a green dress, and the criminal realized that he had the wrong person. And so, he gets into the car and drives away. By changing clothes, the criminal got confused, and they felt relieved. Ayara hugged her best friend tightly, saying that thanks to Alice, she was still alive. At that moment, Alice realized Fred was right, and his advice had saved them. Therefore, she wanted to gift him that amount because her life was saved by our hero. He asks if she wants more insights to understand that criminal. She says yes, wishing to uncover who was behind it all. Fred warns he will try and begins his meditation. He learned from his masters in the mountains not to use his powers trivially, but since this involves someone's safety, he needed to use his abilities. Alice is surprised to see the Chinese techniques. After meditating a bit, he discovered everything, and she becomes curious. He says this matter doesn't directly involve her, and interfering can make things worse. She asks if there's no way to resolve this and is worried about Ayara. He feels sorry, as the only thing he could sense for now is the energy flow. Alice sighs deeply, knowing that meddling too much could bring trouble to her. She holds our hero's arm tightly. She notes it's almost time for them to eat, and they head out. In his mind, he thinks that even though Alice is friends with Ayara, there's another side to that redhead that the girl doesn't know. The art of foresight couldn't be used indiscriminately, as it could lead to devastating consequences. They arrive at a restaurant where a woman in traditional attire welcomes them. He is shocked as it seems very expensive. The girl tells him not to worry as she will pay, and he should enjoy and eat plenty. With a smile, he agrees to eat a lot. The place is cozy, and Alice orders every dish on the menu. The waitress says the portions are large, and they might not finish them. He confidently says he can eat all the restaurant's food. He mentions he once ate a whole wild boar from the mountains alone. Alice confirms with the waitress to bring one of each dish, saying that they will eat it all. Our hero comments that she's very generous and also rich. The girl is smitten because he called her generous. He says just by looking at her, he imagines she has around 2 million. This makes the girl giggle, as she has much more than that. 2 million is nothing to her. However, she simply says that her family has more money than he can imagine. She also promised to fulfill 3 wishes for him, no matter what he asks. He thanks her, saying he will make his wishes wisely. The girl hopes he will wish to be with her, as that would be her greatest wish fulfilled. She's very interested in learning more about our hero, finding him fascinating. At that moment, a woman with purple hair, accompanied by a man, passes by the door. She notices Alice and turns back to check if it's really her. The woman becomes angry, as Alice is intended to marry her third brother. She belongs to the Wang family, as Grandpa Yu mentioned on the train. The woman sees this as an affront to her family and comments to her companion. She finds it unacceptable that the Yu family is disrespecting the Wang family by having Alice with another man, and she decides to confront them. The arrogant woman storms in, kicking the door open, looking for Alice. Alice turns, startled, and our hero becomes curious. The loud mouth declares Alice is to marry her third brother and shouldn't be out with other men. Alice grows worried, recognizing Xian, heir to the Wang family, a very influential figure. The Wang family controls many industries essential to the Yu family, so Alice shouldn't provoke them. She's only out with Fred today and doesn't want him involved in these disputes. Alice insists they're just friends, with no romantic interest. Our hero notices his friend is in trouble, but Xian won't accept Alice being out with any friend, calling it disrespectful. She threatens to end Alice's friendship with Fred, calling him a wimp. Fred, feeling strong, whispers to Alice, offering to remove Xian if she's bothering them. Alice, though scared, grows irritated by Xian's persistence. Xian becomes angrier when Alice refuses to dismiss her friend. To end the argument, Alice reveals she hasn't accepted Xian's brother's marriage proposal. Someone stands up, asking if the Wang family still practice arranged marriages like in feudal times. Xian, furious, asks if Alice dares to defy her family. Turning to her companion, she orders him to deal with Fred. The man cracks his knuckles, boasting he will crush Fred with one hand. He lunges at Fred, trying to grab his clothes. With a simple tap, Fred disarms him, leaving the man trembling. The man asks what Fred did, as he didn't see it coming. Fred says he merely retaliated. The man thinks he can overpower Fred and attacks again. Fred grabs his wrist and emits energy waves, paralyzing him. The man starts shaking in fear. Fred realizes the man is physically strong but spiritually weak. The man breaks free and tries to punch Fred. With just his palm, Fred sends him flying. The man crashes to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Fred explains to Xian about spiritual deficiency, using a metaphor. He says the man's cannon is rusty, unable to fire cannonballs. Xian is shocked, as her boyfriend has been struggling lately. The man claims he's just tired, but Fred reveals he sensed recent activity. Xian denies involvement and, trusting Fred, checks her boyfriend's phone. The boyfriend runs away, refusing to hand it over, clearly hiding something. Xian chases after him, vowing to eliminate him. Fred remains humble, denying any special abilities. Amidst the chaos, a waitress announces their food is ready. Hungry Alice and Fred celebrate, eager to enjoy the delicious meal. A feast of every dish in the restaurant is served, leaving our hero's mouth watering. Alice thanks Fred for his help, but assures him he didn't need to get involved. His master taught him to always help friends in need. This leaves Alice embarrassed, realizing she's special to him. He continues eating the pork, praising its flavor. Let me explain, it's seasoned with fish powder. This excites him, as he never imagined seasoning meat with another meat. Alice wants to learn more about Chinese medicine and asks how he knows so much. He says it's not that hard. A bit embarrassed, she asks him to teach her. Our hero is excited to have an apprentice and says it will take 10 years to reach his level. She finds this too long and starts crying, especially since he said it was easy. Fred explains that mastering martial arts takes time and effort, but people today are impatient. She feels scolded and slightly embarrassed, asks him not to regret teaching her. He actually wants to ask a favor, having earned 3 wishes from her. She hopes it's something intimate and is excited to help, but what he really wants is to know where the photo is taken. Alice examines the photo and recognizes the HL company's main building. Fred asks if she knows the location, and she confirms, as every woman knows that building. He asks if she knows the woman in the photo. Of course she does, and asks why he's looking for her. Our protagonist explains she's his 7th older sister. This shocks Alice, as the famous CEO of HSL is his older sister. He scratches his head, asking if this woman's important. He then asks Alice to take him to her. Alice has never contacted this woman, but her family has business with the company. They head to the famous building. On the way, our hero asks about his sister. Alice asks if he shouldn't know more about her being his sister, but our hero explains she left the mountain when he was very young, so he doesn't know her well. Alice reflects on the extraordinary mountain where Fred grew up. She starts telling him about this woman named Zhang, who made a name for herself in the city 2 years ago. As soon as she joined the company, she revolutionized the products and quickly rose to CEO. Alice shares this enthusiastically, as the company is one of the city's top 20. He'll be impressed, as his 7th sister is truly remarkable. Alice adds that the most surprising part is that Zhang is only 23. At 21, Alice says Zhang is her biggest idol. She dreams of being like her in a few years, powerful and intelligent. Our hero believes Alice can achieve this, as she's also very smart. Alice blushes slightly, saying she's lucky to be born into the Yu family. As they approach the building, she appreciates that our hero doesn't pry for family information. They arrive at the HSL company headquarters. He eagerly heads to the door, saying he'll go in and talk to his sister. He's captivated by the grand building and proud of his sister, but Alice asks him to wait, as unauthorized persons can't enter. Security asks for his ID. He looks at another man's ID and tells security he doesn't have that card. Security says he can't enter, as it's not visiting hours. Fred says he's Jiang's younger brother and wants to speak with her. When they hear the CEO's name, they find it strange. They start laughing, saying many people show up claiming the same thing. He thumps his chest, asking if the guards don't believe him. The guards mock him and tell him to leave, as he's causing a disturbance. One of the security leaders decides to inform Mr. Zhang. The man answers and asks the mustached man what's happening at the entrance. We see this Mr. Zhang is important and learns a boy is looking for Zhang. The stern man orders the security leader to get rid of the boy. He also says to always eliminate anyone seeking the CEO. The mustached man hangs up, saying he'll handle it now. He's been pulling strings for Zhang, who is the deputy director, aiming for benefits. We learn this man is in love with Zhang and won't let anyone near her. He even has a photo of her kissing it, saying she belongs to him. He returns to our hero and says he'll wait outside for his sister. A guard says he can't wait at the building's door. The mustached man starts making a scene, saying our protagonist is tarnishing the company's reputation. The other guards are startled, wondering why the mustached man is so nervous. He whispers to them that they can't let the boy stay. A guard asks if he's a mad dog, saying they can't kick him off the street. As he finishes speaking, the nervous old man slaps our hero. Fred's cheek turns red from the slap. The old man cracks his knuckles, saying he'll finish off our protagonist. Alice starts screaming for them to stop fighting. Federico asks Alice if she saw who started the fight. In a chilling way, he says they awakened the monster. Feeling his fury rising, she senses he's not joking around. With impressive speed, he appears before the mustached man, grabbing his clothes. He says he's full of accumulated rage, and even as a doctor, he's powerful. The man starts trembling and shouts for the other guards to finish off the boy. Seeing the chaotic fight, the guards start to fear. The mustached man orders them to restrain Fred, but he is thrown to the ground with great force. He prepares another attack, saying they started the trouble. Fred hits the shameless man. His assistants rush to stop our hero, but we all know Fred is very brave. This leaves Alice a bit scared. He seems like a wild monster that not even dozens of guards can stop. After a few moments, he defeats all the guards. Fred even asks them to get up and continue the fight, but they say their salary is too low to endure this and pretend to be unconscious. At that moment, a car arrives. It's Chenche, and she asks what happened. The mustached man explains a boy beat them up and tells her to call the police. She tries to understand and can't believe one man did this. In a gloomy way, he asks if she also works at the company. I confess, it seems our protagonist might have become a villain. He's very agitated. The assistants scream in fear. She says this young man is terrifying and I will call the police. But another woman exits the car. It's Miss Jiang, and her assistant says one boy defeated all the other guards. We see this woman is very beautiful, and it was worth waiting to meet the first sister. The woman asks if this boy really caused all the commotion. The assistant confirms, saying the blue-haired boy did it. At that moment, Alice is thrilled, as she saw her biggest idol. Our hero approaches and asks if she is his seventh sister. The woman looks him up and down, assessing the situation. The atmosphere is tense, and she doesn't respond. Her assistant wonders what's happening. Jiang asks if he has proof she's his older sister. The assistant is confused. Federico reaches into his pocket for his amulet. He realizes it's gone and is shocked. He sees his pocket is torn and likely lost it in the chaos. The redhead says she'll call the police if he can't prove he's her younger brother. He feels doomed, as his older sister thinks he's a delinquent. Alice says the amulet is in the car and throws it to him. He catches the amulet mid-air, relieved. He shows it to his seventh sister, confirming they're from the same sect. Seeing the amulet, she's convinced he's her little brother. The assistant whispers, asking if they should call the police. Jiang says no, she has important matters to discuss with him in her office. This leaves Assistant Chenche startled, as Jiang never takes anyone there. She wonders if he's really her boss's brother. Jiang orders Federico to follow her. The assistant is unsure what to do with security. Jiang orders her to send them all away. They hear this and complain and not wanting to work there anymore. Alice watches from afar, finding Jiang even more impressive. She believes more in the mountain sect Fred came from. She even imagines a fanfic where Jiang takes care of her younger brother. The security chief informs Jiang he's been fired and needs help for revenge. Jiang, on the other line, starts shouting, getting nervous. He discovers Jiang is taking another man to her private office. This drives him mad, as he's obsessed with her. Like a child losing in a game, he throws his phone. He can't accept the love of his life being with another man in her office. Entering the office, Federico finds it luxurious. It's more like a 5-star hotel. Jiang says they can talk safely there about anything. She assures him the entire floor belongs to her, and no one will disturb them. Our hero is captivated, feeling like he's in a garden. His older sister offers him coffee, asking if he wants sugar. Never having tried coffee, he says no sugar. Jiang is curious about his reaction to the drink. He receives the cup and thanks her. Before drinking, he smells it and finds it pleasant, but upon tasting, he finds it bitter, and regrets not adding sugar. She leans in close, asking about his mountain training. He says he trained hard with the 7 masters and is happy. This makes her glad. Suddenly she pulls up his sleeve to check something. He blushes, asking what she's doing. She says she needs to confirm one more thing to be sure he is her little brother. She remembers him as a baby, left at the sect's door. He cried a lot and had 2 birthmarks on his right arm. Pulling up his sleeve, she sees the same birthmark. Her eyes fill with tears, overcome with emotion. She hugs her little brother, saying she missed him greatly. Jung says she waited for him all this time, leaving Fred a bit confused. It's strange the masters hid her presence for so long. Even using his power, he couldn't find information about her. Jung then asks if our hero really knew nothing. He doesn't understand, so she asks him to use his power on her pulse and check for himself. Fred imagines she might have a spiritual deficiency. He sits down to examine his sister's health. After some time, he asks if the masters knew about her condition. She confirms they did, but couldn't cure her extreme cold constitution. Our hero remembers his master teaching about celestial deficiencies and realizes he studied this ailment to cure his sister. She asks if he also finds it complicated to resolve. Fred explains that in traditional Chinese medicine, there are 2 types of ailments: celestial and terrestrial deficiencies. Both are difficult to cure, and she mentions trying various remedies without success. He admits the treatments are complex, but suggests a way to resolve it. She's curious, but he shows hesitation in proposing the cure and ends up asking if she's married. She says she isn't, as she hasn't found anyone suitable for dual cultivation. That's how they refer to it in this story, but you can imagine what dual cultivation means. Our protagonist blushes and says he knows someone with the perfect yang constitution for her dual cultivation. She's thrilled, as this could cure her ailment. To ease things a bit, Fred explains that the cultivation doesn't need to be extreme and can just be an energy exchange, if you catch my drift. This makes Jiang a bit embarrassed, and she asks if a simple kiss would suffice. He confirms and says they need to do it as soon as possible to prevent her condition from worsening. Fred tries to avert his gaze, as the topic's quite embarrassing. His sister says they need to find the person he mentioned as soon as possible. He explains she needs to perform this cultivation twice a day for 6 months to cure her ailment, and she agrees. He ends up spilling his coffee. She asks why he did that, and he says it's nothing. Just thought she might find another way to solve the problem. Since she wants to resolve it faster, they could do the intense cultivation, which might work better. Jiang says her masters told her she'd only survive until 27 due to her ailment, so she's in a hurry. Our hero knows this is true, as most people with this condition pass away young. She slams her hand on the table and says she'll organize a search for someone with young energy. She thanks him for sharing his knowledge and promises to give him what the masters asked her to keep for him once she's better. Our protagonist says that's not important now. They should focus on her health. He asks if she's ready for the cultivation, and she says she has no choice. His sister hadn't paid attention when he mentioned he already knew someone with yang energy. When he mentions it again, she's excited and offers him a great reward. However, he doesn't mention it's actually a woman and is afraid she'll refuse. But when she hears it's a woman, his sister is relieved, as she'll maintain her chastity. He's relieved she accepted it well and says she's very proper. Jiang says she's saving herself for her future husband. She won't use her body for benefits and has preserved herself. This makes Fred admire his older sisters even more. They exchange contact information, and our hero finds her status a bit strange. Still, he accepts the friend request. Before leaving, he says he'll update his sister later after sorting things out with his friend. As he's about to leave, she asks if he's not curious why the masters wanted him to meet her. He thought it was just to cure his sister, but she says there's more. He has an important mission from the sect of 7 saints. She explains he must continue the sect's martial legacy. He's confused, asking what this mission entails. She explains the sect of 7 saints is a union of 7 major martial sects in China. He's skeptical, as his mountain sect seemed like an abandoned village, more like an internet tale. Still, he won't disrespect his master's wishes and accepts the mission. She explains he must listen carefully to the instructions and touches the amulet. A portal opens, and she retrieves a letter. It's a message from one of his masters saying only he can complete this mission. He must accept a disciple within 3 months, and once he does, the 7th sister will hand over the supreme treasure of the sect of 7 saints. Our hero is nervous, as he's never had a disciple before. She says this is the first step of the mission, and if he can't find a disciple, he won't be able to establish his own sect. He receives the letter and vows to do his best. She offers him a job at her company. After what happened with her security, he could replace them but would need an interview first. He says if he joins her company, it will cause gossip, which neither wants. Before leaving, he thanks her for her kindness. She watches her little brother go, noting how cautious he is. She's glad he's matured during this time. As his older sister, she knows she can't stand idly by without helping him. She sends him a message, inviting him to dinner at a restaurant and sending 10,000. Receiving such a large amount, he's startled and feels rich. Our hero doesn't like receiving gifts but loves food, so he'll use the money for meals. He decides to go straight to a market to buy ingredients. Leaving the company, he realizes Alice isn't there, and notes it's almost night, indicating he spent a lot of time inside. He sets his apartment address on his GPS to run home, but he hears Alice calling him. She asks why he's in such a hurry and if he didn't expect her to be waiting. He asks if she really waited for him outside. She jokes, saying yes, and that she couldn't have traveled to the future to find him. This makes him blush. She also feels a bit embarrassed, as it's clear she has feelings for him. She apologizes, saying she only waited because she was worried he'd get lost on his way home. He thanks her, calling her a true friend, and invites her to dinner. She accepts without hesitation and asks where they're eating. Excitedly, he names the restaurant from the note she gave him. This makes her a bit disappointed, as it's not a place a man would typically take a woman. Still, she's not picky and agrees to go. They speed off in the car. From above, that shameless guy is watching our hero. It seems they're following our Fred, mentioning he's with a pink-haired girl. He tells his henchmen to follow our hero and not let him escape. They plan to teach Fred a lesson for messing with the Zhang family. You know this villain's gonna get beaten up, no need for many details. It might not be now, but he's gonna get it. He can't believe our protagonist managed to enter Jiang's office. He says if this continues, the boy will even go to her house. He refuses to be left behind and starts destroying everything, saying no one will take his woman. A minute later, they arrive at the restaurant. He's excited, saying he wants to try the fried chicken. Opening the door, they're greeted by a delicious smell. We see someone following them. It's that shameless bigud with his henchmen. The guy even pulls a knife from his pocket, saying this time they won't lose to our hero. The scene changes to a pink-haired girl trying to hand the phone to the stud. But then the man grabs her arm, pulling her close by the waist. He says that women are easy. And then he answers the phone, someone is calling him. But at that moment, the phone goes silent. The stud wonders if the person on the phone didn't agree. On the phone, they say they would finish off that kid, but they could silence him. Then the stud hangs up, and all the while he's holding the woman. The crazy guy squeezes the girl's neck, saying he'll finish his plan. The scene changes to the hospital, and we see a child who is a patient. The child is even using breathing equipment. This guy is called Gustavo, and he's in the room saying he has done many bad things in life. But he calls someone with his cell phone, so he pays attention to the video call. He also sees a picture of Federico apologizing to him. Then we go to the restaurant. Fred is there thinking about what he will eat. Alice is with him to eat at the restaurant. The girl wonders why people haven't eaten that food before. It's embarrassing. The line is moving and the server asks the customer what they want. Of course, the chubby guy orders the biggest hamburger on the menu, and the server asks what size he wants. The crazy guy orders the biggest hamburgers, and Fred, who is in line, gets a little annoyed because of the wait. But the server is talking about the sizes of the hamburgers and even shows with his hand how big the sandwich is. And we see that the sandwich is pretty big, right? And while Fred is listening to this, he thinks these guys are dumb. The chubby guy annoys him and he leaves the line. Then it's our main character's turn to order. He orders big hamburgers, and then the server accepts the order. Fred is surprised by this situation. Then the hamburger arrives with his fries. Fred is excited about it. He has never eaten at a place like this, but Alice's sis tells him to calm down or he'll choke while eating. Then these men enter the restaurant. They watch our main character eating, and one of the bad guys asks the boss what they're going to do, but they just sit at a table and watch. Federico notices strange guys there, and it gets the attention of our main character. He looks back carefully and wonders what is happening. He sees that it's that shameless guy, and they start pretending they are not doing anything wrong. Fred realizes that it's the guard who he beat up a few hours ago. Alice gets our hero's attention to look somewhere else. He looks to the sides that were pointed out without understanding very well. There is another woman with a guy, and Federico doesn't understand who it is. But Alice already realized that it was a rich woman helping her boyfriend. In Alice's view, it was very cute and looked like a very romantic couple. But the rich woman starts coughing a lot. She doesn't understand what is happening, and her boyfriend asks if she is okay. But it was obvious that this blonde kid was just another shameless person, and everything was going according to his plan. The woman even falls to the ground, scared, not understanding what was happening. The blonde kid asks to call an ambulance, pretending to be scared. He tells the attendants that his woman's having breathing problems, and the attendant calls the ambulance. Alice is confused about the breathing problems there, and if it's contagious. But Fred soon understands that it was actually just poisoning. Alice was still very scared, and because of this, Fred explains that the poison is blocking her breathing. Our main character goes on to say that the person who poisoned her must have acted a long time ago. Alice didn't understand very well. She asks if the person who did this was there, and then a mysterious man appears saying that our hero was right. Fred gets up from his chair and asks if that gentleman was actually a doctor. The man says yes, and that he was actually more than just a doctor. The restaurant server tells the staff to call the ambulance again, and that the woman was even having a collapse. Meanwhile, her boyfriend just wished her harm. He was smiling in an evil way, as if he had always planned for this moment. The doctor and our main character decide to take a look at the woman. But the doctor warns that without equipment, it will be very difficult to save her life. Fred understands the situation, but he decides to take a look anyway. Our main character's master once said that he should help people giving his best, so he leaves the doctor's table to do what the master had ordered, which was to save people's lives. Our main character goes to the woman, and the doctor gets up saying he'll help him. He couldn't just watch. Meanwhile, Alice just watched the whole situation. She was happy that our hero was acting on his own. Approaching the woman, our main character decides to check, and the doctor asks how she is. Fred says that she actually only has 10 minutes to live. Then that blonde kid gets angry with our main character and asks who he is. After finding out that the people were doctors, he is a little surprised. Soon after that, the doctor opens the woman's mouth, and our main character decides to check her pulse. The blonde kid is a little nervous with this whole situation, and he was even afraid of being caught, but realizing that the poison had been acting for a long time, he thinks that there's nothing more that can be done. Fred says that the only way to help this woman would be to do an operation right there. And then the blonde kid is all excited. Obviously, Federico had a plan. He always has a card up his sleeve. And the doctor decides to ask what method he was thinking of using at that moment, since there was no equipment there. Fred says that he will break the talisman, and she would drink the water that comes out of it. For those who didn't understand Chinese medicine, they weren't understanding anything. And the doctor didn't expect our main character to actually be able to do anything. The boyfriend is there, all excited, thinking that the woman will kick the bucket. But he looks directly at our main character and ends up feeling a certain discomfort. He even pretends he was crying, saying that his girlfriend was in critical condition and that any method would work. Soon our main character asks for a pen and paper. After that, he begins to invoke the 12 gods of thunder. The first would serve to protect her life, and after that he makes an oath to the gods. Meanwhile, that blonde kid was just watching that scene, hoping his girlfriend would kick the bucket soon. Alice was already understanding our main character's methods, and she wonders what he would do now. The doctor is a little upset, thinking that it won't work, and soon after our main character asks the server to bring a glass of water and also a lighter. He approaches with the paper near the woman, and then he starts burning the talisman he had just made. After that, he throws everything into a glass of water, and the next step was to make the woman drink that liquid. Quickly, she starts drinking everything, and the doctor leaves thinking that it was just nonsense. Meanwhile, the blonde kid decides to record a post on the internet, but then something incredible happens. The woman begins to regain her consciousness. She wonders what had happened to her, and everyone is paralyzed. Knowing that Fred had managed to do something that seemed impossible, the blonde kid starts to panic, and the doctor was surprised that the woman had woken up at that moment. The blonde kid didn't understand how our main character managed to cure his woman, and the doctor also found it all very strange. He even thought it was nonsense, but the only one who still believed in Federico was Alice. Then she starts thinking about having children with our main character. I told you that this girl is extremely in love. Meanwhile, the woman was talking to our main character about her being poisoned. Fred explains that she had not eaten any poisoned food, but that in fact someone had put poison in her mouth. The woman wonders how the hell she would poison herself like that without noticing, and the server already gets out of the way, saying that he has nothing to do with it, and that the restaurant doesn't put poison anywhere. Meanwhile, Fred already understood that it wasn't the restaurant's fault. He points his finger at the blonde kid, saying that it was actually his fault, and this was understood very well because the kid is making a guilty face. Meanwhile, the woman says that her man would never do that kind of thing in his life. That shameless guy takes advantage of this, and says that he loves his woman, the rich old lady, very much. She warns our main character not to make false accusations. The store clerk says they have nothing to do with it. The crazy guy was very worried about receiving a lawsuit. The doctor affirms that our main character's point of view is correct, and he approaches the woman and says that her food was poisoned long before. So probably she wasn't poisoned there in that restaurant. And the blonde kid starts to get even more scared, with these doctors arriving at the restaurant. Soon after, the woman starts to get desperate and asks her husband to tell the truth soon. The boy starts trembling with rage and runs out of there, demonstrating that he was truly the culprit. Meanwhile, the ambulance ends up taking the woman to the hospital to finish the care. Someone starts clapping for our hero, and he looks back scared, finding who was doing it. All the people in the restaurant were thanking him, clapping because he had just saved a person's life. He even smiles a little suspicious. The doctor affirms that our main character was actually doing something very good, and that he had a lot of talent. Meanwhile, Federico tries to talk to the doctor about the things that had just happened. He talks about all that being actually a Chinese martial art, and the doctor ends up actually accepting all that information. As a precaution, he ends up handing a card to Fred and asks him to call him doctor, whenever necessary. He accepts the card and ends up getting very excited. Those shameless guys who were looking at our main character wonder how he actually became a hero. In the heads of these guys, he was a villain. Our main character was the villain, that they were the good guys. So they realized that Fred was not as weak as they were thinking. Because of this, their boss ends up getting irritated, saying that they cannot question the boss's method. Our main character goes back to sit at the same table where Alice was. He wonders if she would be laughing at his face. In fact, she was very happy. That's why she was laughing like a happy fool. She was actually in love and creating fanfics in her head. She even begins to feel a very great admiration for him. Fred smiles and says that one day he would teach her to do that kind of thing. She says that she would like to make a pinky promise with him, and so they end up getting closer. She asks him to promise that he will teach her to be a great martial apprentice. And from that moment on, Fred would be obliged to teach her he could not forget that kind of thing. Soon after, her phone starts ringing. She gets quite worried and says that she needs to prepare for what is happening. It seemed to be something quite urgent, and she says that she'll go back home as soon as possible. In this way, Alice gets up saying that it is urgent and that she needs to leave running. They wonder what the hell is happening. Then Alice says that she needs to leave, and our main character affirms that he will go with her. Those shameless guys decide to follow our hero along with the girl. Alice affirms that she would go out with the protagonist in another opportunity, demonstrating that it really was something urgent. He says that there is no problem at all, but he would love to go out with her next time. This urgent problem that she was having was related to the Vang family. Alice says that she is in great danger, and so she needs to run home to solve these problems, and scared she follows her way. Meanwhile, our main character is there without understanding anything and didn't know what he could do to help her. Those shameless guys decide that they will go there to get even with our hero Federico. He's already on alert because they knew that these guys were bothering him. He asks if by chance these people decided to come back there to take a beating. The mustachioed guy decides to pull out the knife there and point it at our hero's back. They needed to talk to Fred, and without knowing what to do, Federico decides to accept this situation. However, he asks people not to cause trouble there at the bus stop because there were many innocent people. The guy accepts, saying that there is no problem at all, and really a widespread fight in this place could put several people at risk. Our main character along with the guys go to another place. They said that they would end our main character's life, but Federico doesn't understand why they were doing this. The guy just caused a confusion trying to enter his sister's building, and now the crazy guys were chasing our hero. He didn't understand why these guys were so annoying. The mustachioed guy says that our main character thinks too much of himself, and Federico is making fun of the guys asking why they were so fixated on him. Then they say that our hero touched someone's woman, but Fred doesn't understand who that woman would be, since he didn't do anything wrong with anyone. He had many opportunities to do something with some women, he just didn't do anything, because he was kind of silly. Until they say that Brother Zhang is eyeing a woman. She was a beautiful redhead woman called Zhang. Federico is there, paying attention because Zhang was one of his sisters. The shameless guy advances with this knife in the direction of our main character, but obviously our hero managed to dodge, and he even watched the knife with that guy, until he advances to a counterattack, and so he gives a karate blow with everything on the head of the crazy guy. The other thugs decide to advance on our hero, but Fred noticed that everyone was with very slow movements. In instance, he decided to finish with everyone, and ends up stepping with everything on this shameless guy, and asks if he will spill the beans soon. Why were they chasing him? That guy wouldn't tell anything about what would be happening. But our main character presumes that that guy's family was of a very high level. The boss passes the position to our main character, saying that now he was the boss. So Fred decides to ask where that guy was. But that man doesn't answer that because there was someone behind Fred. He points a gun at our hero, and the guy says he won't tell the truth, nothing at all. Scared Federico, he doesn't understand who that person was. The boss, who was under our main character's feet, ends up leaving, and asks why that guy hadn't shot our hero yet, but the man with the gun asks everyone to leave from there. Scared, they decide to say that it was time to get the protagonists all together, and Fred knew that he was stronger than everyone who was there, however he wouldn't be able to dodge a shot at that distance. So the boss decided to advance on our hero. At that moment, a bullet ends up passing near him. The guy notices and asks why the other crazy guy had done that again. The man who was with the gun asks everyone to leave and says that he will not repeat it again. Scared, they decide to leave because that was very dangerous. However, Fred wasn't understanding anything of what was happening, and all that seemed very confusing. So the man says that he would break our hero's legs, so our gentleman thinks that he could do that at that exact moment. That's why he even starts to do a cultivation in his hand to try to find out who this crazy guy was. He discovered everything he needed. He had seen a scene in a hospital. In that place was the man with that child in bed, and our hero. He knew that this was the biggest obsession of the man's life. He would like to save his daughter's life, so the guy decided to advance against our protagonists. But before that, Federico asks if that would make his daughter's life be saved, and in the middle of the air, the man stops the attack. Fred understands that this was a unique chance, so he ends up turning with everything to confront that guy. But the gentleman ends up taking a knife out of his pocket and decides to advance against the protagonist. Fred gets scared, and he didn't understand where the guy took that new weapon from, however he managed to dodge that attack, and tells the guy to go calmly, because they should resolve everything in the conversation. However, the guy doesn't hear anything and ends up ignoring and continues with an attack, taking his knife. He gets up and goes towards our hero. Without mercy, Fred manages to dodge again and defends the other attack. And it is at that moment that that man counterattacks, giving a punch in Frederico's face. Our protagonist then returns with a knee to the stomach, and so they move away from each other. This guy was quite powerful, and our hero recognizes that he was a worthy opponent. And the man also realizes that our protagonist was very powerful, and that it would be a quite difficult battle. However, this gentleman runs away to get his weapon. Our hero doesn't understand what he should do, so he ends up running and tries to push the gentleman as far as possible. However, someone ends up managing to get the weapon. It was the gentleman, and he already cocks ready to shoot. At that moment, Fred managed to hold the guy's hand and throwing the weapon up, giving a shot. Soon because of that, he gives a punch with everything in his chest, and with the other hand, the gentleman decides to take the knife to try to counterattack our main character. Fred knew that that gentleman's daughter was in a critical state in the hospital, and the gentleman is paralyzed, knowing that our protagonist was a doctor. Fred knew that this guy's daughter was suffering from a quite rare disease, and that no doctor was managing to cure her. However, the man, he didn't understand how our hero knew all that information. In fact, he only guessed all that. The guy's using his cultivation. Our protagonist says that he could save his daughter, but the guy doesn't believe much in traditional Chinese medicine. He says that that wouldn't work in any way. And Fred knew that many people also didn't believe. However, Fred, he was different. He knew how to do that kind of thing, and still warns that he could help his little daughter. Because of that, the gentleman, he gets completely confused and doesn't know if he should trust or not in Frederico. He asks our protagonist where his wife was since she had disappeared some time ago. Our hero says that he has no problem in finding her and that he will do that at that exact moment. So using his powers, he ends up finding this gentleman's wife. She was in a park near the city center, so the man feels relieved and even ends up believing in Fred. But it's at that moment that Frederico says that this was the last place that she was before losing her life. The gentleman gets very scared and he gets completely shaken and even lets his weapon fall on the ground trembling. He was in shock. He couldn't believe it. He even starts to believe in our protagonist that he has divine powers and that he will even be able to save his daughter. Fred was confident that he could really save that little girl. However, he couldn't do that simply for free. The gentleman asks how much money Frederico wants for him to be able to perform the surgery that will save the girl. However, our hero didn't want money. He only wanted to know who was behind all that. The gentleman warns that the boss helped a lot. The staff, then the protagonist, asks if his sense of justice was more important than his daughter's life. The gentleman says that he can't betray his boss since he helped him a lot. Then Frederico smiles, saying that that was a loyal man, and that he admired that in people. However, our protagonist was not going to force that guy to tell things that he couldn't, and so he decides to go to the hospital to save the little girl. The man goes presenting the hospital rooms to our hero, until arriving at his daughter, who is in a terminal state. Frederico watches that with great attention and decides to check the girl's pulse using his powers. He touches his hand on that girl's pulse. He realizes that the girl really had a quite serious disease, and it was a disease that affected her whole body. The gentleman quickly asks if that could be cured, and Frederico says that there's a way to do that. The gentleman asks what that method would be. However, it needed to reach a level of very strong medicine to be able to save the little girl. The father there gets anguished and asks what they should do to save her. And with that, Fred asks him for a little more time. He explains that the girl's body is very weak and that if he uses his power there, the girl may not resist. The gentleman understands this situation very well, and Fred says that the next time he returns, he'll be sure of which method would be the most efficient to save the girl's life. In this way, he leaves the hospital and starts walking through the streets. He was thinking about which technique he could use to save her life, since if he used the methods that he knows, it could be that the little girl would not resist. Soon someone appears holding a rope saying to tie that person well. Fred gets curious when listening to these words since it was something quite suspicious. Looking closer, he realizes that he has already heard this voice somewhere before. The man asks people to be quiet, so Fred decides to check what was happening. He was hungry but decides to jump the wall to see if there was someone in danger. When holding onto the wall, he managed to jump over it, and so he starts jumping between the balconies. He learned these techniques of jumping there on top of the walls with one of his masters, and at a distance he sees that blonde kid there from the restaurant. His woman was tied up, and Fred realizes that they're setting up something horrible like this. A woman appears asking to release her. Frederico doesn't understand who it could be, and even realizes that it is becoming a quite big confusion. In fact, who was there shouting and trembling with fear was Diana, his friend. And so Fred realizes that there was a kinship between this woman and Diana. The lady who was tied up was her mother, and keeps apologizing. The girl asks them not to do that with her mother, and Diana ends up getting quite scared. The blonde kid asks for a quite big amount of money to be able to release her mother. However, she didn't have all that money and didn't know what to do, and starts crying a lot. so they offer a discount in the value of the rescue. Seriously, guys, these people here are quite annoying. If she didn't accept, his brothers would not allow Diana. She starts screaming a lot, saying that she doesn't have all that money. So the guy goes there and starts squeezing her cheek and threatens the girl, and says that the only way for her mother to be released is if she pays that absurd amount of money there. Diana asks what he wants since she has no money. It could be something else she could give her bar, or even her apartment, but he says no, he wanted 10 million reais. Diana's mother gets desperate and starts telling the girl, don't give that money. Even because Diana wouldn't have 10 million reais to give to this crazy guy, right? And this makes the guy even more irritated. Then the others start arriving, saying that she couldn't escape Diana. She starts to get desperate, since more people were arriving there, and she even thinks that she will have no way out, that she and her mother will go up and smoke. However, in fact, guys, that was just a deception, and she is shocked to know that her mother was also participating in that. Her mother gets up and admits that she did everything as planned. And the boy? He also confirms, saying that everything was alright, Diana. She's scared, not knowing how to react because her mother was participating in this. She realizes that she was betrayed by her own mother and starts trembling a lot. So she decides to ask her mother why she did this. Fred was there from afar watching that whole scene, and he was as irritated as her. Poor Diana was trembling with fear, and she asks for no one to approach, warning that she will call the police, but the man ends up holding her cell phone. The girl gets completely scared, gets all horrified. Her mother said that it was not necessary to call the police, and the blonde kid affirms that it is not necessary, and suggests to finish with Diana right there. The other guys approach to do some evil that I can't say here. And she screams a lot, asking for help. Our main character, seeing all that, he decides that he couldn't support that scene anymore, and ends up jumping down there to hit everyone. He was just passing by there and decided to help. Frederico asks Diana if she was having problems, and she is surprised to see that our hero always appears when needed. The blonde kid too is also surprised, and doesn't know why the hell this kid was chasing him to always end his plans. He says that he couldn't let Frederico leave from there, so he takes a knife and advances against our hero. However, he was very slow, and our protagonist was very powerful, and with that, Fred gives a simple slap and disarms the guy, throwing him back. Our hero prepares to hit a vital point of him, and the boy starts complaining, saying that it was hurting a lot. And in a confident way, he even starts to boast there of his skills. Without understanding anything, the guy asks Frederico to stop, and I even imagine that he is some superhero or something like that. Walking slowly, Fred holds his shoulder and tells the boy to be quiet. He warns that now he could spend the rest of his life without moving in a bed. The boy is paralyzed without any reaction, and the woman approaches, asking what had happened. Frederico holds Diana's hands and warns that at that moment they would leave. The girl's mother kneels, asking to release the blonde boy, and Diana then approaches her mother. She ends up giving a slap with everything on her face, and the girl affirms that from that moment on she would have no more mother. The woman says that this was not possible, but Diana, crying, she ends up turning around and goes away with a mother like that, who also needs an enemy. Time passes and she and the protagonist go to another place. She watches the wind passing in that anime climate. Frederico approaches and warns that he didn't call the police, and Diana, she ends up thanking our hero. She still affirms that she was abandoned since she was little, and continued saying that she has no family. From now on, she would proceed with our hero, and says that she doesn't need to have a family anymore. The poor girl, she was quite needy, guys, so she tries to jump off the bridge, and our protagonist runs to try to help her. However, it seemed that was too late, and she was already falling. Fred didn't know what to do and gets a little desperate. The girl goes falling in the water and starts to sink. However, Frederico managed to help her in time and takes her to his apartment. He scolds the girl, asking her to never do that again, and meanwhile Diana asks why she had been saved. Fred thinks about what he will say, but he doesn't know very well what to say. He ends up taking her to the apartment and leaves her there. He also takes the opportunity to take a bath, and then warns that nothing is more important than having self-love. And Diana? Poor girl. After having passed all this, she just stays there watching the situation, then tries to hit on our protagonist as always, right guys? But at that moment, someone ends up calling them our main character. He takes the cell phone to see who is making the call. Diana, she gets a little upset for having been interrupted, let's say, and our protagonist answers and already goes asking who is it. It was the seventh sister Jiang who was calling him there. The protagonist gets excited to know that it was she who was calling him on his phone, so she asks how his cultivation was with the staff of the rooms. Diana hears and asks if it was with her that our protagonist was talking. At that moment, he ended up being a little careless and almost let her hear the cell phone there. Fred takes it off the speakerphone and keeps saying that the signal was terrible. Trying to disguise, he promises that he'll call again when the signal improves Diana. She doesn't understand anything that was happening and gets a little curious. Time passes and Fred, he finishes the call, saying that he understood everything. Everything there that his sister wanted to say. A woman on the other side realizes that his voice seemed sad, as if something had happened. He apologizes for leaving Diana waiting while returning to the room. She asks if she can help in some way, and he says that one of his sisters, she has a terrible disease, and maybe would need some help there from Diana. But for that, right? To be able to help his sister, Diana would have to cultivate with her, if you understand me. Diana, hearing this, she said that she accepts any kind of thing to help our main character. If it was to help, everything would be alright. He doesn't understand very well how that was happening, and it was quite easy to convince her. Even so, he ends up thanking for everything. He had put Diana in that quite strange condition there, and he says that he would do anything to help her too. He was not an ungrateful friend. She asked to sleep with him that night, so since he would do anything, Federico doesn't understand why she wants that kind of thing. Time passes and he can't sleep very well. He thought that sleeping meant something else, and I'm sure you also thought. But Diana just wanted to sleep, really. When adjusting, the girl ends up passing over there of the plush duckling. She holds well in Federico's shoulder, and soon after she starts walking with her hand all over his body. The girl's leg also ends up touching some other places, and he feels that he was bound to happen a turnaround. But soon after the scene changes to another city, we end up appearing and takes off her glasses. She thinks if Federico was doing everything right and looking around, she gets a little scared. She imagines that Federico could be fine, and ends up reflecting how he was created by the masters, and if he had had a good training. She still ends up affirming that he was chosen to be the best in everything since he had a lot of attention from the masters, and after getting a little worried there with her little brother, she ends up giving a deep sigh. She laments having found only weak people in her search there, to get the cure for her disease, but she remembers that Fred found an ideal person to do the cultivation of Yin Yang. So basically he was saving her life. Now she even decides to take a pill saying that it is about the destiny of our main character, and still comments that this destiny, if it is not very well controlled, can lead him to lose his life. Time passes and finally arrives the day of Diana's cultivation there with Zhang, the main character. He managed to sleep a little, but his blood flowed very fast throughout his body. Seeing Diana sleeping, he ends up poking her to see if the girl would wake up. At that moment he remembers that the disease there of the little girl called Praga could be treated in a quite strong way. Using an ancient medicine that he had already studied, he could cut the flow of energy that passed through her body, thus making the disease be stabilized. So he gets up running and asks why he hadn't thought of that before. This ends up waking up Diana, who asks what was happening. He thanks her for having slept in his arms since it made him remember this ancient technique. He warns that there is something very important that he needed to do so. He runs away. Diana gets a little confused with this situation, but couldn't do anything. Now our protagonist goes running there to the city center. He already calls the little girl's father, is waiting for him there at the hospital, and warns that he is running as fast as possible there because he discovered a way to save her life. Women who come running realize that his speed is very high and ask how he managed to run so fast. He apologizes for causing a disturbance. But it is that Federico had found a way to cure that guy's daughter, so he was determined enough to proceed to the hospital to cure the little girl. That was very good, so he was very excited. He should be very worried thinking that he would not be able to save that poor little girl. Arriving at the hospital, the staff was already around, and he says that he ran about 30 km to arrive at the hospital as fast as possible. The man ended up getting scared with Fred having run 30 km, and I didn't believe in that. He keeps thinking what kind of person Federico was, so he decides to check the girl's pulse again, who is breathing by machines. He says that her pulse is getting weaker since the day before. The man can't believe and asks how this kind of thing can happen. Fred says to call the care immediately, and the man ends up calling a doctor there at that exact moment. The doctor approaches Fred and asks why he wants to use the operating room. Our protagonist says that he is a doctor too, and that he needs to treat that patient with extreme urgency. That doctor can't believe and asks in which hospital our protagonist works, and asks if he has there a medical license. The man says that his daughter would not survive that night, and it was to do that as fast as possible. However, the doctor warns that he was only following rules. The guy already knew even that the little girl would not be able to survive that long, and tried to tell the gentleman that if it were not for the boss's help, his sister would already be finished. The doctor ends up taking a punch in the face with everything since he was there trying to hinder our own to save the girl's life. He still warns that that guy didn't deserve to be a doctor since he was not worried about the patient's health. And after taking the punch, he flies out of that room and hits the wall with everything. As soon as he gets up, he says that he'll call the police for our protagonist. The doctors who are passing in the corridor ask what that guy would be doing. Soon he calls everyone there to do something. He says that the relatives of that patient were hitting him, and the other doctors start to get irritated with everything. Doctors know guys. I will call it doctor, because I don't know if all of them have a doctorate. And so the chief of the doctors approaches and asks what was happening. However, this guy was already known to our hero, and Fred goes out there giving a hello. The doctors affirm that it was he who was hitting the employees there. And the evil doctor ends up saying that our protagonist was worth nothing, that he was a criminal and troublemaker. However, the chief of the doctors knew Frederico and ends up answering their giving a hello. Fred gets scared for not having gotten angry with him at that moment. So he affirms that he was not there to do studies. In fact, he was in that hospital because he needed to cure a patient. That shameless doctor, he again, and starts shouting with our main character. Until the chief of the doctors asks what the hell is happening. Frederico says that they need to do an operation on that child, and continues asking there if having a license is really important. The chiefs of the doctors stay quiet there that he's a friend of our main character until the trash doctor. He says that our protagonist was a fraudulent, and wanted to call the police for him to be arrested. However, the chief of the doctors says to prepare the operating room immediately, and everyone should give the maximum of assistance to Frederico. The doctors get irritated asking what the director was thinking. So they say that the origins of our protagonist are unknown, but that they can't be impulsive and not let him treat the child. And he still continues saying that if to happen, he would take the responsibility for himself. And soon after the operating room gets occupied, all the doctors say that the director is getting crazy until they reached a conclusion that if that gets out of the hospital, everyone would make fun of them. So the director, he leaves the operating room. People ask how the child was. The director says that he had never seen something like that, and that the protagonist's methods were very crazy, but that they made sense. He only wanted to ask something there for the other doctors. He asks about the marks that were on the girl's body and who was it that did that. One of the doctors gets confused and doesn't know what to say. So someone appears there mysteriously holding the guy by the shirt. Who was there was the little girl's father, who started to get very irritated, asking if it was that guy who had done that. I won't even say what it is, guys, but you use your creativity. The doctor ends up taking a punch in the face with everything and falls on the ground completely scared. The child's father is quite irritated. Until the director says that he would be being sent away, the doctor gets up very scared and asks how they could do that with him, that he was actually innocent. The director says that people like this doctor, there should be punished, because they hurt the reputation of other doctors. So the guy starts to get euphoric and asks to have another chance and keeps begging him in a humiliating way. He wanted another chance to work there in that hospital. However, the director is quite tough and says for the other guys to take him away from there soon. He starts shouting at everyone. Meanwhile, the child's father asks how his daughter is. The director says that the things that our protagonist did were very absurd, but that they were working. Time passes at that moment, and in less than 1 hour the operating room is turned off. The staff starts to think that our protagonist may have done something wrong, but after the staff enters, our protagonist says that the methods were right. The nurses warn that our protagonist, he is very unique and also talented as hell. Until another character says that Frederico, he is very special, and probably is the most talented among all the doctors. Our hero gets a little embarrassed with so many compliments, until the child's father realized that his daughter finally seemed to be a little better. So our protagonist hands a prescription of medicines there to the little girl's father, and tells her to give the medicines to the daughter, every day. The child's father starts crying a lot and kneels, saying that he would remember our protagonist for the rest of his life. He still says that this is not an exaggeration and that he didn't need all that. The director says for the child's father to take the little girl, and anything could go to the office to ask for help. Frederico says that he will also appear there at any moment if needed. So time passes and Fred goes to the director's office to have a tea and chat. The director already hands a glass of chamomile tea to our protagonist, and Fred realizes that this tea really was very tasty. However, the director wanted to go straight to the point. The director asks if our protagonist will want to work at the hospital. Fred even chokes with the tea that he was drinking, and so someone was outside the room listening to everything. The woman got a little scared and asked the reason of the director to want a disciple. It was confusing for the director to have a disciple at that moment. Probably it would be very complicated for him to have an apprentice at the level of our main character, but she realizes that this for our protagonist would be a return, and so in his life an opportunity to earn a lot of money. Because of this, Fred says that he already has a master, that he doesn't need another master there of the city. The doctor didn't expect that Frederico would refuse this offer. The woman who was outside asked how it would be possible for him to have refused at that moment, and that maybe his medical techniques are better than those of the professional doctor. Soon after, the director asks why he was denied, when he offered help, and there Frederico could have everything he wanted, status, fame, and even a lot of money. The protagonist tells a little of his story, saying that he is an orphan, and that he was created in the mountains by 12 different masters, and that they were all the masters and relatives of our proton. So according to Frederico, he couldn't take anyone else as his master. If that was it, the director would not force our protagonist to accept what he had offered. But obviously Frederico would call the director uncle, but not master. This ends up leaving him a little surprised. The woman who was outside starts even to get a little angry, but then she unexpectedly starts crying in the scenario of the protagonist. Soon after it starts to play. It was a message from Jiang, his seventh sister. She was sending a location, and our protagonist decided to ask the director what place that was. The guy says that it was an abandoned place and that it was even a little far. Fred asks if his sister could be in danger, so we see that the cell phone was broken on the floor. The seventh sister was in danger at that exact moment. She asks what those guys who were there wanted to do with her, but the man who had tied up the girl simply says that he did that because he wanted to. He wanted to treat her in the same way that she treated him. They will say some words here, a little heavy guys, so I'll have to change for other words. He ends up asking if she thinks that he's dumb or something like that. The seventh sister didn't understand what was happening and also already thinks that it is her end. Soon after she's taken to another place at that moment, we go back a little in the past, where she asks where they were going. The driver doesn't answer her, but the place where they were going was full of people wanting in a certain way to do evil. The driver stops the car and the seventh sister realizes everything that was happening. The driver was her assistant. She apologizes because they forced her to do that. It is at that exact moment that the seventh sister realizes that everything there was nothing more than a simple negligence of her. She should have paid attention better previously. The gentleman realized that the broken cell phone would no longer be useful, so they could throw it away, but they would give that seventh sister a proper fun. He takes a syringe in his hand and she keeps begging him to stop. With that, soon he gets completely irritated and gives a horrible smile to her. And so he says that it was not something very big to play at that moment. John gets extremely scared to realize that he has already ended the lives of some people before, so they decide to explain that the place where they are was where the experiments happened, and asks if she remembers the general of the company, and that he went previously. The girl obviously remembered and asked him not to do that kind of thing again. But obviously this guy, he doesn't listen to all that, and says I wanted to play with her. Even so, scared, Jung keeps begging, telling him to move away, but he says that the older brothers could take care of her at that moment. So with the syringe, he starts to approach the girl, and she gets terrified, until he almost injects it into her neck. But at that exact moment, Frederico approaches and says to stop with that. Now the man gets scared, and he didn't understand how something like that could happen. He looks back asking who would be there. And it was exactly Frederico, who always appears at the last moment and says to leave the girl alone. He says that while he was holding one of the guards, and we already know that he arrived there causing the greatest terror in the extras. The seventh sister gets happy to know that our protagonist was well and was there to rescue her. Soon after, the guard says that that child was very powerful, referring to our hero. This makes that evil man get scared, so he starts calling other guards to help beat our protagonist. But obviously Fred was much stronger, so he advances quite fast. He holds on the neck of that guy with everything and does the same thing with another guy who is on the side, and in a quite simple way, knocks both down on the floor as if it was nothing. The man was getting more and more scared and asks how he did that, and ends up asking Frederico not to get close to him, otherwise something bad would happen. However, Fred says that if he were to approach, he would do something much worse with them. That guy had messed with everything that was most important to our Fred, so he would pay dearly for that. He advances, but the guy tells him not to do that because he was from a very rich family, as if our dear Fred there was going to care about those things. He didn't care at all. He simply gives a punch with everything in that guy, and in this way the evil man falls with everything on the floor. Frederico doesn't stop there. The guy was very angry and keeps putting his paw on his face. Still asks how he could touch his sister. The man who was already all swollen asks to stop and spare his life, and Fred ends up stopping. At that moment, he looks at the seventh sister, asking if by chance she was well. Jiang says that she was poisoned, and that she would need help from our main character. Soon after, he runs to untie her first and helps the girl to get up. She says that something was injected into her, and she didn't understand very well what that was. However, she knew that she was being poisoned. Fred decides to check Jiang's pulse and understands perfectly what was happening. She ends up being a little surprised by our protagonist managing to do these things. Soon after, Fred says that it will probably hurt a little the process there, to be able to remove the poison from her. She feels a little intense pain, only at that moment someone ends up getting up behind him and takes a gun with his hand, saying that he would end Frederico's life right there. However, Fred looks back extremely irritated. He uses his intense power to attack that guy. The crazy guy's weapon starts to get with a bad function and so ends up falling out of his hand. The guy asks himself, what did Frederico do? And his hands were no longer on his control. Fred says that he did what should have done a little earlier, and now the guy's hands were completely desynchronized with his body. Soon after, he ran away in that place, saying that the guy's family could make that come back to normal. The seventh sister tells Frederico that he was running away, but Fred warns that he has to help at that moment. The crazy guy already looks back smiling, saying that he will manage to escape, but soon he takes a punch in the face with everything, and so he falls on the floor a little confused. Then he looks up to see who was there, and it was the father of that child who was in the hospital uniting. He was there fallen on the floor, and now he didn't understand what he should do, but Gustavo gets up with everything and starts giving several punches in the face of this shameless guy. The seventh sister, she asks Frederico who that guy was. So Frederico presents Gustavo and says that he is a security guard. He gets very excited to present this guy, and soon the seventh sister asks if it was a disciple of our hero. Scared, he says no, and then Gustavo approaches Juninho, and all hurt in the middle there was another woman, and she ends up falling on the floor too. The seventh sister realizes that that was her private driver and takes the opportunity to say that she was forced to do all that. She said that she didn't want to do it, but she ended up doing it because she was afraid, and still they keep begging for forgiveness. However, Jiang asks why she did that, and if she didn't trust the seventh sister, that she could be able to protect her. The driver bar assistant, she decides to tell the whole truth, and she said that she would be helped if she betrayed the seventh sister, and that they also promised her that they would not hurt Jiang. They would only kidnap her, and ask for an amount of money in return. Juninho, he gets up and talks with that woman there. Obviously she was blind and naive, and that they did that obviously to hurt everyone. The driver gets confused and asks why he was doing that with Jiang. In fact, they were doing that because Juninho says that he thought that everyone were traitors. The driver gets up saying that she would avenge her sister, so everyone starts to hit him and Juninho without stopping. Frederico, he ends up thanking Gustavo for everything that he did at that moment, until a day passes, and someone ends up receiving a newspaper. It was the chief of the Zhang family, and he asked what happened in the newspaper at that time. So the guy hands the newspaper, which was the eldest son of the family, and says that they can't protect that guy. The chief of the family then gets up completely irritated, saying to find the person who would be hurting his brothers, and to make that person pay for everything that he did. So the eldest son hands a photo of a cut hand and says that he managed to cut the meridians. The chief asks how that guy managed to do that, but it was time to stop with all this and find who was messing with the Zhang family. The eldest son says that he would do everything to find this so-called Frederico, but that would even be a little complicated at the moment. So soon the chief of the family asked to warn everyone. The news was that the eldest son would be there to help everyone in the martial arts. The chief of the family, he starts to leave completely irritated. The staff is quite loose guys. They want to do evil with everyone. But when someone responds to the height, they get all pistolinas. The crazy guy already looks straight at the window, saying that he wanted to fight against everyone who fought against his family. So he asked to separate a staff there to search for Frederico. The scene passes, and we see the scene of a quite elegant place. A huge house where the owner was received Diana. She was there accompanied by our hero at that unusual moment. Fred, he comments that this was the right address that he had received there on his cell phone, and they had also arrived at the exact time. However, someone ends up calling attention to Frederico, and he gets completely scared. Soon after, the guards ask him to put his face there to do the facial recognition. Fred only answers that he was there because he knew someone, but it is that he should do the facial recognition first. But he was not understanding what that was. He asks if this will cause some problems there for his meridians, and Diana soon realizes that our protagonist really was a complete madman who didn't know anything about technology. The guards tell him to leave soon from there. If he doesn't manage to do this facial recognition, he should bark out, but someone approaches saying to let them enter. The guards get confused with who could have appeared, and it was exactly the seventh sister, Jiang, who was there. He was a little scared and said that everything was fine, trying to give a disguise. Soon they run quickly to release the gates. Diana talks about the protagonist's seventh sister, and comment a little there about her being very beautiful. The seventh sister asks Diana if she's the one who will share the room there with her. The girl gets a little embarrassed and confused to answer this question until Jiang realizes that the psyche of that woman was not so interesting. So she starts to approach and soon after holds Diana's hand thanking. She also says that she was welcome in that place, could feel at home. Diana continued confused and didn't know what to do at that moment. Our protagonist gets a little embarrassed with the cheeks flushed, and soon they proceed entering the house. You already know what they're gonna do, right guys? It is the so-called double cultivation. So the seventh sister and Diana say that they need to do that to Jiang. She comments that she is also being forced, but she holds on Diana's face saying that they would proceed to the first step. The seventh sister approaches closer and closer to the face of our little Diana, and the girl ends up trying to accept that in the best way possible. Well, our protagonist, he says that he was going to leave the room at that moment, since it was being a little embarrassing. I am absolutely sure that you would stay inside the room to watch everything, and in this way the girls end up kissing. Frederico stays there outside thinking about the things that could be happening. The guy was a true shameless. He even keeps commenting that he will do everything to resist the pressure and not give a peek. Because of this, he decides to train a little to try to think of something else. And so in the middle of his meditation, he realizes that something was happening. Someone had appeared in front of him while a sword was flying in his direction, and it was precisely Alice. Perhaps this may be just a false illusion, and not a representation of the future. The seventh sister, she leaves the room saying that they finished with the cultivation and that now she would take a bath and then sleep to rest. Fred kept thinking about the things that had happened in that room, and so Diana decides that she would also take a bath together. Federico gets crazy there, trying to understand if he heard correctly. A little later they will eat, and Diana says that it was very fun on our main character. And he even gets a little jealous guys, saying that they are very close, and that they are very friendly for his taste. Diana says that he doesn't understand that this is a woman thing, and Fred ends up trying to accept all that. At that moment, someone ends up calling him. As soon as he answers, someone says on the other side of the line that he needed to talk urgently with our hero. The protagonist warns that he was eating and could not be now, but the person says that it was about the Zhang family, and this would cause problems for our main character. Fred decided to run to the place where Tuk-Tu was mentioned, and so he stays looking around to find someone. Alice was there and decided to call his attention soon. Our protagonist asks what happened. The girl questions if it was he who was solving the situations with the member of the Zhang family, and Fred remembers the incident that was happening. She says that something was recorded there that was shown to the chief of their family. The crazy guys there cause a confusion and then get pistols wanting to charge the justice of others. I tell you, these guys there are very loose. The protagonist says that a revenge would probably happen, and Alice explains that that was not something so simple, since their family was complicated and powerful, and that actually a widespread fight between the families could happen. Alice continues explaining that that could cause problems for many people. However, Federico says that they're masters in martial arts and everything would be fine, and that even he would be able to resolve the matter. However, someone ends up entering in the middle of the conversation. Federico and Alice ask themselves, who could it be? And here he was, the guardian of the Zhang family, Rodolfo. Alice knew Rodolfo once he already went to the banquet of the families. He was very clever and powerful, and was also known as one of the people who destroyed the Black Organization. Soon the protagonist asks if he was there to do a revenge of the family. Rodolfo asks what else he would do, so he starts using his aura and also his power. He advances to give a punch with everything on them, saying that our protagonist hurt one of his brothers. However, Federico would not let this so simple, and ends up holding his punch as if it was nothing. Rodolfo continued saying that it was very strange our protagonist having so much power like that, and it advances to try to give another punch in the face of our hero. At that exact moment, the protagonist managed to dodge the punch, and so Fred explains that everything would end there, right there. He didn't have time to lose with this Zhang family. Rodolfo is not going to let things so simple like that. So he advances again, and this ends up making our protagonist defend the attack and counter-attacking with everything there. Alice didn't understand what she should do at that moment. She was just watching the fight happening before her eyes and ends up getting quite nervous. She decides to ask if she could help our protagonist in some way, but obviously seeing that intense fight, she would not be able to do anything that could be useful. The two advance on top of each other without thinking twice, and Fred ends up defending the attacks. Soon after he advances on top again, however, Rodolfo he ends up defending. The fight was quite fierce, and our protagonist ends up being thrown far away. Rodolfo realizes that kid, he has a very intense force. And our main character, he realizes that his arm also was not very well. And if Rodolfo wanted to really start a fight, he should take that even more seriously, otherwise he would lose. Rodolfo stays making an evil face there, and so he undoes his pose, saying that that was all for today, and that in the future they would meet again Alice. She asks if he would do something bad again, and Federico realizes that this guy only came there to test his strength. The guy asks if our protagonist was hiding some kind of card there up his sleeve, and obviously our protagonist had not demonstrated all his power, and he makes this very clear for this guy Alice. She doesn't understand very well what our protagonist was talking about, only that her cell phone ends up ringing and it was someone sending a message for him. It was Gustavo, and he says that his daughter had already woken up, so he decided to show a photo and both get very happy at that moment. He says that the protagonist's arts are very good and that they saved the life of his little daughter. Only that in the middle there of the live call, someone ends up entering and trying to take the little girl Fred. Seeing that scene, he gets extremely irritated, and soon after another video is sent for him. He decided to open that video soon after, and it was the eldest brother of the Zhang family. There was the Boladao guy, and his name was Carlos. He tells Federico that he has 3 more days to appear at their house on the mountain. The protagonist realizes that something was very strange, and Alice says that the mountain was very distant from the city. However, our hero, he would not let that his friend and his little daughter were caught like that. Alice tells our protagonist to ask for help for her grandfather. since her family was also quite powerful and could help. However, Fred, he was not going to accept this so easily. Obviously, she says that her grandfather could do everything for the family, and so our protagonist realizes that Alice could become his disciple in the future. So he takes advantage of this moment to accept her help. And so we go until the Yu family. Our protagonist realizes that inside everything seemed to be an imperial palace. Her grandfather ends up approaching and asks what are the problems that our hero had caused, and that everything that he did was nothing simple. He sits next to the protagonist and says that they could not do much to help him. The Zheng family was very strong. Besides everything, it was very cruel. If the protagonist moved against this family, he was probably causing the end of his own life. Fred asks if they were so powerful like that for everyone to feel afraid of them. So he thinks that he should meditate a little on the conditions. The grandfather there says that there was not much that he could do against the Zheng family, and that from now on he should demonstrate all the achievements that he did. Frederico, he stays trying to convince the girl's grandfather, saying that he has already saved his granddaughter several times. The grandfather, he had already recognized all this kind of thing, but he says there that he could not even help our main character, since it would be very difficult. The girl asks how he could do this kind of thing, but Frederico thanks for all the kindness of the grandfather and for letting all this kind of thing pass. Basically, our protagonist was causing problems there for the Yu family, kind of unintentionally, right guys? He was only giving a lesson in these loose guys, and ended up generating a war between the families. Alice, she doesn't understand very well what Frederico was talking about, but soon after they leave, and she thinks that her grandfather's plan was very good. It was not told there for us what they had planned, but they had a card up their sleeve. Soon she says that the family would be providing the support for Fred, and he realized all this, and was thanking. However, there was more things that he could do at that exact moment. At that time, he thinks a lot about the operation and realizes that Alice was a key figure. Soon she tells our protagonist, really, that he has a very open mind and wanted to send him to that place first. So they stop in front of the intense gate. There is our protagonist's exit, so he gives a goodbye to Alice. Was starting the rescue mission of Gustavo and his little daughter, and also the mission to fix this Zhang family of loose of hell. At the time of saying goodbye, she ends up saying something very low, and he can't understand very well. Soon after, he says that people don't trust her very much, but that he believes in the girl 100%, and ends up thanking for all the help that she has given, so he leaves that place. Alice, she asks herself what is wrong with her, so she gives 2 slaps on her face, saying that she has never really found someone who had so much interest in her as he has. Alice was in love, guys. Our protagonist had gone to the mountain house of that rival family. There they were playing cards and making bets. So the eldest son, and Carlos, he introduces himself and tells everyone to open the door as fast as possible. The guards, they approach to open the doors, so he enters cautiously. While in the room, there was someone handcuffed. It was Gustavo, who was there not understanding what was happening. Soon the guy stayed ordering for Gustavo to wake up and still ends up throwing a bucket of cold water on him. The guy asks if he was well. Of course I am well. Yes, I was kidnapped, beaten, and I am well. Gustavo gets angry and shouts for Carlos that he should end his life, but he was also worried about his little daughter and asks where she was. However, Carlos, he simply doesn't answer anything and stays mocking there of the father. He says that Gustavo was a dog and that he should not stay barking. Carlos reveals that the little girl now is part of the Zhang family, and that it will be much better to stay with them, and ends up taking the cell phone and shows something to the father. His daughter was guarded together with 2 wolves, completely fierce. Gustavo already gets completely irritated to see that his daughter was in danger. I tell you that this family Zange there is worth nothing, guys. The chain that was holding Gustavo was almost breaking of how furious the guy was like that. The guy decides that it was time to give him an injection. 2 injections fly in Gustavo's chest, and the guy starts to lose consciousness until he almost falls on the floor. It is like this, Carlos decided to take the cell phone and realizes that our protagonist was arriving at the place. He asks the guards to receive the protagonist very well, and Gustavo had listened to this, so he ends up thinking about our protagonist a little, since he would be there to rescue him. Our protagonist sees that his friend was there hurt, and ends up shouting the name of that shameless Carlos. He warns that he arrived at the place as requested, and soon after all the guards try to advance on top of our hero. Everyone runs to try to catch our main character because they had been ordered to do that. However, Frederico, he was not going to let this so simple, so he goes soon and holds on the shoulder of one of them, and so he runs to near another. Quickly he manages to eliminate several guards, and Carlos, who was in the room only waiting for the whole situation, he's received by a guard who warns everything. The chief of the family was there too, and says that they need to end our protagonist as fast as possible. But another one of them says that it was not necessary to do all this, and that there was a test for our protagonist outside the house. Fred was finishing with everyone of a single time, and so he starts to walk forward completely. The crazy guy was 2 good guys. He could take their more or less 5,000 soldier, that would not be able to defeat our dear protagonist. The staff even starts to get out of the front. They were dying of fear of the boy. And Fred, he had something to solve in that place. And he remembers very well the face of the person who was the chief of the Zhang family. Because of this, he prepares his punch to break with the whole wall. And after hitting that concrete wall, everyone starts to get scared. The people who were on the other side even run with fear. And after knocking down that wall, Frederico prepares, saying that now everything would start there. And he soon prepares to leave running after the crazy guys. However, other guards appear in front of our protagonist, saying that they will end with him. Scared, they didn't understand very well what they should do at that moment. But Frederico says that he would talk with the chief of the family as early as possible. The chief of the guard says that that territory was known by boxing, and that all of them would give a beating in our main character. I doubt it very much, but alright, right? The chief also warns that Frederico, he is a little arrogant. But Fred didn't have much time to talk. In fact, he was very irritated so quickly he moves in front of the chief of the guards, and so he prepares giving a punch with everything in the face of the chief and asks if the others are prepared to take a beating too. However, they were more than prepared, and so all advance on top of our main character. Frederico ends up putting the headphones to receive a call, and so he says besides the call that he arrived at the combined place Alice and the staff, who were on the other side of the line. They were prepared to enter into combat. When our protagonist gave the signal as everything was going, according to the plan, he decides to warn Alice that everything was fine. This was the plan that Mr. Yu had planned with Fred. It is clear that the Yu family was not going to be offended like that, and let these guys there get away unpunished. So she warns the other guards to advance all together. Meanwhile, in another place inside the house, there was Alice's grandfather who was completely nervous. He didn't even understand why she wanted so much to go to that place together with Frederico. So we go back a little in time when she had prepared and told the real reason. The grandfather, he gets worried about her going to such a dangerous place like that, but she looks carefully at her grandfather. She didn't know how to explain if it was because of Fred or not. In fact, she was super in love, but she didn't want to admit. Soon we go back to the real time where someone had approached to talk with her grandfather. The grandfather asked the guard what he was thinking of all this plan. The guard says that it is important for the family to do everything possible to help Frederico, and the grandfather keeps asking if this guy really thinks that, if by chance they should help Frederico or not. It is clear that he had to help right guys. Our main character, he only got involved in this mess there trying to help Alice. Soon after, the guard asks about who should marry his granddaughter. The grandfather says that he doesn't know how he would proceed with this marriage matter, but doing a battle with the other family was too complicated and would only worsen things. The grandfather says that the situation would not be resolved so easily, and soon we go back to the scene with our protagonist who is hitting everyone. He lifts one of the guards and asks where the hostage was, but the guard didn't know. So our protagonist throws him to the ground with everything, and he keeps thinking where would the family hide the hostages. He was quite worried about the little girl and her father, so he decides to break another door to enter the place. But after he tries to touch the door, he realizes that it was already open. It is like this. He ends up opening one of them and is well received by people who were with shields, batons, weapons, everything pointed to his direction. Very receptive, these people. The eldest son of the Zan family, and he was soon behind, saying that it was good to meet our protagonist in a place like that. He still says that our protagonist is very courageous for having gone there with empty hands. Irritated Fred ends up holding his own fist, and he calls Carlos by the name, saying that he was completely irritated with him and still says that the guy is a coward. Carlos in turn knew that he was irritating our main character, so he starts to laugh a little. At that moment, the guy says that it was to end our hero's life, and that it was cool to see all that from that angle very close. So the guards prepare to start shooting one after the other. But Fred, he managed to do somersaults and dodge all the shots. Soon after, he looks back to verify what was happening. He had fled a little and apologized for his masters, since a warrior should never flee from a combat. At that moment, he breathes deeply, trying to channel his energy. So he continues dodging all the attacks. Frederico prepares to do one of his plans, and so he starts to hit his powers on all the guards who are armed. And he does this with his needles one after the other. He starts to take out, and the staff goes falling on the floor, until proceeding with this, they ask what the hell was happening. The guy's arm was horrible, and the body was not responding right. Everything thanks to those magic needles. After some fall, they realized that their arms were not working. It was as if our protagonist had turned off the neural connection between the arms and the brains. Carlos, he gets scared. He starts to say that it was to end the protagonist as fast as possible. The guy was already starting to get worried, guys. And if you like Frederico, making some little villains there die of fear, already leave a like and a comment there asking for the next part. He looks to the side, saying for the others to enter the battlefield. The ones who are in reserve start to prepare to enter there in the field, and our protagonist realizes all this. So they start to arrive one by one, and our protagonist gets cornered. Soon after, everyone prepares their weapons and start to give several shots. For the power of our main character, that was too insane, and the bullets were flying all in his direction. However, for some reason, our protagonist managed to change the direction of the bullets. Guys, here it is already turning Matrix, and he makes all those soldiers be hit. For who thought that our protagonist only had the power Zinyo of the needle was very mistaken. Federico. He was behind the door only watching everything. While the guards, they start to fall one after the other without stopping course, he gets extremely scared, and with the pants blurred. He didn't know what he would do now, so he asked for everyone to withdraw from that place as fast as possible. However, our protagonist was already behind them asking where they think they were going course. He didn't understand why Federico was so fast like that, and it seemed that he always had a card up his sleeve. But soon he held a little of his needles and demonstrated all this for them. He throws the needles one after the other, and that guy there, Carlos, he starts to get completely scared. However, the woman who was his assistant, she takes a little knife and manages to dodge all the needles. That guy was very chicken, guys. And the woman stays, telling her master to leave, that she will buy time. Carlos, he puts the foot and leaves running, saying that he would leave everything in the hands of his assistant. Federico realized that that girl was quite skilled, so she tells our hero not to stay so full of himself because she herself would fix him. She says this and still says that today will be the end of his life. After she tells this joke, someone ends up hitting the door with everything. Alice entered with her guards and asked herself where the staff should be. Soon one of the guards ends up feeling that a fight was very close there to them, and Alice gets scared with what was being there existed a child who was caged. Guys, it was like Gustavo's little daughter, and that scene ended up scaring Alice quite a lot. She got a little traumatized that they should proceed to save that child, and Alice, so she runs to save the little girl. As soon as she arrives, she holds the girl. The poor little thing was completely scared and didn't know what to do. However, Alice, she says that it was not necessary to stay in shock that way, and the child starts to cry. So she runs with the little child in her hands, and the chief of the family realizes that there exists a strange movement in the place, and he orders here the staff should take care of that. The swordsman master of the family says that they have a very high opponent in the middle of the field, until someone arrives in the room completely scared. At that moment it was Carlos, and he didn't understand what was happening, but he tells his father that they lost in that part of the garden there from the front, and they took a beating. Enro, the chief of the family, asks him to calm down and explains everything right. Soon they warn that there is no way to stop Federico. Meanwhile, Alice was running faster than she could. A swordswoman was approaching, saying that she would stop. At that moment, the guards point all their weapons at that guy, and as many people appear, it was a lot of extra money that he would earn. The guy was a mercenary. The guards ask who that guy was, while some were already shooting, but the gentleman, he was not even caring, and holds his eyes, and so his sword ends up crossing the people. The guards take advantage to shoot at the same time, but at that moment his shadow ends up disappearing and appears in front of Alice, asking where she was going. The gentleman ends up laughing at that situation, and soon he appears again behind her. The girl looks back confused with what could be happening, and so we go inside a house. It was the seventh sister who was worried about all that. Soon Diana, she appears there in the room, and the seventh sister asks how she was there. Diana gets confused and asks if she was waiting for someone. After that, she says that our protagonist agreed to save her because of this. He's fighting against the Jang family. In this meantime, she got very worried about our main character, since he would be facing a family that it was extremely powerful Diana. She approaches and puts a jacket on her shoulder, saying that it will be alright. I saw that there was a staff who didn't like very much the climate between the two. I am already from the team that found it a little cool. So comment there, what are you thinking? You shipped the seventh sister with Diana, the seventh sister Jang. She thanks, saying that she was still worried, but at that moment they didn't know for sure what to do, and soon after she looks to the sky, asking for our protagonist to come back, and invites. She says that when she was younger, she taught our protagonist some techniques in the mountains when they were little, had some techniques that were the first that they learned, and because of this she managed to become one of the seven sisters. However, at that moment she got very worried about Fred, and mainly by the fact of her not managing to use abilities to help him in some way. For who didn't understand, she is sick, guys, so she can't use her cultivation skills. That's why she seems a little weak. But actually it is that she is sick, really. Among all the sisters, she is the most unlucky, the seventh sister. She got a quite rare disease of which makes it impossible for her to use her powers, and also consumes part of her life. Whenever she tried to use her skills, something horrible happened and she felt very bad. However, that horrible family was taking everything that was hers, and Diana realized that a red liquid was coming out of Jang. She explains that our protagonist, he left the mountain and came to her to help her, but if something happens with him, she will blame herself for the rest of her life. At that moment, someone appears asking what would happen. This was the sixth sister, guys. Julia, and this here is one of my favorites, guys. Seventh sister got confused, but she was happy because Julia was there. Julia asks what she was thinking of doing at that moment, and it seemed that Jung would use her remaining energy to help our main character. And finally she would end up, let's say, disliving. And she explains this saying that she would use the rest of her energy to help Frederico. Julia, so she ends up moving away a little and still says that they are not connecting with each other. Diana, she was not understanding anything, guys, and asks who was that girl who simply appeared there in the room. The seventh sister only looks at her without explaining the situation right. Soon after she continues talking with Julia, that it was her mistake for not having done so much connection like that, and soon Julia says that she cares a lot about the family and that's why she appeared there. She didn't like the situation, Tyver the seventh sister begging there for the people to save the little brother, but even so, Jiang, she kneels on the floor and begs for the sixth sister to help Fred. Everyone gets surprised with this scene, and the seventh sister, she continues asking for Julia to save the protagonist as soon as possible. The sixth sister, she stays quiet at that moment, and her shadow starts to disappear at that time. Jung, she didn't understand very well what was being done, and Julia had teleported, saying that she will get the protagonist back first, and then she will talk about other more important matters. Soon after she teleports again, Diana smiles, saying that our protagonist's family is quite complicated. However, soon the seventh sister starts to get very bad. Diana, she doesn't understand right what was happening, but she knew that Zhang's health there was getting complicated. Zhang, she still says that everything was fine, even so, and that it was time to continue what they were doing. The scene goes back to Frederico's fight, who is watching all that. The woman asks to let her leave, and our protagonist says that he will give 3 hours for her to leave that place. Meanwhile, he goes to the next gate because it was time to do the decisive battle. Gustavo and his daughter should wait for the protagonist at that moment while he enters through the gate. When he entered, 2 people were in the front waiting for him, and they say that they recognized each other again. Soon our protagonist asks where his friends are. Rodolfo answers that he will only let him discover by himself. The shameless guy starts to make fun of our main character, so the two end up advancing one on top of the other, our main character. He ends up dodging the blows, and when Rodolfo tries to attack, he watches that blow perfectly. And so another person who was there on the side says that he would not let get away so cheap. But anyway, our protagonist, he defends from the 2 attacks. The battle starts to get more and more intense, and our protagonist realizes that if he lets Rodolfo and this other guy attack at the same time, it will be too complicated. So our main character, he advances on top of Rodolfo, trying to end with him first, however. Arthur, who is the other crazy guy there, he was not going to let this so easy, and advances soon after, on top of the main character. Because of the situation, Frederico, he should defend the 2 attacks, and it is the same that he does. At the same time, he throws 2 needles in the direction of one of the people, and that ends up paralyzing Arthur for a time. So he could focus his fight against Rodolfo. In this way, he advances, saying that this will be a fight that he will take seriously. The crazy guy had not taken any fight seriously yet, guys. He had already beaten everyone, this shameless scoundrel. Arthur, he was recovering all his consciousness, while his friend Rodolfo, he advanced on top of our hero. He advances without pain and without mercy, and when watching Fred in that way, he starts to laugh. However, at that moment, someone ends up stopping their fight. It was the swordsman who had captured Alice, and he wanted to use that against our main character, doing their a certain blackmail. Because of this, Frederico shouted for Alice's name. Only that the girl, she apologizes for not having held that man and having been captured. Fred tells her not to worry and that she was very useful. Soon Swordsman asks for everyone to watch that scene, and so he holds his sword while throwing little girl on top of Rodolfo. The guy holds the child, and soon our protagonist gets irritated and asks to release at that time. At that same instant, however, Swordsman, he advances with everything on top of the protagonist, and he dodges one of his attacks, but another ends up exploding right next to him. He realized that that man was no joke, guys. He was quite powerful, and the staff there even starts to get scared, because the guy really was very strong. His sword was powerful and moved quickly. Our protagonist ends up saying for them to advance one on top of the other as fast as possible, and so our protagonist's fist collides with the tip of the sword, throwing them back, and after this, people start to get scared and get shocked, but our protagonist's red eyes end up scaring the staff even more. The Pattison advances, saying that he would end our main character's life, so they end up fighting one against the other in a quite fast way, and Frederico advances without stopping. He realizes that those swordsmen had something quite intense, so he puts his hand on his own chest and ends up using his power. The swordsman says that it was useless for him to do all that to try to protect himself, but he didn't understand. Our protagonist held his sword without thinking twice, as if it was something easy, and the as that an explosion ended up happening because of this Alice. She didn't know right what she should do, But when seeing that our protagonist held his sword, everyone there starts to shout as saying that that was something impossible. Fred, he was quite serious and held the sword in a quite simple way. Rodolfo, he got scared without understanding anything. So he decides to advance together with Arthur on top of our main character. When realizing that he was being surrounded by the people Federico, he ended up getting impatient. He kneeled on the floor and used his impulse to jump quite high, and so he approaches Alice, who at that moment was quite scared. Rodolfo, he didn't stop and tried to attack our protagonist with everything again, but before he could do that, Fred hit the swordsman and used his leg to kick the others. However, something had hit our protagonist right on his shoulder. There he asked him to stop with this and look to his side. There was a person who was with a machine gun shooting at them. Carlos was there on the side saying that it was well done. Federico, obviously he got scared and said that that was not possible. He didn't believe that the staff there was so cowardly like that, but still the swordsman, he took advantage of this moment to attack our protagonist in the sly. Carlos said that it was of great help at that moment, and so another shot is given in the direction of our hero. He managed to dodge sometimes, but soon this stops letting him advance, and attack our hero, taking advantage that he was busy. And at that time something terrible happens. Alice leaves the child on the floor and advances on top of our hero. It is to try to defend him, she tries to sacrifice herself for him. Guys, look what love doesn't do. Our protagonist didn't understand very well how that could have happened, and he ended up shouting her name. However, the swordsman advanced on top of Alice to hit her with everything, but she would not let these things happen with our hero. So the swordsman advanced with a punch, and Federico was not going to let this happen again, and tried to counterattack. Fred's punch, he ended up hitting right on the forehead of that crazy guy, who ended up making a hole directly in his skull. So our protagonist approaches to try to catch Alice and proceed. The shots were given in direction to them. However, Fred leaves running Alice. She got scared and didn't know right what was happening. She was a little dazed, but our protagonist, he says that he will end Carlos's life and that he would never forgive him. Only that arrogant guy says that he would only do this in the next life. Our protagonist held himself to protect Alice, but at that moment someone ended up hitting the guards who were giving shots in our main character. And for the second time she hits directly the guys. An explosion of power happens, and that was the sixth sister. Julia, a helicopter, also appeared. And Carlos, he didn't know what he would do at that time. The guy realized that he was screwed. Julia, she was prepared to end their lives, and soon Carlos asks who was that girl who appeared there mysteriously. The girl asks our hero if he is Federico, and ends up explaining that she is the sixth sister. The helicopter starts to descend, and she says that that was a favor that she was doing for the seventh sister. He ended up realizing that it was his sister, and he got quite excited. So he looks back smiling, and she asks if he really is a genius. Soon after, Carlos thinks of ending the life of that girl and makes a signal for the guards who are preparing to get the weapons. However, she steps with everything on the floor and uses her power to throw one of the tiles with everything in one of the guards, which ends up hitting directly on his back. And still she asks not to play with that kind of thing, and so gives a kick with everything in Carlos. Our protagonist takes advantage of this opportune moment to try to help Alice. And looks from the front to her, saying that the girl is a little kind of silly, and says that she left the child there because it would be safe. She was trying to explain herself, guys, but our protagonist says for her to stop talking, otherwise she would lose consciousness. Because of this, he tries to save her using his special medicine. The cut didn't hit any vital area, so she was not at risk of life, and after having done the traditional Chinese medicine, he asks her to rest. Our protagonist jumps with everything on the roof and goes in direction to that shameless Carlos, and still says that all that could end. At that exact moment, Carlos, without knowing what to do, he starts to get afflicted, and soon our protagonist asks how Carlos wants to lose his life. Only that scared the gentleman asked to spare his life. He didn't deserve to die. This guy there deserved to take a beating until forgetting how he did to stand up. Our protagonist says that this is not possible, and ends up giving a kick with everything in his stomach. The sixth sister passes next to our protagonist, asking what he will do with the Zhang family. He gives the command to destroy all the evil. And so the scene cuts to 2 days later, and in the newspapers only appeared the collapse of the Zhang family. Alice, she was in the hospital talking with Fred, saying that she has already listened to everything. Our protagonist peeling an apple. He ends up thanking the girl's grandfather. She says that it was not necessary to do all that, but she ends up eating the apple, saying that everything was already fine at that time. However, the protagonist, he would not accept all this, and says that he needs to regularize her body because the girl's meridians were destabilized. She asks if he is so worried like that about her, and Federico says that obviously he is very worried since the girl was very important for him. This ends up leaving Alice a little embarrassed, guys, and she gets with the cheeks flushed. However, the protagonist warns that what he will say now is very important and that he hopes that she will not refuse. Maybe it was what she so much dreamed, guys. He was already thinking that he would ask her in dating, so she even ends up saying that it depends a lot on what he will say. The poor girl thought even that maybe it was a confession. However, Fred says that he wants to have her as disciple. This ends up leaving her a little confused and even a little frustrated. And because of this, she starts to throw several things in him, telling the boy to leave the room as fast as possible. But he says that he was completely serious, and so she throws a pillow with everything on his face while he leaves the room. The sixth sister was there, saying that he can't do this. Our protagonist takes advantage to ask what happened with the seventh sister, since she was not very well of health. Obviously, Julia, she didn't know how to explain what had happened, but she was trying to ask for help for the sixth sister. But she was with a lot of anger and anxiety. According to Julia, the seventh sister has always been a little weak and continued saying that maybe now it is the time for Jeong to give up and end soon with her life. This ends up leaving our protagonist scared. He didn't know right what she was wanting to say with these words. Diana. She was very worried about the seventh sister. Because of this, she was crying, trying to understand why our protagonist was taking so long. But the seventh sister, Jeong, she says that she will not lose for a little sick like that. Actually, our protagonist and Julia ends up approaching there, surprising them. Julia gives a hello for Jeong, and our protagonist starts to run, quite worried with the help of Diana, the seventh sister. She gets up a little and says that they are worried in vain, and that she was well. Only that Julia, she goes there and said that it would be better if everything ended faster. Fred takes advantage to give a good look at her pulse. This makes them get even more worried because it was not supposed to be anything much. Meanwhile, Fred says for the girl to calm down, otherwise her pulse will get disordered. With this, Federico, he realizes that it was a small heart attack together with a loss of consciousness. With this, he knows that the disease is nothing simple, and it is something quite dangerous, so he decides to ask if it makes much time that this sensation in the girl had started. Meanwhile, Julia, the sixth sister, she only watched there in the corner. Diana says that the seventh sister did all this for our protagonist. However, Jeong, she didn't want that Diana stay telling there for Federico the reason of her situation having worsened. Federico says that he doesn't know what was the cause. It was at that moment that Julia approached, saying that it was because of Jeong having kneeled asking for her to save Federico. This leaves Fred irritated, and he asks the reason of this having happened, and says that it was not necessary for her to have kneeled. Julia explains that she was worried of our protagonist ending up losing his life there for the Zhang family, and this ended up leaving him very sad for her, having kneeled only because of him. However, our protagonist kept thinking about the reason of Julia having appeared at that time to save him. So he starts to get up, saying that he already has the plan for the treatment. He decides to ask Jeong if it was necessary to abandon dignity because of him, and the seventh sister says that it was not that kind of thing that she was thinking when she kneeled. So she decided to say that when she met our main character, he was still quite little. She held the little Fred in her arms, and possibly he would not remember anything of this. The masters were there talking about Federico's destiny, and asked for the seventh sister to take responsibility for him. Obviously, without thinking twice, she accepts and decides to take care of our main character. So simply she says that she is the eldest sister of our protagonist and that she decided to save him, and that's why our protagonist's life was total responsibility of her. But even so, our hero, he got upset. He didn't understand why all this had been done, but he realized that his sister was there for him, so he tried as much as possible to control his own emotions. Our protagonist asks for everyone to leave the room because he will cure the seventh sister. They ask themselves what kind of treatment our protagonist will do, but it is that he was needing force for this. And Jeong, she already stays thinking nonsense, guys. It even seems that she doesn't know our main character, Federico. He doesn't stay rolling very much and says that he will help the girl to take off the clothes, but she says that she manages to do this alone, and little by little she starts to throw. She was completely embarrassed because of this situation. And Federico too. This scoundrel stays with the cheeks flushed. The two others were outside without any expression until Diana hands water for Julia. The sixth sister decided to ask what kind of relationship she has with our protagonist, and the girl says that it is only friendship, but we know that if it depended on her, she would already be dating Federico. So Julia decides to ask if she is of our protagonist's constitution. And she still asks herself what kind of thing could be happening there inside, because it didn't make sense. Our protagonist is taking so long, so in the water she was seeing the destiny of her brother, and so they listen to a noise coming there from the room. They already think that a nonsense is happening, guys, and leave running there to stay attentive about what was happening. They hit the door with everything asking what they were doing there inside, and so they see our protagonist putting some needles in the seventh sister. But they don't understand right what was rolling there, and soon they leave. Quite embarrassed, the seventh sister apologizes for having shouted, But Frederico, he realizes that that was very normal, in fact, since some needles were fincando there in her skin, right? The protagonist says that there is something that he still hadn't understood, so he decides to ask his sister why she had kneeled for Julia. But the girl simply answers that it is a long story, but makes our protagonist stop. He wanted to know if Julia had an immense power in the martial arts, and that's why his sister had kneeled there before her. Yang says that she trained every day to reach the highest levels of cultivation, and that ended up helping her to become the strongest sister among the 7 sisters. She even managed to fight against the masters of equal for equal, and the golden aura that she had around herself was quite intense, and that made everyone have a certain respect for her. However, there was a day that she realized that she was advancing her own level. This ended up making her fall, with everything on the floor losing consciousness. She was not managing to support the size of power that she had reached. From that day on, she decided that she would train more and more. However, this ended up causing even more problems for the 6th sister, and our protagonist decides to ask what kind of problems and consequences were these, and Jiangge says that she didn't care for any consequence. She only wanted to get stronger and stronger. Our protagonist, he gets determined to try to help in some way, even not knowing what consequences were these. So he decides to send one more needle, which was the last there, in Jiang. He also told his sister that he wanted to reverse her situation. The girl gets excited, asking if this was true. So our protagonist leaves the room, and Diana, she already asks if by chance the 7th sister had improved. Frederico says that she needs to rest a lot now, and he decides to ask Julia if he can see her pulse. Without understanding there what was the real reason, she ends up getting a little curious, but it is that he had listened something horrible about the constitution of the 2 and wanted to try to help Julia. He was not content in saving only the 7th sister, he also wanted to save his other sister, the 6th. And for who is asking it in the comments, no guys, Frederico is not blood brother of them, it is an only brother of consideration since he is orphan and was left there in the mountains. Julia, she asks if it is possible to do this right, cure her situation. And our protagonist says that for sure he can cure her. So he holds in the girl's hands Diana. She stays in the background watching all that situation. An intense glow starts to pass through them. That was the power of our protagonist circulating in Julia's body, trying to analyze her situation. He was trying to understand what he had to do at that exact moment, and what was the bad consequences that she ended up catching for having trained too much for him. Those things didn't make much sense. He had never seen a disease equal to hers. Julia's and Jiang's energy were quite similar. This made him open his eyes carefully. So he managed to find the key point of her energy, which was like the one of a dragon. This makes Julia start to feel an intense pain, and our protagonist realizes everything that was happening. Julia asks why she is feeling this strange pain, and our protagonist says that Julia understood wrong. The 7th sister Julia's power core was broken, and she could not do the cultivation for many years. Because of this, Julia decided to ask what would be happening and how she would heal. So our protagonist warns that someone had played a curse on her. Julia doesn't understand anything, because she can't imagine who could put a curse on her. Frederico also didn't understand why this kind of thing is happening with her, and this ended up scaring Julia even more. Actually, it was a very strong curse, of which our protagonist had never seen. You will see that each sister has a BO for our protagonist to solve, guys. Frederico doesn't have a second of peace. If she doesn't solve this as soon as possible, it could end her life. Diana asks who would be able to do this kind of thing, and Fred didn't think of other people unless the enemies of the masters, even though they came from a calm family. Frederico knew that his masters had many enemies. Julia also knew this, but she couldn't think of anyone at that moment. There didn't come in her mind anyone who could have done this evil. So Frederico says that he has a special way of fixing that curse and that she needs to search for some very rare flowers. He still said that he could help in this, however, he was in his extreme limit. He was quite tired. Julia asks what kind of medicine our protagonist needs, and he decides to explain in details which flowers are these and other medicines that he will need. Meanwhile, the 7th sister, she gets up saying that she should go to the company. There, to her company, the girl only thought of working guys. It is not for nothing that they are Chinese. Frederico says that her body is not ready and that she has to rest, but she says that she received there a message saying that there was someone causing problems in her company and they needed to solve. There in Jiang's company, there were 2 people who were calling for the manager. Those people said that that company owed 2,000 for them. The poor receptionist, she says that she doesn't understand much of this, and wanted to call for the staff of the finances. However, the staff didn't care at all, guys. And they start to bring some weapons and to break the whole place. They start to hit the televisions and to break everything and taking advantage also to break the floors there of the building. However, the 7th sister, she approaches with our protagonist, and Diana, that mysterious guy, asks what she was doing there. So decide to say that it was time to end all that, and asks for everyone to advance on top of the girl. As she was very hurt, she would not be able to do anything. However, Federico approaches to try to solve the situation. He gives a kick in one of the guys, and so he also gives a punch in the other, and quickly he goes passing from one to the other, almost until arriving at the chief. He will realize that their movement was very familiar. So a mysterious guy who is called Davi, he says that Federico, he was very good, only that Davi, he stays getting scared and says to forget about all that. Our protagonist, he doesn't understand very well the situation and asks if the guy is trying to make him a fool. So Davy, he answers that if our protagonist loses, he will double the debt with them. Davy, he had a card up his sleeve and he thought that our protagonist was weak to fall in this, but Federico asks how they should fight at that moment. Without thinking twice, Davy simply advances on top of our hero Fred. He realizes that Davy's attack was very weak, so decides to return with a punch right in the face of the crazy guy to try to end with everything in a single attack. Davy starts to tremble and even loses consciousness because of this. He says that he will call his master to solve this fight. Fred doesn't understand how that guy had a master being that he was very weak. Davy warns for our protagonist is that his master was quite powerful, so he takes the cell phone and calls asking for help for her. His master was a girl and she answers saying that everything was fine and wanted to help him. Actually, who was the master of this guy there, guys? It was Julia, the sixth sister. She approaches saying that she will take care of that situation. Davy asks his master why she is already there. This left Federico more confused even guys. Without understanding why of her being called master by this guy, Julia asks her subordinate why of him being in that place destroying everything. According to her students, they're the guys that they should be training in the academy. He tries to make an excuse, but Julia doesn't accept, and starts to fight with him. The guy gets a little afraid and says that she is quite strange, and doesn't understand why she is so aggressive like that. Today Julia says that she lost patience with him and tells him to leave soon from there. Davy gets scared and says that originally it was a work that had been paid by a company he was paid to arrive and destroy everything. Julia says that she understood, and that it was for him to tell the rest later. So she apologizes for our protagonist, and also for Jiang for all the disturbance. Davi gets scared to know that our protagonist was her brother, and also of this other girl, realizing that he committed a mistake of attacking these people, and also the company of the seventh sister. He gets scared. Jiang, she says that they need to fix everything, all that was destroyed. So she starts to think of a person who could have paid this guy there, Davy, to arrive until there and destroy the things, and still says that they should have come personally to talk with her. However, Fred, he only wanted to understand why of those people being disciples of Julia. He didn't understand why she had students so weak like that. The girl says that they all are disciples of her, and that for some reason they are weak currently, but she warns that she will deal with them later if something bad happens. At that moment, our protagonist asks if he could visit her academy. However, Julia, she didn't want very much to take them there, guys. But the seventh sister, she also stays insisting to go together. She makes it very clear that she was not very willing to show the academy, but ends up giving in and takes them there. The girl asks for Davy and the staff to take them to the academy to know the place, so the scene changes there. We go to the company that is enemy of the seventh sister. The girl there, she had thrown a glass with everything on the wall. She is Jessica, and she was quite irritated. She was holding a cell phone talking with the staff of another company about how they managed to fail in that attack. This ended up leaving her even more irritated, so she ends up calling some members of the company to verify an alert that had been created. Right now, one of the employees gets up to talk about this, and that from now on, he will manage to proceed with the plan. Jessica asks what kind of plan he would have in mind. They wanted to eliminate Jiang and her whole company. Because of this, they would make the company suffer an attack. She asks if this would not cause a police investigation, but soon her employees approach, saying that she was thinking too much about that matter, and that there would not happen any investigation. Probably these guys, they were already connected with the police. They would only cause some car accidents that would be done by these employees, and from there on, they could proceed to end the Seventh Sisters Company. In a beautiful afternoon, our protagonist and his group, they were going to Julia's academy. Our protagonist had found a little small that place, and David, who is there on the side of our hero, says that it would be good for him to train together with them. However, Julia asks for Davy to stay quiet and not to talk nonsense. Julia continues saying that it was a good place to stay firm and strong, and also to improve the cultivation. Our main character, he thinks about managing to stay like this too powerful to equal she. It had been a good time actually that he didn't train, so it was good for them to start training because our protagonist could get rusty. He doesn't even need to train, guys. Every minute someone appears wanting to fight with him. Julia then invites everyone to do a day of training, so when they enter, the people were there training with all the possible concentration. However, when they see Julia, the staff already starts to look to her and approach giving welcomes. Little by little, they start to do their oath for the girl, and she sighs as if she doesn't like any of it. Diana, who was on the other side, was impressed with everything she was seeing. Someone had given a punch so strong a doll there that almost broke. It would end up giving welcomes for Julia. This called the attention of our main character because the staff there called her master. So he notes a guy who had arrived and asks who was the man with white hair. It says that our protagonist is not worth the talk. The guy is already all arrogant and says that he would not waste his precious time with Frederico. This guy's name is Kaike, and he was black belt. Julia asks what Kaike was doing there at that moment in her academy. He says that he was training with the younger staff. Actually, he was giving a beating there in Julia's students. Davi enters in the front and explains that the protagonist was very powerful. Only the Kaike doesn't care about this and gives a punch in Davi's face. This Davi appeared in the series there, only to take a beating, guys, for the love of God, before if Davy falls on the floor and starts to call attention of Julia. Soon the smug guy says that it is time to start a fight between them. He was challenging Julia's academy. He still says that if they are with little fear, they could flee at any moment. We already know that rule, right guys? Talker has a bad time. Julia gets a little irritated because this guy was disrespecting her only. That actually Kaike, he had a hidden plan. His chief, who is a bald old man, said that if he managed to defeat Julia, he could take this academy for him. This ended up making Kaike get determined and literally want to fight to get the academy. However, Julia was not going to let this so cheap, and says that she will fight against him. But at that moment, someone ends up entering in the front. It was our dear Frederico, who was determined to give a beating in this extra. It is this same that we like to see, guys. Extra asking for little potty. Julia explains that Kaike, he was black belt that could be quite powerful, and maybe our protagonist wouldn't manage to defeat him. You really think my daughter? You think that our protagonist will lose with this guy there with the face of Earthworm? Fred doesn't care about this kind of thing, and says that there is no problem at all, and that he will solve everything on the base of beating. The crazy guy was very balado, guys, I tell you. He still says that he has the greatest pleasure of hitting these smug and arrogant guys. Obviously, this leaves Kaike irritated, saying that he will not accept to be disrespected in the front of the others. But our protagonist says that he will solve this on the base of beating, and says that he will give a punch in his face. And in this way, they start to beat mouth as if it was two children, one saying that it is better than the other. This makes Kaike very nervous. And he says that he will take all of Frederico's women. He looked there for our protagonist surrounded of women, and already imagined that Frederico lived in a harem. Well, that could be right, guys. But these Chinese protagonists there only think about fighting. Frederico got a little irritated with this talk there, guys. And so he prepares for the fight. Diana was watching, saying that Kaike obviously would take a beating a lot. She already knew that our protagonist was stronger. So Frederico obviously agrees with this and accepts the duel. At that moment, Kaike, he advances on top of our protagonist with everything. He jumps to the top and prepares to give a powerful kick. That kick starts to create fireballs for all the sides. The students who were around realized that that was very dangerous. However, Fred, he had supported that attack as if it was nothing. He even smiled in the face of the danger, and Kaike started to swear at our hero. And in this way, Fred says that he will end with him. At that instant, it was time for Frederico to return for the attack, and still said that he gave a lot of chance for Kaike. He gives a kick with everything. The blow ends up launching Kaike far away. Not even Fred expected for this, guys. He didn't imagine that the guy there would take a beating so much, and Diana stays in the cheer for him. Kaike, he had hidden a wall, and the other students start to approach, asking if he was well. However, Kaike, he starts to get up and say that our protagonist is not strong enough to defeat him. Certainty that this guy, he was dying of fear. Guys, his legs there were even shaky. Actually, he even had broken 2 bones and was only getting up because there were many people watching. If you arrived until this part of the video, consider leaving a comment, so YouTube indicates our video to more people and has more chances. I gave to bring the continuation here for you. He could not lose at that moment, so he starts to get determined, saying that he will defeat our hero Frederico. He was almost holding a laugh, asking if the guy really is so strong like that he talked. Kaike says that he will end this fight in a matter of minutes, and that it was for everyone to stay watching. Meanwhile, Frederico simply will use only one hand. This makes the guy he feel threatened, and because of this he advances for the attack. He gave a jump quite high in direction to Frederico and prepared to give a counter-attack. However, Fred only watched that scene and realized that he would win in one way or another. Actually, Kaike, he was not so strong like that, and our protagonist, he prepared to give a counter-attack. The crazy guy, he already realized that it was going to be very dangerous and ended up feeling our protagonist's hand grab his foot. At that moment, he felt an exorbitant pain and ended up falling to the ground, as if his legs had been deactivated. The students, they were scared. without understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, our protagonist, he approaches, saying that he won that fight. Frederica, he warns that Kaike, he shouldn't appear in that academy anymore. Then Julia takes the opportunity and asks her students to take that guy. Davy approaches and says he will return the punch he gave him, and said he will return it right in the face to ruin the wake. Davi ends up taking a punch in the face, goes flying far away. Someone had approached at that moment, and it was a mysterious guy. Frederico, he was observing that situation, and this bald man, he was Kaike's master. He was a foreigner and didn't speak Mandarin very well, and ended up advancing towards our protagonist with an intense power. Each step he took was like a hole in the world. Frederico realized that this power was very great, and that he could probably stand up to his masters. Julia asks our protagonist to be careful from then on, because something very dangerous was coming in his direction. That old man, he was known as the founder of Taekwondo in Korea. This little old man's name was Takawa, and he is a little impressed since people there knew him. As he approaches, he says that he would destroy all of them who were not his disciples. Kaike, he was completely scared with everything that was happening there. The other students didn't know what to do, but they felt that their strength was getting stronger and stronger. Kaike then speaks the true strength behind him, who was trained with that gentleman, Julia. I didn't understand what people were saying there at that time, but our protagonist tells her to stay safe, as he himself would take care of that situation. Our protagonist says he will open the gate of the Seven Saints. And Julia, her cheeks turned red, already imagining our protagonist all buff. Then he continued because he would fight. Takawa, he says that he will end our hero's life. And Frederico told him to make the first move, that he would be waiting. Everyone watches quietly, not understanding that situation. Then Takawa, he advances towards our protagonist. He is completely irritated. The blow flies directly, and Fred, he advances to counterattack Takawa. He felt threatened at that exact moment, but the attack of the two hits, everything creating an intense explosion in Takawa. He takes advantage of this moment to kick our hero with everything, and soon after he tries to give other blows, but Frederico ends up protecting himself. Because of this, he ended up realizing that Takawa, he had a lot of combat experience. People, they were surprised with all this and were even cheering there for Fred, especially Diana. He was even a little lost there. At that time, Julia realized that the protagonist's defense was very good, and because of this, Takawa, he ends up advancing to make an extremely different attack. However, the gentleman realized that our hero, he was also strong. It wouldn't be so easy. And he starts to defend the attacks. The blows were quite varied, and our hero was there defending from all of them. Takawa, he noticed an opening, but our hero, he had a plan and was smiling because of that. The situation ended up scaring Takawa, who didn't understand very well what was happening. Realizing that the guy had hesitated, Fred advanced towards that crazy guy. He used one of his attacks that was defended with the kick. The gentleman realized that it was not a good thing, and because of that, our protagonist advanced running towards Takawa. He used one of his attacks that was defended with the kick. The gentleman, he realized that it was not very good, and therefore our hero, he advanced again, giving the old man an elbow. Taking advantage of this opening, Takawa attacks again, and the old man felt the attack with everything saying that it was over, and in this way he flew with everything into the wall. That ended up scaring Kaike, who didn't understand how that had been done, but our hero, he was strong enough to defeat anyone who got in his way. People were cheering there for our hero, and the students said that that gentleman wasn't anything special, and that he ended up losing to a child. The other students, the gentleman Takawa, ended up getting lost there, and without knowing what they should do. Because of that, Kaike, he also stayed there, kinda lost, and soon after he got angry. He starts to emanate a red aura, and the guy swore that he could handle fighting against our hero. He shouted for Fred, because at that moment he didn't understand very well what was happening. Frederico, he was confused, because that fight was already over, and yet the guy was still there wanting to fight. However, the gentleman fallen on the floor starts to smile. He takes out of his clothes 2 flasks and ends up drinking that magical liquid. Kaike understood very well what his master was doing. However, our protagonist wasn't understanding anything. The gentleman then says that that was a secret technique of medicine? His body starts to get incredibly strong, his clothes even tear. The old man's students there have never seen him like that. Kaike also seems that he had never seen it, but he knew what it was about. Takawa, he didn't care about the consequences, and ends up advancing towards Kaike, giving him a punch with everything in his face. He observes our hero directly, ready to end that fight. Julia, she realized the gravity of that situation, and says that she will help Frederico. The two stand side by side against this gentleman Takawa, and our protagonist makes a challenge that whoever falls first will have to pay for food for the other. Master Takawa, he advances towards Frederico in the middle of this confusion, and our hero, he managed to dodge that attack. Because of this, the gentleman, he prepares another blow. Julia says that she will advance first, and then our protagonists could go together to complete the attack. However, our hero, he didn't care. He advances first. Without mercy or pity, then the two at the same time advance and kick that gentleman, who ends up managing to defend himself. However, at that exact moment, the gentleman was preparing to attack Julia with everything, and when he does that, our girl, she manages to dodge perfectly in the air. She looks at our protagonist, and he already knew what he should do. At that moment, he had distracted the gentleman so that Julia could give a blow to his back, and taking advantage of that attack, Frederico, he also advances to give another one. They had weakened that gentleman a little, who even ends up getting irritated, saying that he will end the life of the two. Because of that, Fred advances towards with Julia. He prepares to kick, and the girl also loads an upcoming blow. The two end up managing to hit everything in the old man. He keeps complaining, saying that he was feeling a lot of pain, and this even makes him fall to his knees on the ground, and after a while he falls with his head forward. Fred, he realized that it wasn't that difficult, and Davy approaches, saying that they are like incredible people. He holds our protagonist's shoulder, saying that the boy, he fought very well, and asks if he has any secret to be so good at martial arts. Then he asks if the people who were there would like to know about this. All the students were enthusiastic to understand how Frederico's power worked. Our protagonist, he was a very talented guy, but ends up saying that he will teach them this path of martial arts. They say that training was the best, that it should start as soon as possible. Then the scene changes to a little later at night. There, the people prepared for an entire banquet. Fred, he was really liking that. And the seventh sister, she tells them to ignore Fred, who was eating too much and causing a certain shame there in the people. But that was normal guys. Protagonists always ate a lot. Soon the seventh sister starts to feel a little sick. She says that she wasn't feeling that bad, but that she will lie down to rest. Fred said he will help her if anything happens. Because of this, after a while, our hero goes away. He says that he'll prepare the medicine when he returns next time, and his sister says that she'll be very happy if he returns with the cure. And the seventh sister takes the opportunity to tell the driver that if anything happens to her dear little brother, Julia will not forgive Davy. He said he will take very good care of our protagonist, and then goes away with our hero. Julia says that it's been 2 years since she saw our protagonist for the last time, and Diana was there taking care of the seventh sister, inside the car. The protagonist says that he'll take very good care of her, but that they need to run directly to a place where he could better treat his sister Davy. He says not to worry because there weren't many cars on the street. At that time of night, the scene changes to another place, where there's a mysterious guy. He had a very mafia face, and it was a guy who was following our hero, ready to hit him in the car. Then he steps on the accelerator, goes with everything, and even ends up giving a malicious smile. In the last moment, that man ended up causing a car crash, and he says that he would end all that situation now. With the seventh sister, the car crash was very intense, and caused a small explosion in our hero's car. After a while, someone ended up getting out of the black car, and ended up taking the cell phone to take the photos that were necessary to prove the accident. However, when he took the cell phone and opened his camera, he realized that there was no one there in the front seat, other than the driver. He took the photo there of the seventh sister, along with Diana, and said that he ended her life. However, someone appeared behind him, which left the guy there a little scared. It was Frederico who was there asking what he was doing. The boy gives a warning. If Frederico approaches, he will end our hero's life, but obviously this guy doesn't have the power for that. And our hero was already preparing 2 needles. He advanced towards with an attack. Those 2 needles hit right in the boy's chest, who didn't understand very well what was happening. He felt a very great pain and couldn't describe it. And those needles caused a laughing fit. He said that this boy was going to suffer a lot. However, the boy continued laughing and said that was a gigantic torture. Then Frederico, he already took out the 2 needles, because he had already realized who had sent him to do that. He asked the boy what he intended to do at that moment. He hands the cell phone to our hero, saying that there were some recordings of the seventh sister. He believed that the seventh sister had lost her life, but someone ends up taking the cell phone from that guy. It was Davy, and he was completely injured. He ends up remembering that boy's face, and, to the surprise of that crazy guy, the seventh sister ends up coming out alive from inside. She was irritated and said that he shouldn't do that kind of thing. He turns his back, asking if she was okay at that moment, and all this was thanks to Frederico. In a short period of time, he ended up using his powers to save everyone, and the boy asks for his cell phone again. He does this because he couldn't leave those evidences, but someone ends up taking a photo of him, and it was Frederico who was using facial recognition mode and just recorded that whole scene. The boy says that he will fight with Frederico, But Davey says that he won't let this happen because no one can hit his boss. And for the first time in this work, Davey managed to be useful for something and gives a big punch in the crazy guy. He was excited because he managed to finish someone, and soon after that they went to the Seven Sisters mansion. Inside, she decides to finish the treatment with Fred. She says that she was perfectly fine at that moment in which she had already improved Fred. In turn, he's happy with such news, and soon after the seventh sister, she says that he could continue at will. Fred says that he will do something that he has never done before, which is probably something very different. She asks what kind of thing he is talking about, and he says that she also has a curse, but that he'll be able to fix all that. You're already seeing it, right, guys? The Masters trained our hero to be removing the curse from his sisters. That ends up leaving the seventh sister confused, and she doesn't understand very well what she should do at that moment. In another place, a man was there preparing to do something a very beautiful woman ends up handing him some wine, and the man takes advantage to give a little bite on the chicken that was there in his other hand. However, he was completely lost and felt something horrible in his body. He then threw everything to all sides and realized that someone had touched his curse. Someone who was probably strong enough to understand all that. And the image of the sixth sister started to pass in the guy's head, thinking that it had something to do with her. Soon he realized that someone was there doing something horrible. As he couldn't let someone touch his curse, he ended up preparing to make an attack. He was too excited to do that kind of thing. Meanwhile, Diana ended up entering the room where our protagonist was. He asks what happened, and she wanted to know if she would need her help to do the treatment on the seventh sister. The big boy says that obviously yes, but only after 1 hour, then he goes there to the outside. Frederico kept thinking about what kind of thing could be happening inside, and the image of the two will end up appearing in his mind. Nothing shameless, he even got excited at that time. He was even trying to stay a little calmer and not think about those nonsense. At that moment, he sits on the sofa to watch the news and calm down a little. However, he ends up reading about a criminal gang that was roaming the city. He keeps watching the news and then tries to read something. At that moment, he smells a little different and a black smoke appears dominating the whole place, as if something was burning. Soon he realizes that there was fire coming out to all sides, and realizing this fire, Fred prepares to do what he knows how to do best, which is to save people. After that, he starts to throw water to all sides, trying to put out the fire, and he starts to do this even with a certain desperation, because he realized that the lives of many people would be at risk. However, the fire was very strong, it didn't stop in any way. He tries to open the door, but he also couldn't. On the outside, someone had sealed that place, and it was one of the participants who was with the purpose of ending the life of the seventh sister. The guy was smoking. Soon after setting fire in the building, he sighs deeply and says that it was time to go away, because the mission was already accomplished. Another companion of this guy keeps saying that they should watch to see the outcome there of the fire. However, the red-haired man, he says that this was not necessary, because in fact the mission was already finished. Another guy appears and said that it's time to go away, because the place it would be full of people. And now that they had already set fire there in the building, they keep saying that they will go away so they wouldn't be arrested. Our hero was inside trying to open the door in all possible ways, but he couldn't, and that wasn't very good. But he wasn't succeeding, and the smoke was spreading that could be dangerous as the entire place. He was being taken by the flames. Frederico, he should do something urgent, no matter what happened. Then he ends up breaking down the door with everything and asks if the seventh sister was okay. However, she and Diana were preparing to do that thing that, because of this, Diana ends up getting embarrassed. However, Fred, he looks to the side and decides to explain that the house was on fire. The two don't understand very well, right? How come on fire out of nowhere? Then they run away, and the seventh is a question how the house was like. That Frederico thinks that the cables must have been dropped or someone set fire. Simple as that. Perceiving the situation, Fred tries to find out who would be the person who was behind all this, but without having much time to be acting as a detective, and he ends up using his powers to get out of there as quickly as possible. In the middle of all this, the cables start to catch fire even more, so he ends up kicking the door hard. It was time to go away from that place, and they leave the mansion running with all their strength. Our protagonist looks back and returns to see if there was anyone else there nearby. He had breathed a lot of smoke, and was tired of all this. Diana, she starts calling the firefighters, and the seventh sister, she was tired because she was still sick. Jiang said that it was not necessary to call the fire department and could only let the house catch fire. Diana doesn't understand the reason for this behavior of her, then asks what had happened. Jiang, she doesn't answer. She only says that they will continue to the monitoring room to try to see who had done this. Looking at the cameras, they managed to identify 3 villains who had done this arson. She already figured out right away who was involved in all this. Fred asks, who are these crazy guys who had reached this point of setting fire in a house? The seventh sister. She explains that she has a feud with a company and continues saying that Jessica from the other company was not a very good person and that they should talk now with the public relations department. and she still completes saying that she must end with this feud right now. Time goes by at that moment, and so we go inside the rival company. There was that Jessica commanding her employees to finish the mission that was given to them, the red-haired boy. He had taken a slap in the face, and he tells Jessica that he was trying to finish the mission as much as possible. These people there were shameless, and she decides to warn that this kind of thing can't happen without her permission, then ends up stepping on his face. She still asks what they were planning to do now. A white-haired man called Arthur prepares to help this Jessica, but that woman, she was completely irritated and asks him to say quickly what he wants. He decides to explain that the author there of the arson, in fact, this guy there who is under her foot, and continues saying that this was a great plan, because it will hinder the company of Jiang. She reflects a little and thinks that this makes sense and ends up thanking them. Arthur says that this could be a very relevant topic in public relations, and soon Jessica ends up saying that that red-haired boy had to suffer a little more. However, he was being very helpful in fulfilling the missions in the last days and ends up asking if he knows perfectly what he should do. The guy, he understood very well this type of wording. And soon Jessica approaches Arthur and says that she has some very interesting ideas, and continues saying that they should go together to the back room to do certain little things, if you know what I mean. She holds Arthur's tie and says that he has a kind of hard work to do that night, and the guy says that he will leave her very satisfied. The guy there with the red hair, he just keeps watching all that, and the door closed right in his face. Obviously he was irritated, because Arthur was using that guy there simply to use Jessica, the seventh sister. She was there on the next day, completely perfect and wonderful. She looks back asking how she was. Diana obviously says that she was very beautiful, then she puts on the glasses and asks if she also looked beautiful with glasses, this woman, and she looks beautiful in any way, guys. And Diana says that she is very beautiful. And Diana never expected that she would kiss the owner of such a famous and beautiful company even more. And Jiang, she says that she has to stop with this nonsense and focus on getting rid of these enemies. They should in fact find out who was behind all those evils. Then she arrives in the room and warns our hero that it was time to go away. Frederico, who is reading some things. He says that he was preparing for that exact moment, and she asks what he was reading. And he says that it was a medicine book that he had won from the masters, and that he was learning a little more advanced techniques. At that moment he thinks right away about Alice, and realizes that he had to finish doing something with her. Then Jiang says that they have to finish all that as quickly as possible, which is this mission of finding out who is doing these evils. However, on the other side of the city, Jessica was looking at her cell phone completely lost. She was seeing the news and she was getting more and more irritated, because the news there of Jiang's house having caught fire had spread and everyone was knowing about this. Arthur warns that she wouldn't need to worry because this was part of the plan. She says that it was probably something very interesting, this plan of Arthur, and he answers that they could calm down because everything was under control. In fact, Arthur says that there is only one last step that they had to follow. The red-haired boy called Alan, he enters the room running. Arthur, he had the plan to deliver him to the police as if he had hired the thief, the criminal. And Jessica says that it was a great false proof to use at that moment. Because of this, their cell phones start to ring. Soon she takes the cell phone to answer and talk to the person on the other side of the line. She answers and asks who was speaking, and it was someone from the security guards who was speaking to bring some people up there on the building. She says that there is no problem and can send them up. And so she turns off the cell phone completely happy, because it was time for her little show to start Jiang together with her brother. There, our hero. They had entered that building, prepared to find out everything. Soon an officer she appears saying that the seventh sister and Frederico were there. Jessica, obviously, she accepted their entry since they were prepared there to make that plan. Because of this, Yang says that she went to that place on her own. The security guards were all around them, prepared for what had to happen. They were already kind of aware that our protagonist was buff, so they were kind of scared. Meanwhile, several reporters were in front of Jessica's desk asking several things about what had happened. The girl says that she caught the bandit who was behind having burned Jiang's house. Jiang appears at that moment and says to have recordings of the members of Jessica's company, and that it was she who ordered them to do this. However, Jessica, she says that those recordings were not necessary, because she already caught the person who was behind all this. The seventh sister didn't quite understand what the blonde meant. Meanwhile, the reporters were very excited, as this news would shake the entire city. Jessica then asked to enter, and the door opened slowly. Arthur appears together with Alan, who was tied up at that moment. Someone asked them to stop. Then Arthur explains that it was orchestrated by a small group and that boy called Alan. He was behind all this, and that it was also a plan of the Seventh Sister's company for you to understand. Guys, they don't keep calling her Seventh Sister, no. They keep calling her Jiang even. But it's just for you to understand. Obviously, Jiang got irritated because she wasn't part of this. and was there without understanding anything. All the people start to get surprised with what had happened to Jessica. She takes a compliment of her recordings, saying that she had proof of all that. And then she points all the data of Alan, saying that that was necessary. Jiang wasn't understanding what had happened and asked how it was possible for her to have gotten that information. Federico soon realized that that was nothing more than a trap, and they were creating false proofs. And soon after that, a police officer enters the place and realizes that all the documentation was true. She turns to the seventh sister asking what had happened. She demands that she explain everything that was happening and if in fact this Alan was an employee of Zhang. The seventh sister warns that this is a lie and that she doesn't even know this boy. And soon Jessica asks if she will avoid all that evidence that was in front of them and the seventh sister. She thinks very well what she should do at that moment, because anything that she said she could end up getting complicated. And then Federico, realizing that something was wrong, he already gets close to that boy, of which Jessica had great evidences. She asks Jiang if she has something to say, and that obviously all that would be resolved in court. Everyone there was turning against Jiang, but Federico, he says that he has something to say. She asks, what is this boy going to do? And our protagonist asks if he could ask some questions to this Alan in public in front of the cameras. Arthur, who is right behind, he says that everything is okay. Then Jessica takes advantage and says that he could do it, because they wouldn't take anything from him. Fred approaches Alan. He was realizing that this guy was completely altered. Because of this, our protagonist knew more or less what was happening. Then he touches the boy's shoulder and decides to ask if he really is an employee of the seventh sister, and if someone was ordering him to answer these questions. He simply answers that he is an employee of the seventh sister. Then Fred starts to use his powers and asks if he could think a little more about these questions. The boy was with his conscience heavy, and then he starts to recover little by little his own sanity. And soon Arthur says that there is something strange happening. Alan, he starts to feel an intense pain at that exact moment, and all the people who were with the cameras start to record as fast as possible. That was live being reported on all televisions. Then Alan, he says that he is not an employee of the seventh sister, and that all this was commanded by Jessica Arthur. He doesn't understand how that could have happened, and the people who were with the cameras start to take several photos and to record all that situation. He starts talking that Jessica ordered him to set fire on Zhang's house and also to burn all the files. However, the girl says that all that was a lie and that she couldn't do that kind of thing. The officer asks Jessica what had happened at that moment, and the woman tries to downplay all that, talking that it was a lie and that everything was being invented. However, Alan refutes, saying that that in fact was all plan of her and Arthur. Then the officer starts to think about what she should do at that moment. And Alan, he wasn't understanding what he had done wrong, since he was only telling the truth. Jessica starts to get extremely nervous, and Federico asks if Alan has any evidence of the things that he said. Then Alan says that everything was inside his pocket, and our protagonist then cuts the ropes that were holding Alan's wrist. The boy thanks our hero and continues talking that all this was prepared by Jessica and that he could prove with just one thing. Then he takes out his cell phone with an audio that was recorded on the night that he was beaten. In that audio, it said that Jessica had agreed in having burned the Seven Sisters' house, that all that would have been planned. Both Jessica and Arthur started to tremble on their bases. And Alan? He continues playing the audio, talking that everyone should listen to that, because it was the only truth that he had in his hands. Fred ends up smiling and asks if the people have anything to say. Obviously that Jessica and Arthur start to deny all this, saying that that audio was fake. Then he asks the people to start observing better in her actions. The cameras start to realize everything that was happening, and soon Jessica ends up burning herself, asking how that boy could have betrayed her. He said that in fact he always dreamed of working for her. However, this betrayal that she did with him left him very upset. The officer ends up placing the handcuffs on that girl's hand and tells everyone to step away and that she would take Jessica to the custody. Everything was being finished, and the reporters start asking to Jessica if she could explain herself. Arthur, who is there trembling with fear, he says that everything had ended at that exact moment and the people already start to leave the room. And Alan? He starts to think better about his life. Time passes and Jiang, together with Federico, end up leaving that place. She ends up thanking a little for everything that he did. He said that it wasn't anything special, and that he only used the knowledge that he already had. Then Jiang warns that a time of peace will come for her company, and that our protagonist, if he wanted, could help her with some things. She ends up asking if he could also help the sixth sister with certain things, mainly with her curse. Our protagonist talks that he was thinking there and this curse of her, and that he had even asked something to his masters, related to curses of this type. The master at the time had said something mysterious. She asked Fred what the master was wanting to say. When he spoke these things, they're kind of strange. He talks about the snakes that are used for curses, and one didn't appear. We ask if it was a snake with wings on its back, And if that really existed, at first our protagonist, he doesn't know very well if this kind of thing exists, but he believes in his master. Then he talks that he will prepare some things and will go to the mountain to see if he finds the snake. Taking advantage of this fact, they say that they will go to the biggest shopping mall of the city, because it was necessary to buy some things there. Fred leaves the car running, talking that he will prepare the things. Then he visits the clothes store, then the accessories store, and finally the jewelry store, and he simply walks here and there with his hands in his pocket. But at that moment his cell phone starts to vibrate. He decides to take it and check the messages. It was a message from Alice. It had been a long time since they had seen each other, and while our hero there he was using the cell phone, something ends up happening. A woman in front of him looks at Frederico and says that he was taking photos of her. Fred gets confused, because he wasn't doing any of that, and the woman asks him to stop and delete those photos. Fred even tries to explain himself and that in fact he was only answering a message. Soon she ends up approaching, very irritated, until a fat gentleman he approaches asking what was happening. The woman, she explains all the situation about our protagonist was taking photos secretly, and the guy simply throws the glasses of drink that he was with, who approaches our hero completely irritated, asking why he had done this. The people around get completely irritated with the situation. And our protagonist? He even tries to explain himself and says that in fact he wasn't taking any photo, he was only answering a message. The man prepares to give a punch on our hero with everything, but at that moment he ends up dodging until he looks back, holding the arm of that gentleman. The guy keeps screaming, talking that it was hurting a lot. And our protagonist already talks that the guy there was the one who looked for a fight, then he already goes away even from these crazy people. And still tries to explain that everything was nothing more than a misunderstanding. The guy continues irritated, asking how that could have happened. However, someone appears asking what was happening there at that exact moment. The people look to the sides asking who would be that person, and it was the seventh sister who was there to protect our hero. The people get enchanted with her beauty. And Frederico gives a hello to the girl again. She holds Fred's arm and simply asks what he was doing there. Because of this, everyone starts to get embarrassed knowing that our protagonist was accompanied by such a beautiful girl like that. She pulls our hero away at that moment, talking that they will go shopping. And the other one was getting even more irritated. The man who was accompanying this woman gives a slap on her with everything since he thought that she was lying. And meanwhile, Frederico talks that she was holding him with too much strength. She asks if he doesn't like this sensation, and she explains that everyone was envious of him. That's why he was calling so much attention while they walked. And because of this, our big boy, he gets all excited. After that, they go away, and our protagonist leaves the car. He gives a goodbye to her, talking to the girl to take care. And Jiang says that everything was okay, while Diana also gives a goodbye to him, and after saying goodbye, the car goes away. Then he starts to walk, going away to his house. But a mysterious shadow starts to appear behind our protagonist. He tries to give a direct attack that ends up leaving Frederico confused. He already looks back, feeling that he will be attacked. And the guy already arrives attacking our hero, and Fred manages to defend himself. However, his opponent used the Tai Chi hand technique. Frederico even says that this technique is very powerful, but he wasn't going to just stand there taking the hit. That's why he's able to block, creating an opening in his opponent, and gets ready to hit him hard with a punch to the ribs. The guy realized that Frederico was very powerful and even ended up stepping back. If by any chance that blow from Fred had landed directly, the guy wouldn't have survived. The mysterious guy counterattacks using fire fists. That was being an intense battle, with both showing all their power. And after a brief moment, the guy stops and starts thinking. Making a respectful gesture, Frederico asks who this man was and why he was attacking him. The guy acknowledges that Fred was very strong and said he lived up to his reputation, and said he was worthy of being a martial arts master. At that moment, Alice appears calling for her uncle. Fred realized that this guy was part of the Yu family, and she was already all cranky, saying she had sent messages to Frederico, but he didn't respond. So she had to come in person to look for him. That's because he was with his sick sister and ended up getting into trouble with that chubby guy at the mall. Later he sat down to have a chai and they talked. And Frederico said that the Tai Chi hands of that man were very powerful. Alice says that it was to be expected, as her uncle is one of the greatest masters of the Yu family, and he was even considered one of the strongest guys in the city. The girl's uncle asks if, by any chance, Fred knows the identity of Lise. Of course, our protagonist knew that she was a super important girl, since she was the eldest daughter of the boss. However, her uncle was very serious and even ends up slamming the glass on the table. He even tells his niece to go cut some fruit for them. However, he wanted to leave her alone in the kitchen so he could talk to Fred. And that's exactly what she does, going to the kitchen. The girl's uncle speaks in a very serious way to Fred, that they could never be boyfriend and girlfriend. Upon hearing those words from the uncle, he starts spitting out the juice, and even apologizes, saying those words were very sudden and ended up scaring him. While wiping himself, the guy reinforces again, saying that Frederico should understand those words. They couldn't be together, and that was for the good of the girl, since she was destined to marry someone from the Vangue family. Our hero remembers very well that this Vangue family was no good. However, the girl's uncle keeps saying that, although Fred defeated the Zangue family, he could not compare to the suitor from the Vangue family, that they were very powerful. If by any chance the Yu family wanted to reach an even higher level, they should ally with this other family. However, Fred knew very well that this was not what Alice wanted, and asked her uncle if, by any chance, he had asked the girl's opinion. In response, the guy says that people at their level have family interests above all, but the most important thing of all would be Alice's happiness. That's what mattered. The guy gets so angry that he breaks the glass, and said he wouldn't argue with Fred anymore, he just came to deliver that notice, and that he should stay away from the girl. In a somewhat bold way, Frederico asks what would happen if he didn't agree. Her uncle already gets angry, saying he's not going to go easy on the boy just because he's young. Alice appears and asks why her uncle was so angry, and he already gets up saying they finished talking with Frederico and they should leave. The girl always felt happy when she was near our hero, so that's why she kept saying she didn't want to leave now. To try to calm things down, he says he has some things to do and that he will meet her later. The girl knew exactly what her uncle came to do and she couldn't solve anything about it. And she even gets sad, asking if he's really going to leave now. However, in a rather cheerful way, he tells her not to be sad because he'll be back soon. He won't leave her waiting too long. The girl's uncle realized that this guy, besides being smart, was very powerful and that he should be careful with him. So Alice and her uncle end up saying goodbye, and our protagonist tells her to take care. He knew that even within the Yu family, they cared much more about power and influence. But now he should focus on saving his sick sister, since she was under that Inguyang cultivation curse. He slept the whole night and woke up in good spirits. He changes clothes and wonders if, by any chance, the sick sister was already ready. They were going on a trip looking for a medicinal snake venom to be able to heal her cultivation. The neighbors even complained, saying that Fred was making noise early in the morning. Outside, it was him and his friend calling him Marshall Uncle. The protagonist tells him not to keep calling him Uncle, since it sounded like he was an old man. In response, the guy says that the master and the sick sister were already at the airport waiting for him, and there was still a little secret waiting for our hero. However, the guy wasn't going to say what that secret was. He'd have to get to the airport to find out what it was, and that way they head over there. The scene changes to the airport terminal in the city of Jiangsu. He thanks his colleague for the ride, and ends up spotting Julia from afar and starts shouting her name. The girl noticed that Fred had brought all the preparations in his backpack, and even says she's impressed because he seems much more committed than she thought, so he already gets all excited, telling them to head out quickly, but Julia had something she wanted to show him. She said she received a sealing talisman that her master had given her, and that she could only give it to Fred as a gift once he had done certain things. However, since she didn't know about her health condition, she goes ahead and gives him the seal. Fred knew very well what it meant to see those seals, and asked Julia if by chance she knows too. When the masters gave her this magic seal, they didn't say anything. They just said it would be important for Fred. And now begins a bombshell revelation, guys. Actually, Frederico already had the highest cultivation level when he was born. However, he was only able to use up to the 8th degree of strength. Julia is surprised, asking if he's currently at the peak of the true Qi realm. He said yes, and said his masters nurtured his body with all kinds of celestial treasures and also earthly treasures so that he could withstand his power. However, the boy was born so strong that the masters created several seals to be able to store his power. He had already managed to break one of those barriers using the seal that the sixth sister gave, and this one was the second seal. Quite surprised, she asked what his maximum power level would be, since he's so strong at such a young age. In other words, he wouldn't know how to say, but in fact, he basically had unlimited power, and currently he was in the realm of Marmadu. To better understand, martial cultivation is divided into 6 realms, and reaching the peak of true Qi allows someone to be called a master. The higher realms, like the Soul Crossing realm and the Power Transmutation realm, were the second stage of legend, and people who reached this level were considered immortal beings. If all 8 of Fred's layered seals are broken, he will be able to become a legendary guy, even at the immortal level. And when she thinks about it, she even freezes, and Fred keeps waving his hand in front of her face to see if she's awake. After meditating a bit, she says it was already time for them to leave. Fred tells Julia she can keep that sealing talisman and give it to him later. They wouldn't break the master's rules, and she ends up agreeing. She couldn't imagine that her younger brother was such a strong guy. That way they end up traveling. And they go to the province of Mial, which was near the 100,000 mountains, close to the southern border. Julia had already scheduled with the driver and guide to take them to the mountains. This gets him all excited, saying that the older sixth sister was very smart. However, he was feeling something strange. It was as if someone was spying on them. The sixth sister even asks what happened, and he says it was nothing. He just had the impression that someone was watching. And so he leaves the airport. Outside, a car ends up stopping right in front of them. The girl introduces herself, saying she will be the driver and guide since she had been hired, and Julia thanks her, saying she arrived right on time. And shamelessly, the driver gets all flirty with Fred, saying he was very handsome. Julia introduces him, saying he's her younger brother, and the driver keeps flirting with our protagonist. Without further delay, Julia tells everyone to get in the car because they needed to arrive soon. On the way, the driver wouldn't stop talking. She introduces herself, saying her name is Lin Lin, and even says she knows the mountains very well and will be a great guide. Julia was already getting annoyed because this girl wouldn't shut up, and that way they continue the trip. But as expected, she kept talking the entire ride. We see that there really were people following Fred, and the guy picks up the phone telling his master that Frederico had already left the airport. On the other end of the line, the master says they shouldn't lose sight of Frederico and to keep pursuing him. This was the young master who is interested in our hero. The girl who was with him keeps telling the guy not to get so stressed about work and to try to have fun with her. However, he was a jerk and ends up throwing the girl's cup on the ground. This was Chen Ruong Ming, and he was the fourth son of the powerful master of the Chen family. Our protagonist had eliminated someone from his family, so he wanted to get revenge on Fred. And meanwhile, that driver wouldn't shut up. She kept talking about how the mountains in that region worked and said it was a very dangerous place. Even Fred, who was usually polite, was already getting irritated. She was saying that these mountains have many dangerous animals, and that it's the place in China with the most poisonous snakes. The vegetation in this place was lush, but there were many tigers and boas. Since it was a sparsely inhabited area, these animals ended up reproducing very quickly. And along the way, the driver comments that it's kind of strange for the road to be full of cars. And when they look in the rearview mirror, there were some cars that seemed to be chasing them. Since this was a sparsely inhabited region, there shouldn't be that much car traffic. Those mobsters were following Fred. It looked like they wanted to settle the score with him. This guy was known as Black Claw and was one of the most dangerous mobsters in the city. The rookie kid was even scared because they really intended to eliminate Fred, and then they start speeding up, wanting to hit the white car. Before causing an accident, the guy keeps saying he won't give Fred a chance to escape, and slams into the poor driver's car. She already starts screaming in desperation, saying it's a robbery. She panics, begging someone to call an ambulance. But the panic was so intense she couldn't do anything properly, and even notices that there were other cars crashing from the other side. The girl thought it was just a robbery, but soon realized it was about mobsters, and the panic started growing even more. To everyone's misfortune, the mobsters stopped in front of them, forcing the driver to brake as well. The guy already gets out of the car and says that Frederico had offended the young master of the Chen family, and that's why he was going to get beaten up. They were surrounded, and several guys with red bands on their heads got out. This red band gang was extremely well known in the city, and people were terrified of them. The driver says she knows these guys, and in other words, says they're screwed. However, Fred tells her to stay calm, and that he would take care of everything. He even asks who the boss of those guys is, and the girl gets super scared, asking if he doesn't know who they are. Looking through the window, Fred already realizes he's a bit stronger than the group's leader, so it would basically be a guaranteed victory. He opens the car door and tells the girls to stay hidden inside, because he would handle everything. There were about 20 to 30 mob henchmen outside, and the girl panics. Julia tells her to stay calm and count to 10, because that would be the time Frederico needed to deal with the problem. Not understanding anything, the driver asks how come she thinks that boy is going to handle those mobsters. A little annoyed, Julia insists, telling her to just count to 10. The driver puts her hand on her face and starts counting. And outside, our protagonist, also known as the background character Beater, was doing his job. Little by little, he started taking them down one by one. And the girl inside the car was counting, reaching number 4. To finish off the henchmen even faster, our hero grabs a baseball bat and starts smashing all the thugs in the head. The driver had already counted to 10 and asked Julia if that did anything. and when she looks through the window, she sees that Fred finished off everyone, leaving only their leader standing. Confidently, Frederico asks who sent them. All bruised, the Black Claw's leader says it was actually the master of the Chen family. However, Frederico doesn't know anyone from that family and asks why they were after him. To show he was telling the truth, the criminal said he didn't know the reason. He only followed orders. Fred says that if he doesn't speak up, he'll take him down. And humbling himself, the guy swears he doesn't know anything. He didn't even know the reason, he just followed orders and did what he was told. It seemed like this guy wasn't lying. He was just a henchman. And that's why our protagonist spared his life. And even tells the guy to get out of his sight. Desperate, the guy thanks him and says that from now on, he'll value life more. Before anything else, Fred tells him to wait. He should pay for the damages caused to the driver's car. Then he comes back with a pile of money and offers it to the girl. It would be dangerous to accept money from mobsters, so she keeps refusing. However, Julia says she should just accept it, because it's compensation. And without thinking twice, the guide ends up accepting it. Before getting in the car, Frederico tells the mobsters to disappear and never mess with him again. Lin gets all excited, since the amount she received was even more than the price of her car. He asks if the car is still working so they can continue the trip, and the driver says yes. This car, although a bit old, was very tough, and so they take off from that place. The girl even says it was amazing that Frederico managed to deal with those mobsters alone, and to see if that girl would shut up, Julia says that Frederico is actually a super powerful mobster, known as Black Dragon the Black. Not even Fred could believe his sister was telling a lie like that. And the driver decides to keep her mouth shut. He even coughs a bit, trying to play it off, and asks Julia if that was really necessary. And we see that it worked, because the driver didn't say anything else during the trip, only that could make that annoying driver stay quiet. This was useful for Fred to figure out who was behind the attacks. It was probably the Chen family, and now he needed to figure out why they were doing this. Julia asks if he's sure it's the Chen family, and he says that mobster mentioned the name of that family. If they really are the ones behind the attacks, Julia already has an idea why. The Chen family is ranked 4th among the 10 great families in the city of Yangzhou, but Fred says he didn't get involved with that family, so there was no reason for them to be chasing him. However, what he didn't know is that the matriarch of the Chen family is the younger sister of the head of the Zhang family. And since our protagonist went there and wiped them all out, they were most likely seeking revenge on Fred. Besides having destroyed the Zhang family, Fred crushed the Chen family's hopes of becoming one of the top 3 most powerful. He asks why then the Chen family didn't send help when he went to destroy the Zhang family. That's because he was overestimating himself too much. In other words, nobody cared about Fred, that they didn't imagine he would pose a threat to the Zhang family. And when the Chen family found out about the destruction of their allied family, our protagonist had already handed over all the assets to Grandpa Yu, so they couldn't do anything. That meant they would keep chasing Frederico, because now they believed he truly posed a threat, and their journey to the 100,000 mountains won't be as easy as they thought. Fred even says that he has many powerful techniques he hasn't shown yet, so he could protect himself and Julia. And so they arrive at a hotel on the mountain. The driver is terrified and says they finally arrived at the place, asking if they would like her to take the bags out of the trunk. And she even calls Fred Mr. Black Dragon King, and Julia giggles in the background. A little later, at night, the sixth sister is training her cultivation to see if she had finally overcome that curse. It seems like everything was going normally, and she was even managing to release a bit of her spiritual energy. However, in a brief moment she felt a terrible pain. It was as if all her Wing-Yang cultivation was being destroyed when she forced the spiritual energy, and she even falls to the ground, complaining that she was in a lot of pain. And we see a flashback of a guy casting a curse, and it was exactly this monk who had cursed Julia. With a wicked smile, he says he was completing part of his revenge. Hold on, guys, because we're about to see why this guy placed a curse on Julia and why she's suffering so much. The young master of the Chen family was with this monk, and he was using the curse cast on Julia to track her. He was part of a sect that was an enemy of the Seven Sages sect. That's why he was combining his desire to get revenge on that sect with the desire of Master Chen to get revenge on Fred. The scene changes to the Chen family mansion. The family leader was talking to someone very important. The person there was the leader of the Sword sect, and he had come to find out about the death of his brother. This guy's brother had died in the battle at the Zhang family's house, and it was that super powerful guy that our prota defeated. The head of the Chen family keeps saying that the one responsible for all of this is named Frederico. He had gathered clues about how his brother had died, and ends up handing over a picture, saying that this boy who looks like Fred had defeated his brother in a very cruel way. That already leaves the sect master furious, saying that he needed to avenge his poor brother, and the guy also says that before dying, the brother had all his cultivation destroyed, and that it was something Fred did just to cause pain. Obviously, this guy was lying just to influence the sect master, and he gets very angry, saying he needs to hunt down that boy. And to add fuel to the fire and make the guy even angrier, he keeps saying that Frederico had powerful and terrible techniques, and even asks that this swordmaster join his family to wipe out Frederico. Of course, he wouldn't let a relative, especially a brother, be killed in such an evil way. So, without a doubt, he would take revenge on Frederico. The head of the Chen family starts celebrating, saying he got a great ally. They needed to stop Frederico, since he was allied with the Yu family, and they imagined that if they let this boy live, their family would also be destroyed. He didn't just want to recover the Zhang family's assets, but also swallow the entire Yu family. Back at the hotel, Fred was commenting that the breakfast there was really tasty. Julia is happy that he liked it, but she seemed a bit worried. He was eating calmly, but noticed that she was feeling unwell, so he placed his hand on her wrist. The girl says she's feeling fine and that he didn't need to worry about her so much. In response, he says she looked weak and pale, and asks if she was on her days. She quickly pulls her hand away, and at that moment he realized that she had tried to use cultivation again. He gets mad at Julia, saying that if she kept trying to cultivate, it would only accelerate the curse process. She asks if he hadn't said that she had 2 more years to live, so she could try to cultivate. He had said that she would have 2 more years of life, but only if she didn't force cultivation. If she forced too much, she would only have a few more weeks of life. That already makes her desperate, asking, "What do you mean? I only have a few more weeks to live?" That's because the more she forced it, the more the curse would take root in her body. That's why they decide to go find this venomous snake to make the magic pill right away. The driver calls him Black Dragon King, and the people around them get scared, imagining that he's a mobster. The guy tells her not to call him by that nickname in front of others, because people might get the wrong idea. Already inside the car, she keeps saying that she's going to take them to the dangerous 100,000 mountains, where there are mythological beings. Julia says they're not going to that place. They're going even deeper into the mountains, to the area of venomous snakes. The driver gets a little scared because that region is even more dangerous than the one she thought they were going to. In response, Fred says that if she doesn't want to go, he'll take them there. She can drop them off on the road and they'll go on foot. He just needed her to stay there waiting for them to return. However, the guide says it's not a problem. Since she grew up in that place, she knows the mountains very well. And so, she ends up agreeing to take them there. She just needed him to pay an extra fee. In another car, there was a guy spying on our protagonist, calling the head of the Chen family. The young master ordered everyone to keep an eye out, and already started setting up a trap, going to those mountains to wait for the boy. It seems like these guys knew every step of our protagonist. He keeps saying he set up the perfect trap for Fred, and that he won't let him escape unpunished. He had gathered several fighters, and also that martial monk to beat Frederico up. Everyone shouts that they are ready and that they're going to beat up this boy. That way the young master heads there, because he wants to watch everything up close. The people around him get all excited, because when the young master goes somewhere, it's a sign something grand is about to happen. The shameless monk keeps saying he wants a reward if the mission goes well. The young master says that if the monk manages to capture Frederico, he'll be able to have all the women he wants. And Q-Ball cheers, saying that's exactly what he wanted. After a few hours, they arrive in the mountains in search of the venomous snake. Frederico says they can't waste time and need to find that magic snake quickly. We see that the driver was a spy who was passing all the information to the Chen family group. She had her phone transmitting audio and keeps telling the two to wait for her. They were walking through the mountain looking for that magic snake. The driver starts asking a bunch of questions like what the snake is for, and if by any chance they are dealing with a curse within their clan. Julia asks why she wants to know that, and the driver quickly makes up an excuse saying she was just making conversation. The sixth sister says that this snake is very special and that they would recognize it by its appearance. Trying to cover up, Lin starts coughing, because she was transmitting everything by audio and needed to gather as much information as possible. Then she starts interfering, saying she knows this region well and will show the exact place where the snake is. Julia ends up falling for the trap and asks the girl to show the way. So, she goes ahead. She even lets out a wicked laugh because her trap was finally working. Moments later, they walk through the forest and the mountains. The place was very strange, and they start entering an area that looked like a swamp. Julia gets all excited, saying this guide really seems to know the mountains and that she'll give her a 20% bonus. With her arms outstretched, the driver tells him to follow her, saying she knew the exact path. They were almost reaching the trap, but she ends up slipping and falling into the bushes. She gets up quickly and says there are lots of snakes nearby, and that they need to hurry because that's where the snake they need is. Fred and Julia run over there saying that if a snake bites, someone could die. That was the exact spot of the trap, and the driver starts celebrating because they fell for it perfectly. However, before Fred could step into the trap, he stops his foot. Lynn starts cheering, telling him to step already and fall into the trap, but he asks the girl if she's acted enough. Lynn asks what he's saying and says she doesn't understand anything. Then Fred takes a coin from his pocket and throws it on the ground, saying that this guide was actually a traitor. When the coin hits the grass, a trap activates. The girl asks how he found out, and he replies that tour guides never step into those areas of the mountains. So, most likely this girl wasn't just any guide. Besides, she had planned this from the beginning, and the two of them were the target. The girl laughs and says this Frederico guy is really sharp, and even though he didn't fall into the trap, he had already fallen for her plan. What they really wanted was to lure Frederico and Julia into an ambush in a dangerous place. That's because the head of the Chen family was arriving. He shows up in the middle of the forest and says he finally found his opponent. Our Proto even jokes, saying he's so famous that even the young masters of the families are coming to visit him. The boy from the Chen family gets mad and orders the henchmen to take down Frederico. The guys start surrounding him, wanting to defeat our hero. But the little villain didn't want them to kill the boy. He wanted Frederico alive. Julia already gets ready to fight, even knowing she can't use cultivation because of the curse, but Frederico tells her to relax because it's going to be easy to beat them all. He already had a plan in mind, grabs the girl's hand and starts pulling her. That makes Julia embarrassed, her cheeks turning red. He starts clearing a path through the enemies, punching those idiots. One of the henchmen pulls out a gun to try to shoot him, but the young master punches the employee, saying he wasn't supposed to kill the boy because he wanted Frederico alive. So he orders everyone to capture Frederico, promising a reward of $10 million to whoever manages to catch him. Upon hearing that amount, everyone gets motivated. The driver, who had fulfilled part of the deal, asks if the Lord will also give her share. With a bit of disdain, he says yes, and tells her to go to the car and get the suitcase with the money. She gets all happy and goes there, thanking young Master Chen. But at that moment, that monk grabs the girl. He says he likes her, that she's very cute. The young master says that if the monk wants to keep her, he can. And that's exactly what he does, saying he's going to enjoy her a lot. It seems she got the short end of the stick. She ended up betraying the protagonist and got into trouble. A little later, Frederico and Julia managed to shake off the criminals. They were hiding behind a bush. With a reward of $10 million for his head, Julia even jokes about turning Fred into the villain. Then they could split the money, since Frederico would probably escape from them easily. No more joking. She asks what he plans to do now that they're hiding. Our hero says he's going to use the henchman as bait to attract the magic snake. Julia agrees, saying it's a great idea. After a few hours, the henchmen start screaming that they were bitten by a snake. Frederico and his sister go over there to see what happened. At that moment, they realize Frederico had arrived. They even ask how that boy managed to do it. But what they didn't know is that the two of them were part of a cultivation sect, and they start beating up the criminals with everything they've got. A snake had bitten one of them, but it wasn't the one they were looking for. It was a red-striped snake. They needed a magic snake. Someone yells that a monster appeared, and Frederico thinks it must be the magic snake. They run over there and see a giant serpent with even wings. That was the creature they were looking for. The henchmen point their guns and they start shooting, thinking they would be able to kill the beast. But the snake's skin was very tough, and the bullets had no effect. The sound of the guns makes the snake want to flee. It was very fast, so Frederico couldn't stand still. He runs after it to try to capture the serpent. He even uses his cultivation to catch up to her. The snake was heading toward a very tall mountain. Julia asks if it will be able to climb that cliff. Frederico responds, laughing. If she really thinks the snake can't do it. He tells his sister to go with him because they need to chase the snake and not let it get away. They run very fast and start climbing the mountain. The henchmen keep wondering who those two are, because they look like superheroes. The snake flies through the mountain, and it was very difficult, but they were managing to keep up. But Julia couldn't use her cultivation, so she started to fall behind. Frederico tells her not to worry, because he will catch up to the snake. He needed the snake's venom to make an antidote against the curse on his sister's body. The henchmen also start climbing the cliff after the reward. But climbing that hill was very difficult. One of them slips and falls all the way down. At that moment, everyone realized it was more complicated than they thought. Frederico even comments that those idiots will do anything for money. Julia says they're risking it all because of the money and asks why he's risking his own life. He looks at her without saying anything, and keeps climbing, leaving her full of doubt. She knew he was trying hard because of her, but she didn't really understand his motivations. She was 24 years old and Frederico only 20, so she didn't think he wanted something more with her. Remembering that they call each other siblings, but they actually grew up together in an orphanage, which is the sect of the Seven Masters. They're not blood siblings. When he reaches the top, he sees the snake trapped in a cage. Who was there was exactly the warrior whose brother had been defeated by Fred. The guy asks if he's Frederico, and our hero says yes. Right after, the warrior asks if he's looking for that snake. Humbly, Frederico greets the guy and politely asks to hand over the snake, because he needed its venom. But the swordsman wouldn't hand it over so easily. Frederico would have to defeat him in a duel, and then he would give the snake as a prize. Our hero wasn't understanding anything, but the guy already starts unleashing his power, and you can tell he's very strong. The monk was down below and commented that Frederico probably wouldn't survive. The young master said that Frederico couldn't die, since he wanted the boy alive. So he ordered the monk to climb up there and make sure the boy survived. That shameless ball guy kept saying it would be great to get up there, because he also wanted to take Frederico's sister. The young master didn't care and said he could have any woman he wanted, as long as he had permission. And so, that bald man, with no scruples, started climbing. Confidently, he said he could handle fighting Fred, but deep down he was a little scared, since Frederico had defeated the Zhang family alone. He even said that without Fred in the way, he could wipe out the Yu family. Fred was dueling with the swordsman, but it was hard to dodge the attacks. He even asked why the guy wanted to fight him, since they didn't even know each other. The swordsman replied that he was Kun's brother, the one who was defeated by our hero. Fred remembered that guy, and also remembered that he hurt Alice, so he beat him up. Now this new warrior was there to avenge his brother's death. Fred knew that if he slipped up near this guy, he could even lose an arm. So he managed to dodge at the last moment and to prepare to punch to his chest. And that's what he did, but the opponent was very strong and ended up throwing Fred far away. That was a battle at the peak level of the true Chi realm. The two began to praise each other, recognizing they had advanced cultivation. But the swordsman thought Fred was being arrogant and started swearing, saying that the young master had told him everything. Julia appeared at that moment and asked what was going on and why the snake was trapped. Fred pointed to the swordsman and explained that he was the one who trapped the snake and that he wanted to fight to avenge his brother's death. Julia knew that guy's brother and said he was a scumbag, so probably the swordsman wasn't any better either. The swordsman really seemed to believe that his brother was a good person and began cursing the Yu family, saying they were traitors for having killed his brother. Julia said she wasn't going to let those guys do whatever they wanted with her little brother and charge at the swordsman, but she wasn't strong enough, since most of her cultivation was sealed. While watching the fight, Fred realized that the guy was being deceived, probably by the Chen family. He needed to tell the truth, or else he would have to keep fighting the guy for hours. Respectfully, Fred said he didn't defeat his brother dishonestly. It was a fair battle, and he only did it to save his friend from the Yu family. That left the swordsman a bit shocked, and he asked what really happened in the battle at the Chen family's house. Fred explained that it was a fair fight, and that he only did it to save a girl. He said if the swordsman doubted it, he could investigate on his own. The swordsman replied that the sword warriors always honor the family's name, and that they would never act treacherously. It seemed he really didn't know his brother well, because the guy was pretty evil. Then, pointing his sword at Fred's neck, he said he would look for the truth, and if he found out Fred lied, he would hunt him down no matter the cost. Fred made another respectful gesture and said he would accept any punishment if he was lying. At that moment, the monk appeared. He hit Julia hard, knocking her to the ground, and kept telling the swordsman that he should avenge his brother's death. It was already clear that those people were trying to manipulate the guy. They wanted to settle injustice with an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But the swordsman said he was starting to suspect that his brother did something wrong, and that's why he got what he deserved. At that moment, Fred realized that the bald guy was extremely strong. He had probably already surpassed the true Chi realm. Julia knew that her younger brother was in the core Chi realm, which is slightly below the level of that bald guy, so the fight would be very difficult. But she started to feel something familiar. It was like she had met this guy before. When he released some of his power, he said he had been waiting for her for a long time. At that moment, the power he released reached Julia's stomach, activating the curse in her. The girl started to feel weak and began to tremble. That's when Fred solved the mystery. It was that bald monk who had cast the curse on his sixth older sister. The monk admitted it was him and even spoke with pride. But he didn't expect the curse to progress so quickly, leaving the girl debilitated. He had done it 5 years ago. The swordsman heard the whole conversation and began to realize that the Chen family's side was the evil one. Realizing that the situation was getting dangerous, Fred understood that he couldn't fight the monk in that place. First, he needed to get the snake and flee with his sister to try to heal her. However, the monk said he wouldn't let Frederico leave, and already charged at him using the Fire Fist technique. That technique was extremely powerful and destroyed the entire terrain around them. He really was at the Sea of Chi realm level, which was one level above our protagonist, and he even had the audacity to say he would eliminate Frederico and leave Julia alive to use her at night. Yes, to do exactly what you're thinking. Emanating his fire energy, he said the boy must die. He was very strong and started aiming his weapon at Fred. In the middle of that explosion, Fred managed to dodge the attack. He knew that guy was extremely powerful, so he threw his needles. Mockingly, the bald guy said those needles were nothing. But they were just a distraction so Fred could appear in front of him. The villain laughed, saying that high speed meant nothing. He said he was merciful, so he would give the young master a quick end. But our hero wasn't weak either. He managed to launch a technique into the bald guy's eye, making him lose his vision for a few seconds. That was enough for Fred-Eye to try to flee and get the snake's venom. He ran to the cage, but the swordsman was immobilizing the snake with his weapon. For a few minutes he realized that Fred was a good guy, and that the Chen family was trying to manipulate him. Fred thought he would have to fight him, but the swordsman sheathed his sword and said he could take the snake's venom. Fred even thought it could be a trap, but he decided to believe it, since he had no other choice. He managed to gather all the snake's venom. The creature even tried to attack him, but he pulled his arm back in time. With Julia leaning on his shoulder, he said he needed to escape with her to a safe place. She was very weak because of that curse on her yin-yang. The swordsman stood watching the two of them leave. The monk started yelling, asking where those bastards were, and the swordsman pointed in another direction just to buy them more time. Calling his henchmen, the monk shouted that they needed to chase after Federico, or he would escape. Now what the swordsman really wanted was to find out exactly how his brother died. He called for young Master Chen to show himself, and the guy broke his invisibility spell. The swordsman said he already knew his brother wasn't a good person, and told Chen to just say what really happened. He didn't believe his brother decided to work of his own free will for the Zhang family. The young master started making up a story, saying his brother joined the Zhang family out of self-interest. He said that in the past, a relative of the Zhang family was oppressed by Federico, and so his brother decided to take revenge. He added that his brother was also oppressed by him, so he joined forces with the Zhang family out of revenge. He also said that he didn't try to hurt the girl from the Yu family, and that all of that was a lie from Federico. The swordsman even laughed, but deep down he knew the guy was lying, and that his brother probably did some wrong things. He was already leaving, and Chen asked if he wasn't going to avenge his brother, since that would stain the name of the sword sect. The swordsman got furious and told him to shut up. He knew the guy only wanted to use his brother's death as an excuse to manipulate him, and said he wasn't going to fall for those traps anymore. If he were guided by the spirit of revenge, he would have the same fate as his brother. Besides that, the Heavenly Sword Sect would be ruined. Admitting that his brother was wrong and suffered the consequences wasn't a sign of weakness. He even called out the monk, saying that someone like him who can't distinguish right from wrong shouldn't be practicing cultivation. Sheathing his sword again, he said he would investigate on his own to discover the full truth. And as he left, he said that the matter was closed. Of course, the young master of the Chen family got angry, saying he didn't accept being abandoned like that. The bald guy commented that those self-proclaimed righteous ones were great masters, too. The young Master Chen got all worked up, saying he couldn't believe the swordsman would abandon them like that. But the monk tried to calm him, saying that with him around, the boy wasn't going to escape. Master Chen believed in the bald guy's abilities and promised that if he captured the boy, he would receive double the reward. So the bald guy ran off to try and capture Fred. Right after, he called a contact from his family and said the hired swordsman was a complete failure, and that they should send the entire elite force of the Chen family. Our hero was escaping and in a tough situation, since reinforcements were coming. He was carrying Julia on his back and looking for a place to hide. After a few hours of walking, he found a cave. It was a very hidden place, so it seemed relatively safe. He whispered to Julia to stay calm, because he was going to save her. Now that he had the venom, he would make the necessary treatment for her. But meanwhile, she started having hallucinations, like curses trying to grab her. This made her start screaming in fear, begging for help. Fred beside her told the girl to calm down. What she was seeing was nothing more than hallucinations caused by the curse inside her yin-yang. She just needed to eat that antidote pill and she would be fine. But she didn't want to do that and slapped the pill, making it fly away. Fred realized that if that pill hit the ground, it would lose all its effect. So he jumped to try to protect it. He had already tried everything to get her to take the pill, so he put that bitter medicine sphere into his own mouth, and even apologized to his older sister. Then he kissed her on the mouth, passing the medicine from his mouth straight into the girl's mouth. With that, she managed to swallow the pill, and when she opened her eyes, she found our hero very close to her face. At that moment, all the essence of the antidote went to the yin-yang concentration and began to release the curse. He asked Julia to hang on because he was going to need to guide all that bad energy out of her body, and he did that using acupuncture techniques. He placed the needle in the exact point to eliminate all the evil energy. After a few minutes, it started to work and she regained a superficial layer of defense. However, unfortunately for him, the Chen family's henchmen ended up finding them. They were discovered very quickly, and all of that because of that shameless monk who managed to track the yin-yang energy of the curse. but the entrance to the cave was narrow so they could get stuck inside. That's why the monk ordered them to set fire to the cave entrance, forcing Fred to come out. If they didn't come out, they would be suffocated by the smoke. The people began praising the monk, saying he was brilliant and very smart. Don't ask me how, but they already had gasoline cans and started pouring it all over the entrance. Right after, the monk ordered them to set it on fire. And that's exactly what they did. The fire began to spread very quickly. In a few seconds, the entire entrance of the cave was in flames. He wanted to see how long the disciples of the seven sages could hold on. Fred realized the situation was critical because there was only one way out. Julia starts breathing that smoke and her cheeks turn red. 30 seconds breathing that smoke was fatal, and he knew it. Because of that, he needed to act fast. He takes a cloth from his bag and wets it in a stream that ran through the cave. Then he puts it on the girl's nose to act as a filter. It wouldn't last long, but it would give a few more seconds. She wouldn't be able to move for at least 15 minutes, so he would have to carry her in his arms. At that moment, he needed to remember all the Taoist techniques his masters had taught him. The seventh master had taught that he could break his first seals to release a powerful attack. He demonstrated it using an axe and said that, with common techniques, it wasn't even possible to break a log. But when using concentration energy, the attack could be 10 times stronger. However, for that, he would need to break one of the seals. He had already broken the first with the help of the seventh sister, and the next seal was with Julia. And he knew exactly where she had hidden the artifact. He needed to get it. He even apologized, saying it was for a good cause. After a while, he had the seal in his hands and needed to break that barrier inside his body. If he took too long, he would end up suffocated by the smoke. Outside, the shameless monk was blowing the fire, making everything even hotter. That blow was raising the temperature inside the cave. The guy even said that Federico seemed kind of weak and wouldn't survive. But inside, our hero was breaking the sixth seal. He put his hands together and began to release his cultivation form. Outside, the henchmen even celebrated, saying the only way for Fred to come out alive would be by using a water dragon. But they said that was impossible. Even the monk said that. That was when he felt a small earthquake. And also heard a very loud noise coming from inside the cave. What came out of there was precisely a water dragon. The bald guy couldn't believe it and said that was impossible. And he also couldn't imagine where all that water came from. Our hero began to flood that entire forest. It was endless water. He was in there, managing to extinguish all those flames. This was an advanced technique from the peak of the sea realm. You're going to see how our protagonist becomes a total beast from now on. He managed to put out all the fire, and was controlling the water dragon to eliminate his enemies. That was the water dragon hexagram. And he ordered the dragon to return to his body. And that's exactly what happens. The water creature returns to our hero as a cultivation base. Carrying Julia in his arms, he says he's going to escape from there using those water currents. The people start calling for help as they drown, but our hero could breathe calmly down there. The other thugs were screaming for help, desperate. And our protagonist, he didn't care at all. The guys had just tried to kill him and now they were there begging for help. However, that wasn't good because Julia was unconscious and couldn't hold her breath. Realizing that the boy was going to surface, the bald guy already prepared to attack him, and said he was going to use his strongest technique to make sure he didn't survive. Our hero couldn't do anything, since he was in a disadvantageous position, but someone appeared to protect him. It was precisely that swordsman who was suspecting that the Chen family was the true culprit of all the evil. The monk asked the swordsman if now he decided to become a traitor, and ensuring Fred's safety, he tells the boy to flee quickly. Our hero thanks him for saving his life, and after a while he manages to climb up the stream, taking Julia to a safe place. He leaves her by the riverbank and says she will wake up in 10 minutes, but then he remembers that she couldn't hold her breath, which is why her belly was full of water, so he uses a cultivation technique to remove all the water from inside her. And so, she starts breathing calmly again. Since she had drunk a lot of water, she wouldn't wake up in 10 minutes, but in 15. Then he realizes he needs to go back to help the swordsman, or else he would be defeated by the bald monk. The scene goes back to the battle, and we see that the monk was really beating the swordsman. He wasn't managing to honor the sect of the heavenly swords, and the monk was even mocking him. At that moment, 3 needles fly toward the bald guy. He screams because he realizes it was a surprise attack, but since he was really tough, he managed to defend against the needles. Fred launches another water attack, but the bald guy also manages to block it. He's surprised because it seems that Federico got much stronger. 3 needles stick into the ground, and he was faster because he managed to unlock the 6th seal. Now it was time to settle the score. The cool thing about this protagonist is that he's not as soft as the others. If he needs to send someone to the grave, he will. In an instant, those needles hit the ground and the bald guy doesn't notice the speed. His plan was to grab the swordsman as a hostage, to use as a bargaining chip in the fight. So he goes all out toward the boy. Our hero knows the monk's sneaky techniques very well and steps in front to protect the swordsman. In response, the bald guy says that a stinky fan like him could never defeat him, but our hero thinks differently. Launching more water jets, the bald guy manages to block with ease, but that was just a distraction. The real powerful attack was coming. The attack is so strong that the bald guy can't block it, no matter how hard he tries. He ends up being hit hard in the chest. In a lot of pain, he asks if Fred managed to reach the Sea of Key realm, and if he did that inside the cave. With a sphere of energy in his hands, Frederico says he only recovered a bit of his power, and that now it was time to finish the Chen family. Someone appears telling them not to move. And the one who was there was the real leader of the Chen family, that boy's father. This was the backup they had called. He starts laughing, saying that the sect of the Seven Masters always made a fool of itself, and this time would be no different. Besides that, he says he was now closer to getting revenge on that witch. Our hero asks which witch he's talking about, if he means his sixth master. That's exactly it. He had an old grudge with our hero's sixth master. He says that about 20 years ago he tried to take advantage of a girl, and we see the girl wasn't really into it. But the master showed up and told him to stop that. When she touched his shoulder, she blocked his cultivation. Since then, he couldn't level up anymore and got stuck in the sea realm. Because of that, he cursed Julia to get revenge on her master, and wanted to do the same with Fred. Upon hearing this, our hero gets furious and lands a blow on this maniac. He wasn't going to let this guy get away with everything he did. His hand goes through the bald guy's chest, and he even says the man should thank the kindness of the sixth master for not taking his life back then. The Chen clan leader is shocked and orders all his henchmen to shoot the boy. They start firing multiple shots, and Fred throws some needles. With great speed, he dodges all the attacks and throws more and more needles. All those metal objects start hitting the henchmen, and little by little they start falling. The only one still standing was the Chen clan leader, but he also ends up getting hit in the neck. He falls to the ground in pain as he was getting electrocuted. Fred walks slowly toward him, while the guy begs for help. In response, Fred says he hit a vital point on those bastards, and they won't survive. The Chen family boss had lost his life, and no one could believe it. With confidence, Fred says that if the other henchmen also want to die, they just need to stay in the forest. They disagree, saying they would rather stay alive and start fleeing the place. He goes to the swordsman and asks if he's okay. He uses a medicinal and cultivation technique to try to restore his vital points. This causes the guy terrible pain, but it was for his own good. Right after, he asks if that was enough for him to feel better. The guy agrees, saying yes, and that he won't die. At that moment, the swordsman realizes Fred was very strong, because he dodged multiple bullets and still defeated that monk. He thanks Fred for saving him and says he'll try to better understand who his brother really was, since it seemed like they didn't even know each other. The story was very long, but if he wanted, Fred could tell it. Meanwhile, the other henchmen were looking for Julia. The young master knew she had hidden in that place because they were sensing her aura. However, they ended up hearing the sound of gunfire from when his father had arrived. They think that probably his father came and defeated Frederico. Touching one of his men on the shoulder, he says that if they find Julia, he'll give a reward of $5 million. At that moment, they end up finding the girl lying near the stream. They start saying they should grab her quickly. The young master orders everyone to surround her so she can't escape. They even make disgusting comments, saying she had a nice body and that they could all take advantage of her later. They even say it would be fun to take turns. These guys here are worthless, folks. When they were about to touch Julia, they hear a sound. It was several needles hitting them. We already know those needles are Frederico's, and he really was there, asking how they dared touch his sixth elder sister. He guarantees that he won't forgive them. All of them would die. Young Master Chen is already starting to panic and asks where the bald monk is. At that moment, he realizes that even his father might no longer be alive, and orders his henchmen to shoot Frederico. They draw their guns and start firing, but they can't hit him. Even with several shots, they hit nothing. That's because our hero was moving at the speed of light. They even say this boy looked like a superhuman. They couldn't even track him with their eyes. He looked more like a ghost. And before they knew it, all of them had been defeated, with only the boy left standing. He starts running away, saying he'll return to the Chen family where he'll be safe. But it was already too late. He ends up getting stabbed in the back by a needle that delivers a strong electric shock. Falling to the ground, he asks why his body wasn't moving. But all the other henchmen were also paralyzed. It seemed their bodies weren't responding to their brains. In response, Fred says that the Zhang family also messed with him and was destroyed. And now it was the Chen family's turn. He wouldn't let anyone who harmed his sisters go unpunished. The guy starts begging for forgiveness and swears he'll give Fred all the money he wants. His family was billionaire and had a huge fortune, so he could offer any amount. That proposal seemed great, but our protagonist wasn't interested. He laughs and says that fame and money weren't of any interest to him. He refuses the offer. He says this after throwing a needle into the villain's chest, and now that he had eliminated all the members of the Chen family, he He says he will go back to his sister Julia. He goes there, picks up the girl, and holds her in his arms to return to the city. He tells her that the matter is settled, and that now she no longer has a curse blocking her yin-yang. They could return home safely. She wakes up in his arms, thinking it was very good to have a man she could trust. They head back to the city's airport. The little swordsman heard the whole story from Fred's mouth and began to believe what he told. He even apologized for his brother causing so many problems. Julia comments that this guy was quite an upright person, and that it was good to meet him. She says that since he practiced martial arts, he needed first to cultivate the mind. The body was just a consequence. Julia asks if that was what the 7 masters taught him, that he should train the mind first. He answers yes, that was the main thing, but they also taught other things. And she wants to know what else they taught. He says the masters taught him that he should have many wives and concubines and form a family full of children and grandchildren. She gets angry right away, asking which shameless master told him that, and he admits he was joking, but the 6th sister gets really mad. In the middle of the trip, Julia gets thoughtful. She says that now that the Chen family was destroyed, Fred would need to warn the Yu family. He says he hasn't done that yet and asks why he would have to do it so quickly. She explains that it's so the Yu family can go there and absorb the Chen family's assets. Otherwise, the Zhang family would do it and become even stronger. Besides that, his path would be easier without those families interfering, but our protagonist didn't quite understand. So she explains that since he is powerful in helping the Yu family, the other families will end up suspecting that he is trying to bring down the other houses. The guy is shocked, right? Would everyone think he's an enemy? And that's exactly it. That's why he should make the Yu family, his allied family, even stronger. She also explains that the 5th sister was in the possession of the Vangyue family. Guys, this is news! The next one he needs to find is precisely the 5th sister. The scene changes to Alice. Her phone was ringing. She gets excited because it was a call from Fred. She tells her friend she needs to leave early because she has an urgent matter to resolve. The friend asks why she's skipping class since she's never done that before. Ah, girl, because it was a call from Fred, right? The boy she loves? She's already running off, talking to him on the phone, and we see a blonde guy watching everything. That guy heard Alice saying Frederico's name. And he was the youngest son of the Vangi family, destined to marry her. Upon hearing the name Frederico, he gets thoughtful, since he had heard that name somewhere. His friends comment if this Frederico wasn't the guy who destroyed the Zhang family a few days ago. Then he understands everything. Alice was getting involved with this Fred, and he was behind the fall of some important houses. Wanting to know the relationship between her and this boy, he decides to follow her. He wanted to discover who this Frederico was that was making the Yu family feel so important. The scene changes to a restaurant. They were having a snack, and our protagonist was starving. She wanted to know why he called her so urgently. He was even starting to forget what he had to say because of the burger. Then he reveals that she must tell her grandfather that the Chen family has fallen, and that they should absorb all the family's assets. The girl doesn't believe it much, since the Chen family was the 4th largest in the city, so it wouldn't be easy for them to fall like that. He tells her to stop doubting, because he himself already took care of all the Chen family members. They fell because they messed with the 5th sister. Startled, Alice asks if that's serious, if he's not joking. And it was very serious, and they needed to act fast to get all the assets, or else the Vangyue family would arrive first. She already decides to call her grandfather to tell everything. Now that the message was delivered, he was about to leave because he was tired from the trip. She gets sad, poor thing, asking if he really is leaving already. But then he remembers he had one more thing to say. He says he had an important question to ask. The girl gets all excited, thinking he was going to ask her out. But what he wanted to know was if she would accept to be his disciple. This surprises Alice. And the young man from the Vangyue family was there in the back, watching everything. He was spying to know what the relationship between the two was. She starts pinching Fred's cheeks, asking what's this story about wanting a disciple. The guy's friends ask if the young master wants them to go there and teach that boy a lesson. But doing that in front of Alice wouldn't look good. When Fred was saying goodbye to leave, the young Vangyue orders his henchmen to follow him. And that's exactly what they do. He also says that if Fred is weak, they can eliminate him. Fred and Alice leave down the street, playfully teasing each other. She notices he has dark circles and asks if he's not sleeping well. He says he's a light sleeper and didn't manage to rest. Worried, she asks if he wants her to give him a ride by car. That way he would get home faster. He thanks her, saying she's very kind, but says he'll run anyway because he needs to exercise. It was just an excuse, then he says goodbye. He gets on a bus and thinks he couldn't let her give him a ride because Julia was at his house. She was sleeping in his bed, and if Alice found the girl there, the situation would get awkward. Alice notices he's making an excuse and wonders what he's hiding. But at the same time, she gets worried because he managed to handle the Chen family alone, and she knew those people were very dangerous. She manages to call her grandfather and explains everything. He's surprised by the idea of annexing the Chen family, and even asks if his granddaughter is crazy. Then she explains that Frederico managed to defeat all the masters. After stopping at the bus stop, Fred leaves running. He was really tired because he hadn't slept well. But near his house, he ends up finding the gang of that guy from the Vangji family. They had surrounded our hero, and the old people on the street ran away scared. Quite calmly, Fred asks who they were, but the guys didn't want to know anything and went after Fred. These guys didn't even have any cultivation base and thought they could beat our hero. In a few seconds, all of them had been defeated. Fred was stepping on one of them, asking who had sent them. And they admitted, saying it was someone very important. The chubby guy didn't know the name, only that it was someone rich. Fred starts punching him more, saying if he doesn't say that person's name soon, he'll finish all his teeth. All toothless, the guy says he really doesn't know the name. He could even die, but didn't want to name someone he didn't even know. Realizing the chubby guy was telling the truth, he decides to let him live, and orders everyone to get out of there quickly. They start running to try to get to safety. Now Fred begins to believe what Julia said, about him attracting the attention of other families. He even imagines it was probably the Vangue family spying on him from afar, and they end up sending messages saying Frederico was very strong. The scene changes to a little later that same day. The guy was in a restaurant looking at messages on his phone. He received a video where Fred had beaten all his henchmen, and he even said he was going to leave that matter for his father or aunt to solve. One of the friends says this Frederico was very strong, and it was strange he had allied with the Yu family. He also wanted to know what he would do from now on. The blonde guy was calm, because the Vangju family had many cultivation experts, just like this boy. Even if Alice liked that Frederico, the Yu family wouldn't let the two stay together. The blonde guy agrees, saying he already has an arranged marriage with her, and that it would be much more beneficial for the girl's family if she married him. The Vangue family was very powerful because they had a relic kept under 7 locks. It was something extremely powerful. After finishing the conversation, he says they need to leave quickly. And we see that the guy who was serving at the bar was the one from the beginning of the story. He paid attention to the whole conversation, and he says he saw Fred's photo on the blonde guy's phone. So he goes to our hero's house to tell him all this, but Fred wasn't paying much attention. Still, the guy guarantees that those from the Vangue family want to harm him. He told everything because he wanted to learn some cultivation techniques from our protagonist. After everything happens, Fred tells him to leave, and even asks if he knows the names of those 2 people he saw at the bar. The guy says he doesn't know because they were very discreet, but they seem to be from the Vangue family. Our hero thanks him and he leaves. He knew it was that family forcing Alice to marry them. The scene changes to Alice's house, and she was talking to her grandfather. Annexing the Chen family's assets would need to be done strategically. She asks if sending only her uncle along with some men would be enough. Grandpa says no, but that he wasn't that worried. But Alice didn't need to worry because her father went along too. She was surprised, asking if that was serious. Later they had returned. This was the current leader of the Yu family. His name was Charles, father of Lise. She was very anxious, asking if everything went well. She even offered him some tea. Her father asked if everything went as expected, and if they managed to settle matters with the Chen family. Charles says yes, and that they managed to acquire all the family's assets, and that when they arrived there, they decided to cooperate. All this was thanks to Frederico. He was helping the Yu family get stronger and stronger. Alice tells her father that Fred was very helpful, and that he was bringing many resources, that they wouldn't even need to submit to the Vangue family anymore. The girl's grandfather was helping her highlight Fred, more so that her father would cancel the marriage with the Vangue family. But Charles says things are not as simple as she thinks. The Yu family was already the 3rd largest in the city, so she didn't need to marry the Vangue family since she didn't want that. She says it would be a nightmare. And besides that, they managed to annex 2 more families. The girl's father gets angry, slams his glass on the table and calls her naive, and asks her to bring Frederico home the next day because he wants to meet the boy. She gets all happy, asking if by any chance her father changed his mind. In response, Charles says the boy did a great favor for his family, so he wants to thank him personally. The poor girl gets excited, thinking her father will let her marry Fred. After that, he leaves. The grandfather feels a bit uneasy, knowing Charles was hard to deal with, and that he didn't change his mind easily. Later, our protagonist was sleeping, and his phone started ringing. He decides to answer. He was half asleep and didn't understand very well. Alice starts repeating, saying her father wants to meet Fred. The scene changes to the next morning, and Fred was a bit thoughtful. Julia asks why he's so worried so early. He says it's because Alice's father wants to see him. Trying to calm him down, the 6th sister says he probably just wants to thank Fred, since he managed to defeat 2 families that were enemies of the Yu family. And to make things worse, she says the Vangue family decided to cause trouble with him. And Julia was right about those families trying to eliminate him. She asks if he still hasn't understood how the world works. Even the 7th sister said Fred was quite a wild guy. That was clearly a joke from Aang's sister, But Julia didn't get it, so she tries to motivate Fred, saying he is very strong and no matter what happens, he always has a card up his sleeve. And besides, if he joined the Yu family, it would be very good, since they need to establish the new sect of the Seven Masters in the city. At that moment, someone honks outside. It was Alice there to pick up our hero. He gets worried, peeking out the window with his sister Julia. Alice gets very jealous, asking who that girl was. He says goodbye to his sister and says he's already going. The sixth sister notices Julia got jealous, and already knew Julia misunderstood things. However, maybe she wasn't that wrong in what she understood, since she had kissed Fred and was even carried in his arms. He gets in the car and puts on the seatbelt. Alice starts to speed up, and she does that because she was angry. An old man even starts yelling, telling her to watch where she's going. Very jealous, Alice asks who that girl in his room was. And besides, she was there very early, which meant they slept together. Sweating nervously, Fred says that was his sixth older sister, and it was exactly because of her that he had been missing those days, since he was looking for medical treatment for her. That makes Alice embarrassed, her cheeks blushing. She had misunderstood everything. Then he asks why her father wanted to see him today. In response, Alice says it's because her father wants to thank him, since he was helping the Yu family a lot, and that if her father liked Fred, she wouldn't have to marry someone from the Vangyue family anymore. Our hero beside her already understood the girl's motivations perfectly. Finally, they arrive at the Yu family mansion. Charles starts thanking Fred for helping eliminate some families that were in their way, and even admits our hero seems to be quite a promising person. Alice starts wondering if by chance her father noticed Fred's potential and wanted to offer her in marriage to the boy. But soon he says he wouldn't want Federico to keep meeting his daughter. That surprises everyone. And it was nothing like what the girl was imagining. She says Fred could be very good for the family since he's very strong. But Charles says Alice already has a marriage contract with the youngest son of the Vangyue family, and they couldn't dishonor that commitment. Before going to the Yu family house, our protagonist already imagined he would say something like that. Alice tells her father she doesn't want to marry someone from the Vangyue family, but he tells his daughter to shut up and says it's none of her business, and even asks if Fred could do him the favor of never seeing his daughter again. In response, Fred says he understands very well that Charles is looking for the best options for the family, and the guy interrupts Fred saying he knows he is smart, and so he will fulfill the request. Alice starts screaming, saying that in her father's eyes, marriage is the only thing that matters, and that he doesn't care about her feelings. He tells the girl to go back to her room right away, and even asks the guards to accompany the girl, but she says she will go up alone. She apologizes to Fred for always causing problems for him, and our protagonist in a very calm way tells her not to worry about that. Fred stands up and tells Charles that he likes Alice very much and that she is a great friend, and that he can't fulfill that request of his. Charles didn't expect him to react that way, so he makes a proposal. If Fred agrees to never have contact with his daughter again, he will get 30% of the Chen family's assets. But money, fame, and status were not things Federico wanted. So much so that he left all the Chen and Zhang family assets precisely with this guy. Besides, power and wealth were things that made people obsessed. And sometimes people get so blinded by that they are capable of using their own family as a bargaining chip. After saying that, Charles is a little shaken but still doesn't change his mind. The grandfather goes to our hero to talk with him. The boy asks if the old man also came to ask him to stay away from Alice. But the grandfather is a bit wiser and says he won't do that, since he has always valued the family's happiness. Fred asks what he means by that, and the old man admits that when he was younger, he also didn't marry the right person. He made some wrong decisions, and even though he became very rich and powerful, he regretted it for the rest of his life. He knew Alice had great potential for cultivation, and that if she trained, she could become a great master. The old man says that if Fred likes someone, he has to go after her, and that no matter the nonsense that happens along the way, he shouldn't give up on who he likes. Fred feels a bit embarrassed and says the grandfather is thinking wrong about him. Our hero didn't necessarily want to marry Lise. He was more interested in making her his disciple and wanted her to become one of the masters of his clan. But he ends up thanking the old man for the advice. As he is leaving, the old man thinks that his son Charles can't recognize Fred's potential. He even has more potential than all the members of the Vang family. The scene changes to the Vang family, which had a huge mansion. There was the family leader together with his sister. The head of the Vang family was called Chalkin, and his son, the blonde boy, was telling the whole story about Fred, saying he was very dangerous and on top of that was involved with Lise. The man gets indignant, asking if Federico was really in the Bardic realm. He even thinks the Yu family is kind of undecided, not knowing whether to marry Alice to the blonde boy or to Fred. And once they get in the way of the Vang family, there's no turning back. His aunt laughs, saying the Yu family has always been stupid, and he thanks her, saying his nephew finally brought important information. Since the Yu family is undecided, they need to take the initiative. and says he will meet personally with the family leader tomorrow. The aunt says the Yu family isn't that important anyway, so she would go there herself. The leader agrees. The scene changes to Jiang's house, and she was talking to Julia. She was saying Fred will face the Vang family soon, and they needed to be prepared. She didn't expect her little brother to mature so fast, and was already imagining how he would deal with the betrayal of the fifth sister. Julia says the fifth sister can no longer be called a sister because she is not worthy, having betrayed the clan. Besides, she was helping the Vang family, which was a villainous family. They would have to tell Fred about this, but it would be complicated because they didn't know how he would react. Julia says Jiang is the youngest sister, so she should be in charge of that. But Jiang uses the same argument, saying Julia is older. They kept passing the responsibility back and forth. Finally, the day of the meeting between the Yu family and the Vang family arrived. They had received an invitation saying the meeting would be about Alice's marriage to Chu. They clearly wanted to discuss this as soon as possible. The head of martial arts of the Yu family said sending that invitation seemed quite rude. However, Charles said they needed the Vang family as allies. Later, our protagonist receives a call from Alice asking to meet in a garden, and he runs there desperately. He asks her what happened since she said it was an emergency. She found out that tomorrow there will be a meeting where her father will set the date for her marriage with the Vanguye family member. Fred asks what she thinks about that, and the poor girl starts crying, saying she doesn't want it, that she'd rather die than marry that boy. In response, Fred says it's no use crying and wanting to die. They need to think of an alternative to get out of that situation. The Vanguye family was pressuring her family a lot, so there wasn't much to do. Not even her grandfather could help her. Fred says he doesn't have a plan yet, but will think of something. The Vanguye family was extremely powerful, even having its own martial arts clan called the Golden Blades clan. He had heard that this family was very dangerous and also had strong members. However, his clan, the Seven Sages clan, would not submit to anyone. He wanted to found his own clan and first needed to destroy those enemy clans that in the future would try to interfere. So basically he would be helping Alice, but also because of his own interests. She agrees with that, even mentioning that Fred is a little different, seems to have more attitude now. He says people change, and that was thanks to his maturation. The boy's phone rings, and it was the sixth older sister. He answers and she says she has something important to talk to him about and needs him to come to her house. Fred asks if she can't say it on the phone, but she just hangs up. That makes him a bit angry because she hung up on him. He tells Alice he has something important to solve and that she needs to trust him and not act recklessly. But the meeting would be tomorrow, and she hesitates if she should do something. He says no. She should just stay quiet and wait. Stay calm, observe, and then act at the right time. She thinks about that and finds him charming. He even seemed like a sage speaking those things. He arrives at Jiang's house, and Jiang herself answers the door. She gets embarrassed and warns that the two sisters had very serious looks. It seems they were going to tell something super secret, and our protagonist already starts sweating nervously. Stammering, he asks what the two sisters would like to talk to him about. They look at each other, saying that each will say a part as they had agreed. And that way, they start telling about the fifth sister, and ask if he knows anything about her. What he knew was only what Julia said, that the fifth sister was at the Vanguye family's house. Then Jiang asks if by any chance he knows why the fifth sister is at that family's house. Julia hadn't said that before, but the fifth sister betrayed the sect of the sages. Our hero gets confused. What do you mean we have a traitor among our sisters? But that's exactly what happened. She betrayed the sect and joined the Vanguye family. Fred doesn't believe it. He thinks something must have happened for her to change sides. But the two confirm, saying she is even considered an honored guest and very well treated within the family. That's because she uses cultivation martial arts to refine strengthening pills. And that is a very serious betrayal because it is extremely forbidden for a master to refine pills for outsiders who are not part of cultivation. He gets upset and even punches the table. He gets indignant, saying the fifth sister would never do such a thing, break such an important rule and still help people with bad intentions. Julia is a bit surprised and thinks they said that at the wrong time. However, Jiang says it was better to tell the truth right away. Now, Fred says he has one more reason to confront the Vanguye family. Julia asks if she heard right, if he really wants to go against this family, since they are the second most powerful in the city. That's exactly what she heard. He will defeat the Vanguye family, take the only heir of the Yu family, and make her his disciple. That's because this family is forcing Alice to marry them, and he won't let that happen. Besides that, he believes the fifth sister was deceived, and they are holding her hostage. Julia and Jiang say that's not true, that the fifth sister chose to betray on her own will. However, nothing gets Fred out of his head that she was deceived, and he even says he will use all the power he can get to build an even stronger sect. His goal now is to make the Yu family the most influential, and thus use that power to create a powerful sect. Jiang thinks this idea is great, because the influence of a rich family would be essential for strengthening a cultivation sect. Julia even asks when Fred got so smart, and he feels embarrassed. Diana, who is arriving from afar, watches them talking. She even imagines this topic is important, since they all look serious. The scene changes to the Yu family mansion. Who went there to talk about the wedding date was the aunt, not the family leader. The grandfather, who was the former leader, goes to receive her and says Charles had been waiting for her for quite some time. But the woman treats Grandpa Yu very arrogantly, as if he were a simple servant. This makes all the Yu family members outraged, saying this woman is very disrespectful. Meanwhile, Fred goes to the Vangyue mansion headquarters. He wanted to investigate a bit more about the fifth sister, to know if she really was a traitor or if she was being deceived. However, the mansion was huge, one of the biggest territories in the city, so it would be almost impossible to find her. And to make it worse, he didn't even know what the fifth sister looked like. He could only count on his cultivation perception and try to identify where her aura came from. One of the family leaders was walking through the pavilions and ends up knocking on the door. A woman receives him saying that the young lady was resting. This was the Vangyue family leader, and he wanted to talk to this woman. It was the first day of work for this employee, and he asks who lives in that house. The older employee warns the new guy not to ask questions, or he might end up dead. The maid goes there to talk to her lady and says the family leader is outside wanting to talk to her. It seemed that if she didn't answer him, he would wait there as long as necessary. This was the fifth symbol of the sect of the sages, and her name was Lan Lan. And the girl responds to leave him waiting a bit longer. Yeah, guys, is she really a traitor? Keep watching to find out. The maid goes there and helps Lan Lan get up, but she says she doesn't need it. We see that Lan Lan was actually blind and she didn't know where her servant was, while the girl in the background keeps saying that the family leader is waiting for her. She wants to know why the family leader came to visit her today, which is an important moment since they are discussing the wedding. The helper says she doesn't know anything about that. Probably he wanted more pills to make his family even stronger. And she keeps saying she can't make so many pills, but the helper gets all excited, saying if they are there on such an important day, it means Lan Lan is even more important to them. In response, the girl says she already paid the favor that the Vangyue family did for her, so she doesn't need to keep repaying for so long. She admits she feels like a bird trapped in a cage and that she shouldn't stay in that place. Deep down, she knew she had dishonored the sect of the Seven Sages and couldn't return home, and in the end, her fate was to be locked in that place forever. At that moment, she feels an aura entering the room, and that aura was familiar. She knew it came from the sect of the Seven Sages. She even wonders if some sister came there to rescue her. She asks her maid to send the family leader away, saying she wasn't feeling well. The girl agrees and goes there. Meanwhile, Lan Lan tries to sense where that aura was coming from. Since she had lost her sight, her other senses became much sharper. But she starts getting tense, imagining it might be some master coming to eliminate her since she betrayed the sect. We see that the one emanating that aura was actually Fred because he was lost and didn't know where to go. At that moment, he ended up being found by some employees. He had to finish them off so he wouldn't be discovered. Fred, who was very angry, starts shooting needles in every direction. Now that he got rid of those guys, he should follow the aura that was being emanated back. He knew that if the fifth sister was really found, she would also release some mana into the air. He was afraid she wouldn't sense his energy properly, so he started releasing a bit more spiritual aura around. After feeling her energy, he started jumping from roof to roof. He did this passing by several buildings. The family leader says he came to deal with urgent matters, but the helper says Lan Lan wasn't feeling well. The guy agrees to come back tomorrow, telling Lan Lan to lie down and recover her energy. However, he begins to suspect since the situation in the city was turbulent. He imagines Lan Lan must be plotting something. At that moment, she was inside, emanating her energy, wanting to be found by the disciples of the Seven Masters. Our hero finds her and enters through the window. He loudly asks if she is the fifth elder sister. She realizes it is a male voice, but he called her elder sister. So she starts remembering Fred when he was very little. She asks if by any chance he is Fred Ming. He says yes, and starts waving his hand in front of her. He realizes she is blind. The guy says again that he is Fred Ming and asks if she lost her sight. She says she became blind and is not worthy to be a disciple of the Seven Masters. Therefore, she is no longer his fifth elder sister. She doesn't have that right. The guy gets curious, asking what happened to her, why she was in that situation. In response, she says that because of her lack of skill, she ended up embarrassing and disappointing her masters. She says this while stepping back and ends up stumbling. She was about to fall hard because she couldn't see well where she was. Fred realizes she's going to get hurt, so he runs and manages to hold Lan Lan, protecting the girl. She remembers when he was very little and took care of her. In response, Fred says he came looking for her. The sixth and seventh elder sisters said she had betrayed the sect of the Seven Sages. The girl is left speechless and seems very nervous. At that moment, someone kicks the door open. He senses an unknown aura in the place. He suspects someone invaded the Vangyue family house. The girl says he misunderstood, that this boy is not an invader. He steps in front of the 5th elder sister and tells her to stay calm, because he will protect her. However, this guy is super powerful. He activates his cultivation energy and manages to block the Vangyue family leader's attack. The guy asks, a little crazy, if this boy thinks he can block his attacks with just one hand, and he already tries to go for another attack. From afar, Lan asks her brother, but the Nozeroi doesn't complicate things. He even says he wouldn't be able to defeat the Vangyue master. Out of consideration for Lan, the master says he will let him leave alive, but he needs to leave immediately. He tries to take his sister with him, telling her to follow him. However, she withdraws her arm, saying the Vangyue master was very good to her, so she couldn't abandon them. Besides, she betrayed the sect of the 7 sages. A little nervous, she asks Federico to leave. When he passes by her side, he whispers softly in her ear that he will come back later to rescue her. No matter what happens, the sect of the 7 sages will always be her home. The guy leaves, leaving the girl thoughtful. She even gets teary-eyed, thinking she was not abandoned. The guy thinks Federico's attitude was quite reckless, because he invaded the Vangyue family house and even fought the leader. She thanks the Vangyue leader for his concern. But deep down, she was really worried about Federico. Before leaving, he asks the maid to notify him when the master comes. Going outside, the guy starts spitting red liquid. We see that he suffered a lot in that battle against Fred. The scene changes to Jiang's house, and Diana realizes someone is knocking on the door. Who is there on the other side is Fred, and he is almost dying. That battle caused a lot of damage to his meridians. He already starts spitting red liquid. Admitting it, that guy is very skilled. Diana, very worried, asks what happened. He says it's nothing, he just needs to lie down and recover his energy. Jiang appears and asks who fought against him. Admitting he invaded the Vangyue family house, he says he fought against their leader. Rui keeps saying that this is very reckless since he went head-to-head against a martial master. The goal was not to battle that guy, but to see the 5th elder sister. The 7th sister asks why he went after that traitor. He says he felt the 5th sister had some secret she didn't want to tell. And by the way, he asks if Jiang knew that Lan had gone blind. She didn't know that and asks if it's true, if she really lost her sight. The only thing she knew is that Lan violated the sect's prohibitions and helped strangers, and she didn't know anything else. However, Fred felt she was isolated and that something was wrong. The meeting between the Vangyue family and the Yu family was happening, and he would need to act if he wanted to stop this marriage. In response, Fred says it would be wiser to keep watching and wait for the right moment to act, because he didn't want to anger the Yu family. The scene shifts back to that mansion, and we see Grandpa being humiliated by a woman. She kept saying their house was very poor and didn't even have spittoons. In response, Grandpa says the family wasn't extravagant, and thought more about the happiness of its members. The aunt replies that being extravagant depends on how much you can afford. The other family members get irritated, saying this woman is very arrogant and disrespecting the family. Charles tells everyone to shut up and treat her well. He greatly admired the Vangyue family's fame and wanted his daughter to marry their nephew. Arrogantly, she says she won't even enter his house, just came to say the wedding will happen on the 7th. She only brought this notification and was already leaving. The big guy says this is very rude, and it should be something the 2 families organize. The woman asks if the big guy has already reached the peak of the true cultivation realm. He replies they are not there to talk about cultivation, but about a wedding. The woman feels disrespected and attacks the big guy, choking him. Everyone asks her to let the guy go, but she ignores them. She says the Vangyue family has only one male nephew descendant, and marrying him to the Yu family's daughter is a great honor for them. Now the matter is decided and should not be questioned. She slams the door and leaves. Grandpa asks the guy if he is okay, and they say this woman is very aggressive and doesn't respect the Yu family. Besides, they already disrespected them even before the wedding happened. They imagine what they would do after the wedding. Charles's brother says the big guy was wrong. In the debate, they discuss whether they should have the Vangyue family as allies, since they want to be first in the ranking. The big guy tells him to shut up, because when Alice marries that guy, the Yu family will be kicked out. And so the argument starts. Charles tells everyone to be quiet, and Grandpa asks his son's opinion about it. The guy thinks, but we see he's not that wise. He says he will act as planned and marry Alice to the Vangyue family's son. This will happen in a week. The other members start disagreeing, saying he's putting his own biological daughter to be humiliated by that horrible family. Alice was in her room and learned everything from a maid. She thanks the woman for telling the whole story and says she can leave. It would be very hard for her to stay calm and wait for the right moment, as Fred mentioned, but she would believe and trust him. On the other hand, Federico is thinking about the tactics the Vangyue family used to deceive Lan for so many years. At that moment, his phone rings. He calls Alice, telling her everything that happened in the meeting with her father. He hasn't thought of a more guaranteed solution for her yet, but says everything will work out. Jiang called Julia, and the girl asks what happened. She needed to tell what happened with the 5th elder sister. Julia knew Fred went there alone and asked if something dangerous happened. Jang says it wasn't just minor injuries, but something Julia didn't know. Here in Terma, Lan Lan became blind. Julia is shocked, as she didn't know that either. She asks who did that to Lan Lan. Jang didn't know, but said Fred thinks she's being kept hostage, and that actually she didn't betray the sect of the 7 sages. Julia is shocked and says they need to find out the whole truth. Julia wanted to confront the Vangui family, but Jiang says they don't have enough strength for that. Very angry, Julia questions what they are going to do. Just stand by and watch one of their sisters suffer at the hands of criminals? Fred appears and tells them not to act on impulse because he has a plan. They could get support from the family that is #1 in the city ranking. They doubt who he is talking about. He shows the home and says the #1 family is the Kimen family. This family has been first in the city, ranking as the most powerful for many generations. Jang says they stayed on top because of the family's intelligence, and also because the former leader was very powerful. So, our protagonist wants to go there and schedule a meeting, since it interests the Kimen family to weaken the Vangui family. Jiang agrees and says she will go with him. Inside the car, they think about what kind of bargaining chip they will offer for the Kimen family to help them. Fred already has a plan in mind, and hopes they don't get worried. They arrive at the Kimen family entrance and see the guys are very rich. An employee tells them not to stop there, because the area is forbidden. Our hero lowers the window and says his name is Federico, and would like a visit with the leader. The employee says he has never heard that name and won't be able to call his master talking about this Federico. Then Zhang appears and says she is the boss and businesswoman of the HSL company. She would like to schedule a meeting with the leader of the Shimen family. The guy gets all infatuated and says he will call the leader immediately, and we see that a beautiful woman can always be more convincing. Julia jokes saying, no one knows the name Federico, and he was acting too cocky. In response, Fred says these simple subordinates don't know who he is. The leader of the Shimen family is named Dung, and was fishing at a small pond. An employee informs that a fish bit the bait, but the guy wasn't very excited. The fish even jumps out and they say the lady from HSL is outside, asking for an audience. He asks who this woman is, and the employee repeats that it is the lady from HSL. The Shimen family leader replies he is not interested in talking to her. When the guy was about to leave, he asks if there was anyone else with that woman. The employee says there was a nobody called Federico. The leader is surprised and immediately orders them to be called in. The employee doesn't know what is happening since he knows the HSL leader but not this Federico. The boss orders to immediately prepare the reception hall and bring the best food. The employee returns to the entrance and says they are allowed to enter. He also says the boss is waiting for Federico inside. Julia is amazed while Jang says Fred is much more powerful than she imagined. They enter the mansion. The place is grand and they are warmly welcomed. The guy welcomes Federico and says they finally met. He calls the protagonist young hero. He gets all excited, saying he already knows all his achievements in the city. Fred asks if this guy is the master of the Kimen family. The guy says yes and says that since they are intelligent people, they won't waste time. They will get straight to the point. He immediately asks if Fred came looking for help against the Vangui family. Jang is surprised because he wasn't as incompetent as people said. Fred hopes he can cooperate in this alliance. The guy says the Vangui family is very dominating and arrogant, that sooner or later they will fight against each other. That's why it's in Shimen family's interest to get an ally to face them. But this task is not simple. Our hero starts saying he could give half of the Vangui family's assets if they win. But that wasn't what the Vangui family leader wanted. He expected Federico to become the commercial director of the school that was about to open. Julia says no, saying they would never accept to be employees of another family. The guy explains they misunderstood. It wasn't to be an employee. He only wanted him to teach at their cultivation academy. Jang asks if he is afraid that after defeating the Vangui family, everyone will unite to end the Shimen family. He says that is exactly it and he should worry. But she assures that the former master of the Shimen family is still very powerful, that he could protect them from that. The guy says his father isn't in good health as before, and if a big war between families happens, his father won't have strength to protect them. That's why he wants to hire Fred to be the master of their cultivation sect. But he said he came to the city to found his own sect, so he would never accept to be an employee of someone else. He won't accept being anyone's hunting dog. He also guarantees that if in the future the Kimen family has problems, he will be there to help. The guy asks how if he broke his own school and wasn't hired by the Yu family. That makes Fred furious. The guy is embarrassed because he misunderstood. He thought Federico worked for the Yu family. He said he fought against the Chen and Zhang families because they plotted against his cultivation sisters. The guy is embarrassed because he thought Federico was just a lackey. Julia also gets angry and asks if the Jimen family thought they were just employees. The guy assures it was a misunderstanding and apologizes. Since Fred wants to found his own cultivation school, he will give total support. He asks if he would accept help to overthrow the Wang family. The guy said yes, because this family is getting more arrogant and in the future will try to harm his. So he is willing to help. Fred agrees and says they need to sign a contract. They shake hands. The guy is very excited and shakes hands vigorously. However, they must wait a bit, because the old master is there and wants to test Fred's strength. The guy guarantees his father thinks Frederico is very powerful, and doesn't need to test him. But the old man told his son to shut up, saying the Wang family has grown very strong, so it wouldn't be just any alliance that would defeat them. He also said that for the boy not to make fools of them, he needs to prove he is worthy of the alliance. It seems no one knew he reached the Sea of Qi realm. So he agrees and says he will show the old man that he is worthy of the alliance, and asks how to convince the old man he has strength to defeat the Wang family leader. The old man says that although elderly, he is still at the peak of the Sea of Qi, so he will be this young man's opponent. Julia, when she heard about this level of power, got a bit worried. She also didn't know Fred's current cultivation level. However, the redhead agreed, saying that if it was better for his father, he would like to test Frederico's strength, if everything was fine for him. Cracking his knuckles, he said everything was fine. He wanted to battle the old man to show his strength. So, they went to an arena, and Fred said that if he happened to offend the old man by any carelessness, he should apologize. In response, the old Sheeman said he had trained for decades. To reach his level, the boy would have to train at least 50 more years. A bit bold, our Frederico said, that if the old man could push him out of that circle, he could consider himself the winner. Even the old man said this young guy was very bold. He immediately charged, saying the boy had lost and prepared to block the attack. The old man hit our hero's arm with full force. However, the defense was so strong that the old man got scared. If Fred used his full power, he could throw the old man far away. Realizing the boy had a certain level of power, he assured he would use a bit more of his cultivation. Those watching said that Grandpa was really amazing. They commented that he only got the fortune he has today because of his strength. Frederico kept battling against the old man, and after realizing that he had a very limited power because of his age, decided that he would not fight seriously. Even so, he showed a little of his power. He was in the realm of the True Key Sea, and that left the old man of the Sheeman family impressed. He did not know how it was possible for someone so young to have reached that level of cultivation. With much regret, he admitted defeat. The current leader of the Sheeman family asked if his father had really lost, and our protagonist admitted that, if by chance the old man were younger, he would surely win. During the battle, he noticed that the old man had a hidden illness. The elder asked how the boy knew that. It was because of traditional Chinese medicine, and he even asked to check the elder's pulse. After rolling up his sleeves, he extended his arm, and our protagonist placed his hand trying to check the energy flows. At the same time, he realized that this young man was extraordinary in martial arts, and that in no way would he want to be his enemy. At that moment, the hero realized that the old man had something terrible. Seeing Fred's expression, the old man asked the boy to quickly say what was happening. In fact, through the energy pulse, he realized that the old man only had 3 more months to live. The old man's grandson began saying that this was nonsense, while the eldest son said that they should give the boy a chance. Asking for silence, the old man said that there would be a more precise diagnosis. That suggested that he already knew he was not in good health. Also, because of his advanced age, he already expected to be weakened, but he did not imagine that he would have only 3 months to live. Some suggested seeking a doctor for a more advanced treatment. But ordinary doctors would not be able to cure this type of illness, since it was linked to cultivation. So he asked the young Frederico if he had any advice to improve his health, since he realized that the boy was very good in martial arts. In fact, Fred had something that could prolong old Sheeman's life by 10 years. They thought that was impossible and asked what he suggested. Come on, soon our protagonist will be raising the dead. Later they entered the house and Jan commented to Julia that Frederico was very good in cultivation martial arts. Mr. Sheeman's son heard this conversation and already began to trust the boy a little more. That elder had several veins with blood deficiency because of the countless battles he had faced during his life. Even if they seemed healed on the outside, inside there were still damaged meridians. If the boy could prolong his life for a few more years, that would already be a reason for gratitude. With that, our hero began to apply needles, performing acupuncture techniques. Smiling, the old man asked Frederico to turn his grandson into a disciple. At that moment, the hero stuck a stronger needle, and the old man screamed. He could even accept the request, but he already had a first disciple. That was not important. The old man just wanted Frederico to train his grandson, since he was not very strong. After agreeing, the hero warned that the next needle would hurt a little more. When he applied it, the old man screamed in pain. The boy ran, shouting for his grandfather, worried, but the father asked him to stay calm. Jim commented that those needle techniques really worked, but in the beginning they hurt a lot, and Julia said that the techniques used by Frederico on her were quite pleasant. I do not know if you noticed, but that girl likes him. Many people say that this romance between the sisters is strange, but they are only cultivation siblings, folks. They are not blood siblings. It is as if they were siblings by consideration, since they were raised in the same orphanage. After finishing the treatment, the boy asked how his grandfather was. In fact, the master would continue the treatment for a few more days and still prescribe some medicines that should be taken for about 30 consecutive days. It would be necessary to follow this method strictly to prolong the old man's life. If he followed the instructions correctly, he could live for another 10 years. However, he would lose power little by little until he no longer had any cultivation. Julia commented that this price was too high and she would even prefer to lose her life than cultivation. But the old man said that he only wanted to live peacefully with his family and that cultivation was no longer important. Besides, the future should be entrusted to the new generations. The father and son were happy since the grandfather was healthier. The old man turned to his son and asked him to bow before Federico and that the grandson should become his disciple. That was because the boy was very weak and had no cultivation foundation, so much so that the elder could no longer train him. The grandson, however, said that he only wanted to train with his grandfather. He did not want to learn martial arts from other sects. However, the old man was already very advanced in age and would no longer have enough knowledge to pass on. Turning back, he kept watching Federico as if he still did not fully believe in the boy, but since it was his grandfather's wish, he ended up bowing to Fred, asking him to become his master. Our big boy would establish a martial sect in the city, and when he did that, this boy would be the second student. He already had an older first student, but he could not reveal who she was. That was because it was Alice of the Yu family. After writing the prescription, he told the old man's grandson that he needed to take those medicines correctly to prolong life and become stronger. Upon receiving the prescription, the boy already thanked his new master. Now that they realized Federico was trustworthy, they said they would unite to defeat the Vang family. Yeah guys, I don't know if you're noticing, but a widespread war between the families is about to begin. I also hadn't stopped to think about it, but these families here in the story are like mafia families. The guys commit crimes one after another. As they left, the seventh sister thought they wouldn't react as well as they did, and Julia could only praise the banquet they gave. Grandpa Shimon's eldest grandson was actually respectful, and Fred got excited to have him as a student. The girls commented that they didn't imagine the progress of the Seven Paths sect would be flowing so well in the city. Jing asked if Fred remembered the mission she had given, which was for someone to accept being his first disciple. Since now the big guy had 2 disciples, he managed to complete that first mission. That's why when they returned to her house, she would give the gift of the supreme treasure of the Seven Sages sect. Of course, Fred got all excited, saying he couldn't wait to open the gift. However, at that moment, a truck ended up crashing head-on into their car that already caused an explosion. They realized that it was intentional, especially because another truck was coming right behind. Fred realized they would be crushed, and at that moment the vehicles collided, squeezing the car like an accordion. The criminal said that no one could have survived inside the car, and that they would only live if they were really indestructible. And at that moment the thug took a knee to the mouth. It was Julia who was outside. Our hero stepped on the bald guy's head and asked if it was the Vang family who had sent them to kill everyone. Stuttering, the guy answered yes. At that moment, Federico heard footsteps approaching. It was a cultivator with a sword coming in his direction. This was a warrior cultivator from the Vang family. The guy said bluntly that he came to take Federico's head. Trying to provoke him, the hero replied that only those weaklings wouldn't be enough. Then they grabbed some pills and started taking them to become more powerful. Instantly they gained muscles, saying the boss was really good for giving them those pills. They looked a lot like the vitality pills of the Seven Sages sect, but the hero said it wasn't the real pill. It seemed like he was refusing to believe that Lan was betraying them, and just by looking at the meridians, he realized the pill was a fake, bringing risks to the users. Deep down, Zhang asked if Federico was trying to say that it wasn't Lan who had provided those pills. He had a theory, because the pills of the Seven Sages didn't bring harm to the body, unlike those ones. Without further talk, they raised their swords, saying they would take the hero. It's funny how there's no police in this city, right? Charging at the villains, he asked Julia to take care of Zhang, while the sixth sister started hitting the criminals. The punch was so strong it knocked out the thug's tooth, but thanks to the power of the pill, the guy said he had reached the true Qi realm. The girl realized he was on the same level as her, so the fight would be difficult, but she was very fast, there was no time for talk, and she already started hitting the opponents. The hero, all fired up, quickly defeated everyone in front of him. A bald guy charged at Zhang with a knife. He shouted loudly, telling her to be careful. Realizing she couldn't defend herself, he threw his needles. They hit the bald guy's neck, making him fall to the ground, even with his hair all tangled. They realized the boy had hidden weapons and thought the best strategy was to take the girls as hostages. So they jumped over Federico, trying to strike the redhead. She would be hit directly, but at the last moment Julia appeared to protect her. However, she would be struck by the sword. But unexpectedly, a blade pierced the enemy's back. The guy fell to the ground, badly hurt, without even understanding what was happening. All tough, Fred said that if they touched his sisters again they would die, and die in the worst possible way. The guy began to beg for mercy, and all the companions ran away in fear. With the needles in his hands, the protagonist said he would gather as much information as possible, and after throwing them, stated that he would not let anyone escape. The silver needles hit the criminal's vital points, and even his sisters were shocked by that skill. The guy simply fell to the ground, unconscious. Surprised, Zhang asked why he hadn't used those techniques before, but since it was an advanced technique, he couldn't show it so easily. Scratching her cheek, Julia realized her younger brother had already surpassed her. Threateningly, Fred asked the criminal who had given him those pills. With a smile on his face, the shameless one said it was the family's boss. Pressing the blade even more, the hero said that wasn't true. He pulled the blade back and threatened, saying he wanted to know who delivered the pills to the boss. In great pain, the criminal said it was Miss Lan. The sisters realized that the fifth sister was really a traitor, but of course Fred didn't believe it and said that guy would suffer the consequences for lying. However, he was just a thug and didn't know the real information inside the Vang family. It wasn't possible that Kim Turman had really betrayed the Seven Sages sect. Half furious, Fred decided to leave and stop with the questioning. Since that guy was just a thug, he wouldn't be able to tell the truth. If by any chance the fifth sister had really betrayed their sect, she should be punished accordingly. But he feared that she was being used by the head of the Vang family. That's why he didn't want to make hasty decisions. Meanwhile, the leader of the Vang family was receiving news. The people he had sent to eliminate Frederico had failed. One of the 13 protectors of the Blade sect was shocked, saying he would settle the score with that brat. The purple-haired woman, who was also one of the 13, said that boy seemed to be very wise. Pointing his finger at the woman, the guy said not to go praising Frederico. Another leader of the 13 ordered everyone to shut up. The old man said it was because they were not able to refine the real pills, that's why the soldiers were getting weaker. They even suggested that the leader of the Vang family get the real pills from Lan. The leader's weapon commented that if they had at least 2 or 3 more warriors in the Key Sea realm, they could dominate the whole city. Slamming his hand on the table, the leader said that everyone was useless and that they weren't helping at all. He left the room furious. He decided to go to Lan's room. This time he would have to come up with another excuse to get the pills from her. Lan's attendant welcomed the sect leader and asked him to come in and talk to the lady. The guy was very angry. When he got there, he said he would like to make a request. She was blunt, saying that if he came to ask for pills, he could give up. In a threatening tone, he asked if she had forgotten that he had saved her life. Of course the girl remembered that, but she had already repaid the Vang family by providing some pills. Besides, that was against her Seven Sages sect. There wasn't much the guy could do. So he decided to leave, saying that he understood the girl's motivations. She had a heavy conscience for having committed a serious crime against the Seven Sages sect. Meanwhile, the guy went to the underground of the Vang family. There was a hidden laboratory where they were making pills, or at least trying to. Looks like that guy was obsessed with power, folks. As soon as he arrived, the scientist was already all frightened. Turning around, the scientist asked what brought the sect leader to a place like that. He had come there to pressure the people on the development of the pills. Even using the correct ingredients that Lan provided, they couldn't achieve the same result. The leader then grabbed the old man's lab coat, saying he was paying too much money to him, but there was no result at all. Trying to defend himself, the scientist said he was doing everything possible, but that wasn't enough. The leader threw the scientist to the ground. He couldn't use Lan's strength and even less the intelligence of the chemists, because they were useless. Remembering Frederico saving Lan, he had a brilliant idea. If he hit the weak spot of that girl, she would have to obey. With Lan's cooperation, they could have significant advances. The scene changed to later at the Yu family's house. Alice realized there was no one watching her room, and decided to run away from home to meet Frederico. The girl's father was upstairs watching everything through the window. The grandfather asked if he did that on purpose, letting his daughter meet Fred. The girl's father was very wise because he knew Frederico had allied with the Sheeman family. The man's father asked if that was serious and if Frederico was being that influential. Since the Yu family leader was a businessman, he always sought profit, so he would have to ensure victory by betting on both sides. The guy was determined to support the Vang family and also support Frederico. Grandpa Yu said that his son was much better than that old man. At that moment, the big boy realized someone was knocking at his door. When he asked who it was, Alice answered from the other side. The guy opened the door and found it strange that she had come at that hour of the night. He asked, "What is she doing here at your house?" She immediately hugged him and said they needed to do dual cultivation quickly. "What is it, my girl? What are you trying to say with that?" She said for them to consummate the relationship right away and already started taking off our protagonist's shirt. He asked what she was trying to do with that. The girl admitted that she had liked Fred for a long time and that if they consummated the relationship, her father would give up marrying her to the Vang family. The girl was so desperate that she immediately admitted she liked him. However, the big boy said it was not wise for them to do that. Comment down here if you would be as proper as Frederico, or if you would take this opportunity. He said that the third young master of the Vang family would not marry her because he liked her, but because of the family's power. In tears, she kept asking what she was going to do to get rid of that boy because she didn't want to marry him. Caressing Alice's head, he said he already had a plan. However, the wedding was on the weekend and she kept asking if there would be enough time. She even asked if he heard that she liked him, leaving our protagonist frozen. In a more romantic tone, she admitted with all the words that she loved the protagonist and wanted to know if he heard that. The guy said yes and that he understood her feelings. With blushing cheeks, she thought he was accepting her love and that they would start dating. But that would not be wise because he could end up picking a fight with the Yu family and also with the Vang family. She was a committed girl, and if he had a relationship with her, that would be catastrophic. The girl realized that he was telling the truth and that it would be more reliable to believe in his plan. The big guy tells her to go back home and trust the plan, that everything will work out. Before leaving, she asks him to tell her grandfather that he would like to talk to him. Even without knowing the subject, she said she would deliver the message. After she leaves, Federico realizes that Alice was a sensible girl. And now that things were calmer, he decides to go to the house of the seventh sister to receive the gift. But she says she would only give the gift the next day, and that he would have to wait. He gets even anxious, thinking it was something really cool. The next day, he shows up there very early. The sect masters had left a box that should only be delivered after he got a disciple. The guy gets tense, saying he will open it right away, and all of them get curious. By the way, the masters also left a seal to unlock his cultivation and ask if the big guy's cultivation was kind of locked. He said yes, that his cultivation was sealed, because the protagonist, as we already know, was born with cultivation at the highest level. The guy was already born with maximum power. And Julia explains this to Jang, saying that little brother Fred was born very powerful, and so that he could survive, the masters placed 7 seals on him. With much curiosity, he opens the box right away, which starts to emit a light. The girls are surprised and even think that this gift is not a big deal. With a discouraged face, Julia says that the masters were stingy for giving a simple pill as a gift, but Jang says there must be a good reason for them to have chosen this. Looking at the pill more closely, Federico is surprised because it was the reconstruction pill. They did not know what that meant. He said that this pill was recorded in the cultivation history books, and he could not believe his masters managed to produce one of those. The girls think this must be an exaggeration and ask what the power of that pill would be. The reconstruction pill had the divine power to even revive the dead. I told you, soon the guy will be resurrecting people. Of course, the sixth sister thinks this is a joke, and even Jang said this should not be possible. Such a divine power. He also did not know if this was an exaggeration or not, but just by looking at the pill he noticed it had very high purity. From now on he would carry this pill everywhere to keep it safe. At that moment he gets a call and answers, asking who it was. The girls get curious to know who it is. After hanging up, the big guy said he needed to leave. Jang asks where he was going. He explains that he arranged a meeting with Grandpa Yu and would like the help of his family, and also of the Shiman family to defeat the Vang family, and so he goes there. Grandpa was in a coffee shop and comments that black tea was very bitter. It seems Grandpa was not used to coffee. There they say that today's young people usually drink a lot of coffee and that it is trendy. At that moment the protagonist arrives and of course the girl blushes, saying where he was. He apologizes for being late and Grandpa asks if Fred also likes that black drink. The big guy says it is called coffee and that it is very delicious. He even comments that he does not usually drink much because it is expensive. Since Federico did not drink much, Grandpa keeps making excuses, saying he would not drink either. Next, he already asks Federico why they arranged this meeting and if there was something important to talk about. Being very direct, he intended to take down the Vang family during the planned wedding. Alice is surprised as she did not know that was the plan. Grandpa asks if by chance Federico is prepared for this. My boy, our hero, he was born prepared. I don't know if you noticed, but he has already changed a lot. I feel that he has evolved a lot since the first chapters. If you also notice this, how he is more mature, comment below. He said there are still some preparations missing, but he guarantees it will work out. Now sipping tea, the old man asks what else was missing. And our hero said that the cherry on top is the support of the Yu family. And the old man already starts spitting the tea. Alice grabs a cloth and starts drying her grandfather. She said that her father was very stubborn and, since they had already made a deal with the Vang family, he would not accept changing sides. But Fred said he believes her father is not someone who never goes back on his decisions. And besides, if he were loyal to the Vang family, they wouldn't even be there talking to him. The old man smiles and said that Federico had matured a lot. He decides to be straightforward, saying that the most they can do is remain neutral, not helping either side. After all, if our hero failed, the family would be in shambles. Smiling a bit, our hero asks if by chance Grandpa does not trust him. Since they had reached this point, he would not hide anything anymore. He said that if by chance they take down the Vang family, he will make the Yu family reach the top of the city. This leaves the old man surprised. He even said that after taking down the Vang family, he would establish a martial sect in the city. Alice would be his main student, and he was going to make her the sect administrator. This was a very big role, guys, since the cultivation sects in that place were highly respected. And she gets all in love, saying that probably Fred also likes her. If this really came true, they would have something much more valuable than the Vang family could provide them. But since it was a delicate and important matter, he says he will talk to his son because now he is the head of the family. Before saying goodbye, Fred waits for good news, since the wedding will happen over the weekend. Keep watching, guys, because this wedding will be crazy. I got excited just writing the script. Upon arriving at the Yu family mansion, the old man tells all the details. Smoking a cigar, the family leader asks if by chance Federico really said all those words. The old man states that yes. He said he will put the Yu family in first place at the top of the city and also make his daughter the sect administrator. This was a golden opportunity and all the members kept telling the leader to stand by Fred's side. However, since he had a very big responsibility for taking care of the family, he said he couldn't make such a hasty decision, and Rodolfo right there keeps listening to everything and it seems he doesn't really trust his brother's decisions. The scene changes to a hotel. We see that the third eldest son of the Vang family was enjoying the place together with another girl. The traitor, Rodolfo, passes all the information to the third son of the Vang family. And the blonde guy keeps saying that if by chance the family betrays them, the Vang family itself will make sure to wipe everyone out. The guy knew that Rodolfo was a central piece since he was a spy acting in favor of his family, and the guy asked the young master what they should do now. I don't know about you, but I'm anxious to see our protagonist beat the crap out of this guy. Hearing these conversations, the blonde guy said he was going to tell everything to his aunt and that she would know a way to deal with the family. But what he really wanted to know was how a girl who was about to get married was chasing another man in the middle of the street. The traitor asks what he was talking about, and he throws several photos of Alice meeting Fred in the middle of the night. He realizes that the one in the photo was Alice. With a shameless face, he said he was going to spread those photos in the city newspapers. The guy asks if by chance he wants to ruin her reputation, since this scandal could even harm the Vang family. But the boy said not to worry about that, since he was rich and influential, nothing would happen to him. Besides, he could use his money to manipulate public opinion, and would do it so that Alice thought twice before betraying him. Said the guy who was together with another girl, right? Rodolfo says this is a brilliant move. The scene changes to that same night. Jang was at her company and comments that after Fred ended her competitors, she started profiting even more. At that moment, she notices her phone was ringing. It was a friend from a newspaper she partnered with. She met this guy at a business dinner and they ended up doing many collaborations. He was basically her friend. The girl answers and asks why Sebastian had called her so late. The guy said he found out something about Federico and asks if by chance she is his cultivation sister. The guy had received those photos through the Vang family. Jang said yes and asks how he knows she is Fred's sister. The matter was kind of complicated, and he asks if they could meet in person to talk, since by phone it wasn't safe. Moments later, they end up meeting. He hands over all those photos and asks her to take a look. The girl realizes it was her brother together with Alice. The guy explains that it was the Vang family that took those photos and asked him to publish them in the newspaper. Actually, he suspected it was the Vang family and asks her if she imagines who it could be. It could only be this family since they were chasing her younger brother. Her suspicions are confirmed, and he said he saw Vang family employees entering his office with envelopes. All this because they wanted to weaken the family and also bring Federico down. And before he published this story in the newspaper, he decided to tell Zhang first. These photos could under no circumstance be published. Even if they tried to stop it, the Vang family would not give up trying to spread this news. That's why the redhead would like to think a little more. She remembered something and said she had a brilliant idea. However, she could only come back to talk to him tomorrow. The next day, they go to the car that was there at the insurance company, completely destroyed. Fred had found the camera that was stuck inside the car and even asked why she needs this. Actually, the camera wasn't important, but what was inside it was. Of course, our hero was lost. The guy wasn't understanding anything. She would need the video of the accident where the guys sent by the Vang family attacked them. And later that night, she meets Sebastian again. He wanted to know what she had been looking for all day. She was looking for an SD card that had recorded the whole accident. Accident in quotes, right? Because that was a planned attack by the Vang family. The guy realizes that this would be good ammo for them to use against that family. All he had to do was take that video, make some edits, and spread it in the newspapers. That would be a pleasure, Sebastian keeps saying. He would expose the whole Vang family, but of course he couldn't spread that in his main outlet. He would need to disguise it. The guy tells her not to worry. Besides, he had several satellite newspapers he used to talk about criminals. The girl is happy for making a deal with him and even says she was lucky to choose her friends well. The guy thanks her, saying that if it weren't for the HSL company, he would have gone bankrupt. The next day we see Shuin waking up in a hotel. His cell phone was receiving many notifications, and he even thought it was because of the news about Alice meeting Fred. And when he opens the phone, he realizes it wasn't that at all, and even gets mad asking if the newspapers hadn't spread the photos he had sent. At that moment, he gets a call, and when he answers, he realizes it was someone cursing him. He gets really startled, and the person on the other end keeps saying the worst curse words possible. On the call, the blonde guy asks who it was, and the man keeps cursing. He starts receiving countless calls, and people keep saying those Vang family mobsters should die. The guy starts cursing back too. Right then, he gets another call and already starts cursing those people calling him. But it was his father, and he tells the blonde guy to shut up. A little embarrassed, he asks his father what he wanted. The leader of the Vang family was watching the videos on TV. The car had recorded that attack by the Vang family employees trying to defeat our dear Federico. That's why people in the city were rejecting the family's actions. Of course, Shreem was already worried, thinking he was in danger. The girl with him even asks what had happened, and that trash ends up pushing the girl who had nothing to do with it. Right after, he keeps asking his father to bring some bodyguards because he was in danger. Meanwhile, our hero was having lunch at Jang's house. Diana was celebrating, saying that Vang family is getting what it deserves. While the redhead keeps saying the edits were very good and added much more drama to that scene. All it took was some exaggerations and manipulations so that the whole population would turn against someone. And our hero, while eating a cake, keeps giving Jang a thumbs up, saying she was very smart. But she couldn't have done it without her friend Sebastian. The Vang family was very well known in the city, and people didn't like their actions. The guys were involved in every crime possible, and when it became clear how rotten they were, the population started celebrating. Over at the Yu family, Grandpa comments that the Vang family's reputation was going down the drain, and right then he realizes the video had been taken down. They were investing a lot of money to cover up this case. The leader finds that interesting and says if things kept going this way, they could change the plan, and Grandpa keeps asking what he means by that. The leader says the wedding could really be the right moment for them to take down the Vang family, since all their representatives would be there. The leader's father says that finally his boy is making the right decision. He says he wants to see how far Federico could go. The scene changes to the Vang family mansion. The guy was mad at his son, saying he's useless and couldn't manipulate public opinion. But the boy keeps apologizing. He said he had delivered those photos of Alice with Fred to the TV network. But the City News Daily was linked with HS, which was a company owned by Fred's sister. They didn't expect our protagonist team to be so influential, so they decide they would eliminate Sebastian, who was the editor of that newspaper. The guy was leaving work and ends up encountering a gang of mobsters. At that moment, he already realized he was in trouble, guys, and the leader said to grab that boy right away. They all rush at the boy. Jiang, along with her siblings, was going to meet Sebastian for dinner. They were worried because Jiang was taking them, but she said to relax. Julia even said that probably the guy wanted to court Jiang and that it wouldn't be appropriate to bring her siblings. But the girl said they were just friends, that she had no romantic interest, and that it was common to have friendships with men, like they had with Federico. Our protagonist says he isn't their friend, but their brother. Meanwhile, Julia keeps thinking that she doesn't want just a friendship with our hero. You guys know well what that girl wants, right? After arriving at the company where he was supposed to be waiting, they realize he wasn't there. Our hero notices there are bloodstains in the place and already gets worried. He feels something wrong is happening and starts running. The seventh sister asks Fred where he was going, and he sensed Mr. Sebastian was in danger. Inside the company, the guy was badly injured, and when our hero arrives, they were about to give the final blow. He realizes that blow would be critical, and Sebastian would probably lose his life. If you made it to this part of the video, guys, leave a like and a comment. It's really important for YouTube to recommend our video to more people. It costs nothing, guys. Just leave a little like. Using insane speed, our protagonist lands a knee strike on the thug. The guy falls to the ground unconscious, and when turning to Sebastian, he realizes the boy was seriously injured. To restrain the other criminals, he throws his needles, which end up hitting vital points. And that is enough for them to lose complete control of their bodies. When turning to Sebastian, he asks if the guy was okay. The man asks who that boy was, and at the same instant, the two sisters appear. Jiang is shocked, asking if by chance Sebastian had died, but no. The guy was fine, only injured. Our hero already grabbed some needles to do first aid. He said the wounds are not fatal and wanted to use his acupuncture technique to stop the bleeding. Besides that, they should take him immediately to the emergency room. When standing up, he knew exactly who had done this, but decided to ask the guys first, just to be sure. Terrified, the bullies, who were now cowards, kept saying they were going to tell everything. With the phone recording, our hero asks who had sent them. One of the guys says it was Shuan, the third son of the Vang family, and he also wanted to know why exactly it was to kill Sebastian. The guy said it was revenge for Sebastian spreading those videos in the newspaper, and our hero keeps recording all this, asking everything clearly so he could later use this video against them. And the guys end up telling everything in the smallest details. The last question he wanted to know was, where was the third son of the Vang family? The man says he was at the Delta Bar. Since the boys answered correctly, he would spare the lives of all of them, but he left the guys with their arms tied so they could not do any harm until the police arrived. The ambulance had already been called and took Sebastian to the hospital, but now Fred would take care of something more important, which you know very well what it is. He says the girls could go away, because now he was going to take revenge on Shun, so he would not keep doing whatever he wanted. He heads to that bar, and when arriving there, notices the place was very noisy. That dark energy of the place made the meridians altered and was harmful to health. When arriving at the bar's door, the security guard says poor people cannot enter. That was because it was a party of appearances. Our big boy asks what that meant, and the guy said only beautiful women and rich men could enter. Hicks like him should stay outside. A bit serious, our hero says he just wanted to meet the young master Vang, and realizing that the blue-haired boy was known by Vang, the guard lets him in. When arriving there, the sound was very loud and he starts looking for that shameless guy. He notices the guy was sitting surrounded by several women. The blonde was even celebrating, saying that Sebastian was probably by now already gone for good, and that is why he was celebrating in a private party. At that moment, he notices something in the reflection of his glass. It was precisely Fred standing behind him. The guy already starts shaking with fear, and our hero already gives him a slap so he would learn to be a man. The girls start screaming, saying that Master Vang was being attacked, and even the guards were called to stop that fight. But just by looking at our hero's aura, the guys already tremble in fear and even comment that this boy must know martial arts. This was the first time they were meeting, and Fred starts joking, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. The boy said he was the third son of the Vang family, and how could this poor boy dare hit him? But of course Federico did not care about those things and said the next slap would be stronger because he would beat him to death. I am already warning you that this humiliation here was shameful. The guy started begging not to be beaten and even tried to land a little punch on our hero. But the tough Frederico grabbed the boy's arm and even threw him on the ground in a pathetic way. He even kept cursing Frederico, but it was useless. And just to learn to respect the stronger ones, he took a needle in his hand. That needle stuck very hard, making his arm paralyzed. People started commenting on this, saying that scene was very shameful. And to humiliate even more, Frederico would not throw punches but slaps. The blonde keeps saying that if he gets beaten, his father will make the boy suffer the consequences. But it was no use. Frederico gave a slap and said that was so he would learn to behave. The next slap was for him forcing a marriage with Alice. The third slap would be for him having ordered people to kill Sebastian, and he starts giving several slaps to the boy. He had his face all swollen and kept begging for mercy. Fred thinks he should control himself because if he killed that boy, things would get worse. So he decides to get off the guy and apologizes to the bar staff, saying this was an inconvenience. And it was still to be told to all the other people that it was Frederico who beat the boy. Moments later, the warriors of the Vang family arrive at the bar. The boy's father wanted to know who had done this, and an employee comes running. He said it was a guy called Frederico, and it was to make a point of telling people it was him who beat the young man. Upon realizing it was Fred, the leader of the sect becomes furious. Never before had his son been humiliated in such a way, and he promises he will eliminate that boy no matter what. Later, the scene shifts back to the hospital. Sebastian was recovering, and the doctor says that Sebastian only managed to survive because of the first aid that was given. The girls are happy, and even mention that it was the younger brother who made those medical preparations. Wait a minute, don't tell me you are Frederico's sisters. Yes, kid, our hero is famous. Julia asks how he knew it was Fred who did this. He explains that Frederico is very famous in the hospital, and in many meetings they keep talking about him, and that the director is a big fan of our protagonist since once he had a surgery, and the director was the assistant doctor, and thanks to Frederico, the girl was saved. Julia keeps saying that her younger brother was amazing, and she didn't know he had such great knowledge. At that moment, the big guy ends up arriving, and they immediately run off to say that the doctor was praising him. The sycophantic doctor goes over there and keeps saying it's a pleasure to meet Frederico. Our hero doesn't like fame much and feels a little embarrassed. The guy asks to take a photo so he can brag later in the department, and our hero ends up agreeing without many choices, and they end up taking a picture with our not-so-photogenic hero. Moments later, he asks if Sebastian is doing well. She said yes and that she will make sure Sebastian remains safe, with no one going there to attack him. He then warns that he just taught a lesson to the third son of the Vang family, and that now they would declare war. That was not a big deal since the Vang family had been trying to kill them for a long time and the people in the city didn't like them. The civilization was fed up with the Vang family scaring everyone, and it was time for the city to move on from Ares. A few days go by and finally the wedding day arrived. The blonde boy needed to go pick up Alice, but he was terrified. He didn't want to leave the house. After he got beaten by Fred, he locked himself in his room, scared to death. Even his father keeps saying he is a coward and needs to go get Alice at her house because that's the wedding custom. But of course his aunt keeps pampering the boy, saying that his father couldn't be so harsh. Since she was very powerful, she would go along with him to ensure no one would hurt him. Many people would come to the wedding and it would be shameful if he got beaten again. The leader keeps telling his son to have courage since Frederico would probably show up and they would take that chance to get all of them. The proclaimed time had arrived and they asked for the gates to be opened, as the young master was going to fetch his bride. The leader keeps watching from afar, making sure the preparations are in order. One of the staff said they were already preparing everything to set up the ambush. If everything went according to plan, the Golden Sect would help in this battle. This time he would not let Frederico escape, he would make sure to end him and also the family. The guests begin to arrive and the leader stays there to welcome them all. Several powerful families from the city and the region were arriving. His goal was to gain the support of the Golden Blade sect to eliminate all the other families. Meanwhile, they were preparing everything at the Yu family mansion. Poor Alice was putting on makeup and even wore a crown. She needed to stay calm and trust that Frederic would save her at the right time. At that moment, the master of the Yu family appears. He asks all the maids to leave the room. Since that day she argued with her father, they hadn't exchanged a single word. He comes to her saying that his little girl had grown up. The girl said she grew up enough to become a tool. Then he admits he came to talk to her about Frederico's plan and also wanted to know what kind of man he was, the one she was interested in, and why he had so much charm. The maid Lan asked what the young lady was doing. She said she was getting ready to leave. She could no longer protect her servant, and if she wanted, she could run away with her. The girl said she would go anywhere Lan went, that she would not abandon her but feared that this time she could not go with her. Meanwhile, our protagonist was also getting ready, and as always wore the same clothes. I thought this time I would see him in a suit, but no. The plan to annihilate the Vang family was beginning. They had arrived at the Yu mansion to fetch the bride and even release some confetti. The boy, of course, was terrified, saying that Frederico was waiting for him to get out of the car just to beat him again. However, his aunt told him to relax because she was there and would protect him. But the guy was so scared he refused to set foot out of the car. The aunt even asked what Fred did to make him so scared. But after that humiliation, even I would be scared. The blonde boy keeps telling his aunt that Fred is crazy and that he won't get out of the car. With that, she decides to go herself to fetch the bride, and upon arriving there, she meets Alice's father. The fat man says this is disrespectful and that the groom should get out of the car. The leader's brother mentions that the Vang family is very disrespectful and that Shuin must get out of the car. However, the aunt makes an excuse saying that it is a Vang family tradition for the aunt to pick up the bride. Of course, the fat guy wasn't going to fall for such a lame excuse, and the woman keeps acting disrespectfully, demanding that they bring Alice quickly because she was in a hurry. This makes the fat man furious. The leader warns that they need to stay calm and that soon he will call the daughter. The other employees of the Yu family say that the leader is too cowardly and doesn't value even his own employees, much less his daughter. Meanwhile, the bride was walking, all beautiful and dressed up. The woman said that Alice was at least cute enough to continue the Vang family lineage. That was a huge disrespect and everyone started cursing. After getting into the car, they decide to go along as well and tell everyone to go at once to guarantee Alice's safety. Alice's uncle keeps saying that his brother was too confident to let them take care of his daughter like that. Calm down, my son. Trust your father. Our plans will come true when we get there. Minutes later, the whole convoy of cars arrives at the mansion. Several masters from other sects arrive at the place to honor the wedding. The old man goes to the leader and says that the bride and groom were already arriving. He asks if the whole Yu family also came, and the man replies yes, that he brought the whole family, all the employees. Smiling, he said that this was good because he was going to finish the entire Yu family at once without leaving any traces. However, Frederico and his sisters were not found, and the old man asks what they should do. He says to send other sword leaders to take care of them, because he wanted the wedding to continue without interruptions. An employee appears saying that the Teng family had arrived and wished the bride and groom happiness. Meanwhile, the other sword masters were looking for Jang and Julia. The purple-haired master heard that Julia was staying at a hotel. Upon arriving at the place, she asked the thugs to block all entrances to the hotel, and they end up restraining all the employees. She even gets angry, saying that there would be a huge spectacle at the Vang mansion, and they made her go hunt brats. Upon reaching the room where she knew Julia was, she starts knocking on the door and shamelessly says it was a room inspection. Her thugs already draw their weapons to get ready, and from inside, Julia says that the door was open and she could come in. With great brutality, the woman kicks the door, breaking everything. In a provocative tone, Julia said that she had been waiting for them for a long time. The purple-haired girl asks, "Where is Jang?" "Calm down, my dear. Defeat me first, then we talk." She tells the thugs to lower their weapons because she was going to handle fighting Julia alone, and already begins releasing her cultivation aura. Since she was bored, she wanted to defeat the girl to pass the time, but Julia guarantees that the colored-haired girl won't be able to leave the room standing. She tries to hit the girl, but she blocks with her hand. Meanwhile, the guests started to arrive, and little by little the entire mansion was filling up. In an unexpected way, the Sheeman family also appeared, and they were ranked first in the city. The guy welcomes the leader. He was being fake because deep down he was angry, since those guys showed up even without an invitation. At that moment, someone shouts that the groom and bride had arrived, and the blondie, since he was such a coward, was dying of fear that someone would show up to hit him. And his aunt even tells him to act like a man and not be worried, because she was there to protect him. The leader of the Yu family ends up meeting his in-law, and they stand there in total hypocrisy. They keep complimenting each other, but deep down they wanted to start throwing punches. At that moment, fireworks are shot into the sky, and the guy realizes that this was the signal. Of course, Alice's father gets suspicious and asks, "What is this?" And the leader of the Vang family makes up an excuse. The whole plan was working, and the battle was about to begin. Our hero came through the back and defeated some guards. He didn't expect to be discovered so easily and now needed to find his fifth sister quickly, so he ends up jumping onto the rooftops. He recognizes the room where she lived, and upon arriving there, Lan herself opens the door. She is surprised because Fred really came to rescue her. He says he can't waste much time talking and that they needed to escape immediately. As he realized he was surrounded, he asked them all to come out of hiding. They were 3 warriors of the Golden Blade sect. Fred realized that they were at the True Chi realm, which was only 1 level below his. Lan knew that 3 opponents were too much and asked the guys not to hit her younger brother. They respected Miss Lan a lot, but since it was an order from the Vang family leader, they couldn't go easy. One of them even says that he won't waste time talking and already casts his fire magic. The girl gets worried about her little brother, but he tells his 5th sister to get inside the house and stay safe. Since she didn't know Frederico's strength, she was dying of worry. But the boy shuts the door to keep her safe, and still says that he will finish those guys really fast. One of them charges at our hero with a machete, but of course he manages to dodge, jumping back. After falling to the ground, he already throws his needles, and one of the opponents steps in front, blocking the attack. He even says that those little weapons of Fred were ridiculous. The Flame Master starts blowing fire, and since it was an impossible attack to block, Frederico ends up jumping onto the rooftop. The opponent said he would not escape and begins blowing several flames in sequence. Smiling, he throws 3 more needles, and the long-haired one steps in front to protect his brother. The guy had said it was useless, but even so, Fred kept throwing his needles one after another. The muscular one notices that the needles were surrounded by an energy, so he gets desperate trying to protect his body. But that was exactly what Fred wanted him to do. With blood in his mouth, the guy asks what had happened. He had placed the sword in front, but even so the needle pierced his chest, and right after he falls to the ground. The other cultivators of the Golden Blade charge at our hero, and stomping on the long-haired guy's face, Fred jumps upward. They didn't expect this boy to have so much skill, and after landing on the ground, he says that those needles were tailor-made to face the Vang family. He had refined them with sacred material, which could even pierce steel. At that moment, the long-haired one noticed that his daggers were all cracked, and now it would be his turn to be defeated. The guy started freaking out, saying that they were no match for Frederico, but at the same time they didn't want to face the master of the Vang family, so they would continue the battle. If both attacked at the same time, maybe they could win. But since Fred was up high, he says this is a very vulnerable position and would even test a deadly strike. In a flashback, Fred was training with the 6th master. She said that he would learn the secret techniques, and he got curious, asking if he hadn't already learned them. Those were just basic techniques, and he would only be able to use the secret ones when he reached a higher level of cultivation. However, he should listen to this very carefully. The secret techniques of the 7 Sages sect were divided into 3 categories: the form, the spiritual form, and lastly the Tao form. Upon entering the True Chi realm, he could use the secret techniques, but that consumed a lot of energy. That's why it was better to wait until reaching the Marty realm. And the scene returns to the present. When he was going to test this secret technique, he takes a deep breath and starts meditating, while trying to analyze the enemy's chi. The opponent came very close with his blade, and instantly he activates the secret technique. The entire body of his opponent was torn to shreds, and in this way the long-haired guy falls to the ground lifeless. This was an extremely powerful technique. It had instantly defeated a cultivator who was in the True Chi realm. He had lost half of his energy just by using this technique. That's why it was so complicated to use. From now on, our hero goes after the other members of the Vang family. The story is getting insane, guys, and there are still a few more chapters left for us to finish this work. So if you want me to bring the continuation, leave a comment. I don't know about you, but I think Frederico will soon start dating Alice. I'm really excited to see that scene. Drop some hype on the video too if you're watching on your phone. It's really quick, guys, and costs nothing. So that's it. See you next time. See you all.